Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a very sunny Snetterton for us for the next instalment of the British Superbike Championship. The first class making the way out onto track is the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship, and I'm Duncan Vincent, and welcome to the Superbikes wherever you are. If you're trackside today, thank you very much for being here, buying a good old weekend ticket, and making this a festival. And I tell you what, have you not got the weather for it? If you're listening via TSL stream, thank you very much. If you're listening and watching on YouTube, I shall give you a quick wave just now, live from our Snetterton commentary box, where we are way up above race control, right at pit exit, almost opposite the start-finish line. So we get a grandstand view of all the action that happens here this weekend. And this is sure to be a pretty hot one, not just with the weather forecast that's due for this weekend, also for the actual track action. Bikes on track just now for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship. And what a difference a couple of weeks makes. Remember the free practice day that we had back up north in Scotland? It was a at Knockhill Racing Circuit on a Saturday, but it was followed up with some fabulous weather for the race days, the Saturday and this Sunday. But we arrived down here, and already a message coming straight in on our screen that we've got a couple of retirements out there. So maybe people just not either, well, I would hope they would get fuel in the bikes. That's one thing you would want them to do. But stopping at Agostini's on an outlap is not what you look for to see. Brodie Goth's name popped up on screen, but he's continued. And also Aidan Davey, bike 38. So two bikes stopping on the first lap at Agostini. I think one was Wilson and one was Agostini. So there we go. Anyway, bikes on track. There has been a week off for everybody just to gather their thoughts and get themselves back together before we head into this round number 4 of the championship. And the championship continues in great form and great strength. Aidan Davey has made it back into the pit lane. I can see him right now in the pit lane, gesticulating towards his pit crew, who were not expecting him to be coming in the pit lane. This is one of the great things about the Norman Greenway commentary box that I have here above the pit lane. You can see basically all of the pit lane on the way up towards it and the way down towards turn number 1 here at Snetterton, which is that incredibly fast, famous corner that we know called Ritchie's, which we do like to keep our eyes on as much as we can. Ritchie's does lead you in towards Wilson, the very tight hairpin. From Wilson you come back towards Palmer, a big long left-hand corner, almost a laid apex on that, before it goes over a bit of a crest of a hill, bit of a kink in the road, down past the back of the paddock in towards the Agostini hairpin. Now, some great names on this circuit, you must say. From the Agostini hairpin, you then cut back on yourself, up a little short shoot in towards Hamilton. From Hamilton, you're into a tricky series of corners called Oggies. There's almost 2 parts to Oggies, and it's very easy for the bikes to run right out to the white line and sometimes over the edge and catch themselves out. They need to watch very much what they're doing in that area of the circuit. Looking down the pit lane, Aidan Davey is going to leave pit lane. Rory Skinner walking up pit lane there, maybe just going to race admin. But Aidan Davey not happy, the team running away as well. So bit of a technical issue with that CF Moto early on. From Oggies, well, inside of Oggies as well, there will be on Sunday only a big screen. So make sure you try and catch all the visuals on that if you can. Oggies leads you in towards Williams. Now Williams is an important corner because it leads you on to the Bentley Straight, that big long powerhouse of a straight here at Snetterton, which takes you all the way down towards the bridge and in towards Brundle first of all. So the bikes are on their side, they're braking as they go through Brundle. They've got to try and scrub all that speed off before they're back upright and then in towards Nelson, the right hand corner. From Nelson, bit of a squirt along the short shoot in towards the bomb hole, and then from there on we're heading round towards that lovely big long left-hander called Coram, and from Coram you come in towards the ever-tightening end of it, in towards Murray's. From Murray's, get everything picked up, get it all tucked in, and head up the straight, up the Senna straight as well, past the front of the pits, as you can hear the bikes doing just now, and making their way down towards Ritchie's. And that's a lap of 3 miles for the Snetterton 300 circuit. You can see where the 300 comes from, 300, which we do like that. And remember when Snetterton did go through its transformation, remember it's been through a couple of different transformations over time. But it's fabulous to see the bike still very much racing here, and a huge packed campsite to boot. A very busy paddock area. It's quite an extensive layout at Snetterton. We're not all confined to the one place of the actual kind of pit lane area. It's very long. It goes from where I am at the pit exit all the way down towards Murray's and beyond in towards the Coram Bombhole area. It's a very long, extensive, narrow paddock, but it's very full. I'd like to point that out as well. There's a lot of teams here, a lot of people prepping bikes and getting ready, and that was happening from, shall we say, Wednesday onwards. Credit to Steph and Susan and the Park Up team. They have done a great job to make sure everybody gets in, gets their spots, and gets hooked up and gets ready to go. So I think a bit of a doff my cap to those guys, because that's not an easy job to try and get all these teams into place, get them set up and get them on their way. And you have to remember, those guys arrive really on the Monday or the Tuesday and start setting up for everybody else to arrive on the Wednesday, and like myself, late Thursday after a fairly chunky drive down towards this one. That's one way I have to say it. It wasn't the shortest drive to Snetterton, but I also turned into a courier service as well, which is fairly interesting and exciting. I brought down a few parcels that were delivered late to Knockhill, and a few other key bits of paraphernalia, that's a good way of putting it, and dropped them off here. So DPD, Duncan's parcel delivery, was in full swing, bringing everybody their kit back down to Snetterton. Now we've got a name on the timing screen. If you're watching TSL Timing, thank you very much to Sam Jones and Richard Evans, who are directly across from me. I can just see them out the corner of my window, and the TSL Timing crew. We've got Ferry Fleerackers at the top of the screen, and that's great to see Ferry here, because he has been more, so shall we say, he's been more on the side of the World Sport Bike side of things. So seeing him back into this championship is really good and key for us to make sure that we get a good bit of Ferry. Thank you very much for any of the messages who may be coming in from you guys. We'll keep our eyes and do as much as we can. And a big thanks to John Clark, to Darrell, and to Wes himself, who is very much, they're not here, but John's here. The other guys are back at base at MSV, just making sure every stream's linked up, making sure everything is perfect, and making sure all the Ethernet cables are doing what they do. There you go. Spoken like a true person that has no idea what they actually do, but they're all plugged in and they're all working. And we're live, we're global as well, which is good to know. But back to Ferry, he is top of the times, and his venture into World Sport Bike Championship this year has not gone unnoticed. We will see him in a week's time, actually. We will see him in a week's time. No, we won't. They don't come to Donington. But we do know that he's very fast on the British national scene. We've also got Rossi Banham in second place. Thank you very much to John Clark for dropping an assortment of pens and pencils to the commentator. Top man. Man of many jobs is John Clark. Not just your light panel expert and IT guy, pencil deliverer as well. But Rossi Banham into second place. Now we saw Rossi doing great things, shall we say, previously in the year. Maybe he had a quieter Knockhill than he would like to have had, and that's saying things in the nicest possible way. But Knockhill does sometimes throw up some different results. You could almost look at the form book and kind of turn it upside down on its head. And for this class, I suppose we kind of maybe did. Alfie Davidson still came away from Knockhill with the championship victory, the championship lead after a good victory in race number 2. But it was Asher Durham who came back to the scene off the top step. Asher Durham took a really well-deserved, hard-fought ride and a cleverly timed ride at Knockhill to put himself on the top step for race number 1. He has been under the shadow of his, shall we say, more illustrious teammate this year, Cam Dawson, for the first round. And the second round as well, but Asher came storming back into the limelight with that victory in race number 1. Dawson, yeah, he was there or thereabouts, but in race 2 we saw Asher continue that run with a good second place, but we saw his teammate slide off at McIntyre's turn 3, and that's a very un-Cam Dawson manoeuvre. It's not something we see him doing very much of. But Dawson hemorrhaging some points at Knockhill. Asher Durham, well, he was very much on the up, a first and a second. Likewise for Alfie Davidson, but you could turn those two results around, a second and a first for the championship leader. Harley McCabe continued his good, strong 2026 season going with a couple of third places, and he does look so good on that Fibertech Aprilia. He's a changed man. He looked, well, exactly, he's a man now. He's gone from being that young boy. He's very much he's got a set of shoulders on him that, you know, they're ready for muscling a larger motorcycle around the tracks of the UK. And he's not scared to put that Fibertech Aprilia in places where other people might not expect it to arrive. And I like that for Harley McCabe. The mature rides that he gives us, and the good state of aggression, but it's controlled aggression with Harley. It's not, I'm up your inside, we may come together here. He's aggressive when he needs to be, but he's always fast. But Alfie Davidson still leads that championship on his iron competition Aprilia. 24 championship point lead, which is quite a big gap if you think about it. 24 points of championship lead at this stage is good. Second place, Harley McCabe. Third place, Asher Dunham. Cam Dawson in fourth, with Aidan Davey in fifth place. I had a bit of a chat with Aidan's team boss yesterday, Ali Grant, and he said we expected a little bit more from Aidan without putting pressure on him at Knockhill. But I think he puts the pressure on himself, and the hometown round does work and doesn't work for some people. We've seen it for so many times when people come to their home round and you expect it to go so well for them, but there's so many distractions off track and there's so many extra people come to watch them that sometimes it just doesn't work. And for Aidan, it looked like he was riding the wheels of the CF Moto, but unfortunately blotted his copybook in qualifying when he fell off in the fourth flying lap of qualifying going through the chicane, and down he went into the gravel, big clatter of fiberglass, and down he went. Thankfully he was A-OK, but he only got 4 laps in qualifying, and that really did affect his starting position. He was pushed back, I think, onto just the start of the third row of the grid, or on the third row of the grid. So he had work to do. Fifth in the championship. Behind him, Zach Shelton in sixth. Now, there's a bit of a talking point. I think we need to talk about Zach Shelton. In the Saturday race, we had an off, unfortunately, going in towards turn one with Zach Shelton, and down he went, and that took Zach out of that race. Great shame for the young man on the XMT Triumph, number 17. They got the bike fixed, and they were ready for race number 2. During that same race, there was a coming together at a hairpin, unfortunately, on one of the middle to end laps, where we saw a wild card first of all. Cian McDonald went down, and he took Ben Wakenshaw down with him. So that was 3 riders: Wakenshaw, McDonald, and Shelton, involved in separate accidents. Fast forward on to Sunday, and then we had a fairly sizable incident at the exit of Clark Corner. I think you possibly would have seen that on the telly if you're watching that, or if you're maybe tuned in to TSL Timing or YouTube with the British Superbike Championship, or listening on the MSV website, you would have heard us talking about the sizable incident that we had at the exit of Clark's. When Shelton high-sided through the apex, the bike ran up the middle of the road on its side, and unfortunately Cian McDonald came off the exit curb into the bike and then took Ben Wakenshaw down with him. So the 3 riders who were involved in separate incidents on the Saturday were all involved in a group incident on the Sunday. Thankfully, there was no real major injuries in that. In fact, I think Cian McDonald was later seen playing on the karts, if I'm not mistaken, later on during the day, as reported by our intrepid Knockhill helper up there, Graham Bodell. So that was something for us to look forward to. But yeah, there was a fairly sizable incident. Thankfully, everybody walked away. But we then saw more teamwork being done in the shape of the Port West Race Safe marshals, and also Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney as the safety car intervention team, because there was a huge amount of oil and debris to be cleaned up, and they did a fabulous job cleaning up the track. Series director Stuart Higgs took a few of the Superbike riders round to inspect the circuit a few times, but as the day went on, it caused absolutely no problems, and the bikes actually rubbed away the dust that had been put down on the circuit. So yeah, thankfully the sport bike, it may have caused us a bit of a delay. It may have taken Alan Hyde's lunch away and my lunch. Old Scoop Carter still managed to get a break though, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to point that out, but yeah, we were just happy to see all the riders and hear reports back that everything was okay. The machinery, on the other hand, well, that did look a little bit second-hand, shall we say. 10 minutes of the session to go in 5 seconds. Ferry Fleerackers, top of the times from Taylor Rose. As we look down the pit lane, it's a busy old pit lane. Lots of the Supersport riders taking their equipment to get scrutineered. Dean Harrison and Jack Kennedy below us as they walk up towards that area. There's There's Ben Curry as well. Ben, who was in fine form at Knockhill Racing Circuit on that Raceways McCann's Yamaha in the Super Sport class. I don't think he expected, though, Ollie Bayliss to be in front of him towards the end of it, but it certainly was a cracking race, and he'll be on track. Not far away from where we're just now. They're actually out next. But Fleerackers, Rose and McKay, the top three. Harrison McKay, who's making inroads every time he steps onto that SC31 Armada Marine Cables backed Aprilia. There was rumours that Sam Cox was going to be making a comeback at this meeting. There was talk of that. My entry list I have there doesn't have Sam Cox in it, and I'm just going to double check and see if Sam Cox is in any other ones. In fact, we'll wait. We'll do that later on. But there was a slight lack of Armada staff and representatives for the SC31 race team at Knockhill because, Coxie got married, didn't get an invite to that one, and so did Tom Ward. Wardy got married as well on the actual Knockhill weekend. Didn't get an invite to that one either. But the pictures looked lovely, and congratulations to both couples. Great to see them. Great to see them doing or tying the knot, as it is called. Speaking of that team, Harrison McKay has just stopped in pit lane. I can look out the side of the commentary box, and there's Mum Tammy giving us a little bit of a wave. Tammy's got the shades on, looking very summery down there as you would expect. And there goes young Carl Harris back out onto the track, and he's having a good season as well, showing some great pace on that Rocket Rookies Suzuki. 10th place in the championship as we come in towards the Snetterton round. Now, for those of you who remember Ferry Fleerackers from last year, different colour scheme this year. He's very much in red. The BR Aprilia was white with candy blue last year, but we're very much red this year. I didn't mean to roll my R there, but it just happened, so that felt quite good. Harley McCabe leaves the pit lane as well and heads out with a nice big long look over his left shoulder as he heads on to the circuit down towards Ritchie's. That Fibertech Aprilia in the hands of that young man. It's great to see the youngsters coming into this class who have made that manoeuvre, starting to find that pace. Harley had, as we know, a very difficult season last year with Rapid Honda for all sorts of reasons. And we won't dive into that because we've visited that so many times, but it was a very difficult season for the young man to learn. But he's doing so well in his second year, and we've got to look at young Harrison McKay as well, another person who steps up and is making that good speed and good impressions. Lewis Smart is another one. He sits in 12th place. Dan Goodman's in 14th place. It's funny for Dan Goodman. He says, at Knockhill, he goes, look, I always know Knockhill's going to be bad for me. It's like my bogey track, and nothing good ever happens in Knockhill. And we did, unfortunately, see the number 71 on our information screen a few times in a gravel trap. But we do like Dan Goodman, but he's another person who's making that progress forward and looking good as he does it. He's very tall now, Dan Goodman, so he's had to make that manoeuvre as Aidan Davey now makes his way back onto the circuit, and I can see his father and Team Boss making their way back into pit lane. So not a lot of laps completed for Aidan Davey, and I don't want to change the television screens because they're all LG televisions, and well, you know what happens. You change one, you change them all. Super Sport boys must have been okayed at scrutineering. They're heading back down pit lane. Two Hondas chased by a Yamaha down pit lane. There's a whole gaggle of bikes pass us here on the commentary point. I do hope you can hear that in the background. I'd be surprised if you couldn't. It's a great noise for the sport bike class, and there are so many of them and so many talented riders that we have out there. Good improvement for Rossi Banham on his last lap. Banham come up into 9th place on bike number 51, and Rossi inside that top 10, which is where we kind of expect him to be, changing from the Yamaha last year over towards the Suzuki GSX 8R in 2026 as we follow a few bikes down towards Ritchie's, and we see Ollie Bayliss walking into the pit lane in towards his tented garage. He must be looking forward to this one when you think about it. The Super Sport guys on track next. Bayliss last year, if it was last year, he rode round here on the rear of Luke Stapleford for the entire race. And it did look like he could have made the move, but he was very much playing the team game. Zach Shelton's in 15th place. He's 1.6 seconds away. He is a winner this year. Wouldn't expect Zach to be that far down. He's had a first and a second. It is free practice 1, so let's not get too excited about that. But he's only just ahead of one of the other rookies who is making that progress, and that's Peter Willis. Peter steps up from the Talent Cup from 2025. Finds himself a home in CF Moto with the Aidan Davey campaign. And there's a big improvement for our former Super Teen champion as well, Brodie Goth. Brodie, who had a huge help from the likes of Levi Day and a lot of the other Australians in the paddock. And remember just how dominant Brodie was. Remember how dominant he was when he came to the Super Teen era. He was incredibly fast. Harrison McKay, 4-place improvement, goes 4th. Just ahead of Rhys Stevenson, who was proudly displaying his new tattoo to me yesterday. Some lovely memorabilia on his arm from some of the road racing encounters that he's done. So if you get a chance, have a little look at Rhys. Just don't slap him on his right shoulder, put it that way, because it's still a little bit tender. But Rhys up there in 5th place, Rocket Racing, just ahead of Alfie Davidson in 6th. As I said, Brodie Goth up in that 7th place. Asher Durham in 8th. Asher, during the break, enjoying some family time, which has been lovely to see. He, Nina and young Bubba. Some great pictures on social media showing that, Asher enjoying being a new father, and Nina a new mother. Now, here's a talking point coming down the pit lane, actually. It's the MET Fonacab Ducati. It's the 2026 MET Fonacab Ducati as well. The brand new bike in the hands of Graham Irwin for this weekend. I think you'll remember Andrew Irwin saying to me that they always did plan to get the new Ducati, but it was just a bit of a waiting game because there was so many people ahead of them in the pecking order. But now they have their bike, and they're taking that down to the scrutinying. There was quite a lot of late hours, you would imagine, to put that into play. But great to see that. And great to see Graham back on the bike again this weekend. I think he did himself a whole world of good, actually, at Knockhill. Difficult situation to come into, to take over from your super fast brother, but Graham is a notable rider himself, and I think he's done fabulous work to put that team together and also to ride the bike at Knockhill. Now, Charlie Atkins has gone P2 for Simsiris. He just managed to go ahead of Alfie Davidson, and Harrison McKay does go to the top. Now, that's been coming. We went personal best first sector, then purple and purple for Harrison McKay. They're long sectors here at Snetterton. That's another key factor. We come from some of the shortest sectors of the year at Knockhill, 3 of them, to a sector that's 37 seconds here, 41 seconds and 39 seconds if you're Harrison McKay. And he puts himself to the top of the times by 0.7 of a second to go ahead of Ferry Fleerackers. The young man on the Armada Marine Cables Aprilia really showing that he obviously feels at home in Snetterton. It's a circuit he likes. If you recall, this was where he picked up his Talent Cup victory in the Cavara team. Unfortunately, a technical issue took that victory away from young Harrison. And also quite a few other people were in the same team, unfortunately, removed from the results, shall we say. But Harrison rode so well in that race, and then came from the back to the front in the next race because he had to start from the back of the grid. So it's a place that we know he likes. But to see him top of the times there is really great stuff. The question is Dave Sellers here, or is he away in some fjord, once again trying to fund the racing, digging for some of that liquid gold? Alfie Davidson improves, puts the Iron Competition Aprilia up into 3rd place, just leapfrogs back ahead of Charlie Atkins, who went past him on the 56 Simsiris bike. Where's Ed Best, I hear you ask? Because you mentioned one Simsiris bike, you've got to mention both of them. Well, Ed Best is in 12th place, so both the Kawasaki's at the sharp end with a nice mixture of bikes that we have. And to have a good mixture is what you're looking for. A couple of 3 Aprilias at the sharp end, then a Kawasaki, then we've got Brodie Goth right in the mix there on the first of the Suzukis, which I didn't expect to be seeing that, actually. And let's just doubly check that, because Ferry Fleerackers will be an addition to your programme. As good as Larry Carter is, ladies and gentlemen, as good as he isn't able to actually add names into the programme once it's gone to print. So I'd like to point that out. Ferry Fleerackers was a very late addition as Olga flies and waves the checker flag in pit lane. The checker flag brings this session to an end. And I'll just dive back into some messaging that I got from Deputy Race Director Claire Neat. Yes, Ferry is actually on a Suzuki. It was the Aprilia, but 65 Ferry Fleerackers on the BR Racing Team Suzuki. So the Suzuki of Fleerackers has now gone to the top of the times by a tenth of a second. But it shows just how fast he and Harrison McKay are, because they're 9/10 of a second back is Alfie Davidson. They're a whole chunk of time ahead of the man who currently leads the championship. But that's only free practice one. There's not a lot to be gained from that. There's more to be lost, I would imagine, from free practice one. But you do want to, I'm going to say, hit the ground running, which is not what you want to do, but you want to make good steps in free practice one, so that carries your momentum forward for the rest of the weekend. And it's Ferry Fleerackers who ends it fastest, from Harrison McKay and Alfie Davidson. Charlie Atkins, a good solid 4th place in the Sim Series Kawasaki, ahead of young Taylor Rose. Brodie Goth up there in 6th place on bike 21, and number 2 Cameron Dawson in 7th. 64 Asher Durham in 8th with the Rocket Reece Stevenson bike 76, the orange and black colour scheme, in 9th place. Ted Wilkinson, Super Ted, comes home in 22nd and in 10th place on bike 22. Got the numbers and the positions in the wrong way. It's early in the morning. But there we go, that's the session drawing to a close. The next session we will have is the Quadra Group British Super Sport Championship. And I'm going to go and put my teeth back in, have a small glass of water and a drink of coffee, and come back. But it's good to know everybody is tuned in and listening. And if you're trackside, thank you very much. The one word of wisdom from a fairly white Scotsman: please make sure you wear sun cream today. The clear skies, even though there's a little bit of cloud in some areas, that will still make you a little bit red. So get some sun cream on those arms and make sure you drink plenty of water with the heat that we will be having. But right at the end there, as the checker flag was waved for the last time for bike number 61, Harrison McKay, he went back to the top of the times from Ferry Fleerackers by 12/100ths of a second. McKay, Fleerackers and Davidson, your top 3. We'll be back with the Super Sport session in a couple of minutes. Well, the next session makes its way out on to track here at Snetterton. It's the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship free practice one. 20 minutes of Supersport action. Thank you very much to everybody who may have dropped a little comment into the YouTube chat. It's not something that I actively reply to. In fact, I don't. I've got far too much to do in the commentary box. But it's nice in between sessions just to cast a little eye over and see some of the stuff that people have said. How's the weather looking today from Jeff Siddle? Yes, it's lovely. And it's meant to be gorgeous. It is so nice here. Way down in Norfolk. A couple of fluffy clouds in the sky which look lovely. And lots of sunshine. And it's warm as well. It is a busy weekend, Sam Jones. There's lots of action on track to come and see. Thank you very much for that one as well. A nice message from Sam actually there. He was giving me a hard time at Knockhill actually on the old YouTube chat. In a loving way, I'd like to point out. Love this channel for those days for you can't get there exactly. That's good news. Good that people are actually using our YouTube channel. And you'll see, if you're watching it, some of the bikes leaving underneath the Rocket Performance Qualifying, Rocket Auction Performance Qualifying arch. Good stuff. Have a great weekend all, and wishing Ryan a brilliant home round. Well, there you go. Yes, Ryan. That'll be Flying Ryan Vickers. And the home round, where we saw Ryan go so well here in the past. And I do know that he'll be excited to be here. We had a bit of a chat at Knockhill about Knockhill being my home round. I'm not a rider though, remember, but it's just always nice. It gives you that little extra boost. Hi Duncan, keeping us company for all. Unfortunate to be working. Oh, what a shame. Somebody. Yep, sorry about that, Dan Sale. Yep, Dan Sale. Well, hope you're having a. Is that the same Dan Sale that says he's always going to plant a carrot every time he comes to Knockhill? I think it could actually be. There you go. Somebody's driving down just now. That's Rebecca Sadler. Watching from sunny Cyprus. Come on fast, Freddy, in the junior sport bike. Come on, bro. Brilliant. FXH Trade. So watching from Cyprus. Well, we hope you're... why in Cyprus when you could be here in Norfolk having the weather that we've got? Some fabulous, fabulous weather. And that heat wave that you guys had last week is due to return, we are told, on the old weather channel. So that will be interesting as well. Have a good weekend, Duncan. I was there last week for BMZ meeting and it was very warm. I bet it was very warm last weekend. Thank you very much. That's Alan Flack. Fabulous stuff, Alan. I hope you had some air conditioning at the BMZ meeting, and I also hope that you managed to get a bit of sun cream on that nose and keep the top of those ears and the back of that neck under control so you don't look too much like a Belisha beacon in the sunshine. Great to have it though, isn't it? Isn't it fabulous? Way too early. Oh, somebody in the USA listening. The name's a little bit dubious to say. It says what the, and then it's fluff. I'd like to point that out just in case anybody is listening and watching the comments coming in there. But yes, way too early morning in the USA. Thank you very much for tuning in all the way from America. So there we go. We are actually global. There's a little thing going on in America just now that, well, Scotland aren't really interested in it right now because we've been there and we've done that. We came home early because it wasn't working for us. But good luck to the English national football team through to the next stage of football. But we won't mention football again on this broadcast because I know that it's all bike sport. That's why you guys are very much all here and tuned in. But that was just covering a little bit of chat there to see what was going on in the chat itself. Now, I did mention 20 minutes. Now, I am going to correct myself because the time in pit lane clock said 20 minutes, but the session is 25. So the time has been corrected on that. We have now got just about 20 minutes to go because I've kind of talked my way through the little early bits of that with messages and love from you guys, which is good to know that you're all listening. We'll come away from that. We'll go back to the chat a little bit later on. We'll go back into our TSL timing page where the championship points are all very much there for you to have a look at, just as I'm doing right now. Nice easy thing. Just go and have a look at TSL. Look for the championship or the actual running event that we're running just now at the Superbikes, and then click on the Super Sport and you'll see the championship standings are all pre-loaded before the event, which is a really, really great thing. Helps me do a little bit of homework. You don't need to go back to the previous event. You can look at your event that you're coming up to, and yeah, just works a treat. It is Luke Stapleford who does lead the championship, but it's a slender lead of 7 points. And that 7-point championship lead, he'll need to watch for that because that is not a comfortable gap. Ben Curry sits in second place with Jack Kennedy in third. Dean Harrison in 4th, Oliver Barr 5th, Harry Truelove in 6th, Ollie Bayliss in 7th place already in the championship. And he's only 92 points away. You see, that's really chunky. It is, but when you think about it, you can pick up 50 points for a weekend. And who knows what will happen to people throughout the course of a weekend. But Ollie Bayliss came to Knockhill 3rd place and the 1st place and looked incredibly good. And I can only see that continuing throughout the course of the championship. Corey Tinker sits in 8th place with Lucas Brown in 9th and Jack Mahaffey in 10th. Great shame for Jack Mahaffey. He blotted his own copybook at Donington when he slipped off at the Melbourne Loop. A very low speed incident. But then had 2 mechanical DNFs at Knockhill, and that really has punched a big hole in the side of his championship as he floats along the river, and that will not be what he's looking to do. Something completely out of his control. I believe a fuel pump packed in the first time, and whether it was the same thing in race number 2. But the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki team were very, very honest when I asked them what went wrong. You know, they didn't try and hide anything. It's out of their control as well. It's a fuel pump, one of these things. But Mahaffey has been saying this is the time in the championship, reaching a critical point in his championship year, that in order for him to maintain himself in this championship and to be here, he needs to have results. And the results need to be backed up by good finishes and points and various other things. So he will be a man on a bit of a mission this weekend at Snetterton in 10th place. He's just ahead of Carter Brown, who sits 11th in the championship, and Billy McConnell, who is 12th. Skippy, second weekend aboard the MMB Ducati. And I think a happy birthday is mentioned for Mr. Eugene McManus, Father Eugene. That was in the break between the events. I'm not brave enough to mention any ages or even talk about ages, but I think we should just say happy birthday. And a good bit of time spent with those guys is always a nice chat. Let me tell you that, with the McManuses and Billy McConnell as well. They're always really good fun. But Billy, he'll be hoping to have a little upturn in form, obviously jumping from the Triumph back onto the Ducati, and obviously having to come back into the Supersport Championship itself. Never an easy thing, that is for sure. Behind Billy we've got Max Wadsworth in 13th place, and then we have got Lee Johnson 14th. Eduardo Colombi, who's not in the championship at this moment in time, but you never know, we may see him back. And then ahead of TJ Toms. Now, do you follow TJ Toms on social media? If you don't, you possibly should. You would have seen a very interesting video that was put together. It was a vlog, but it was a blog vlog. Blog vlog, if that makes sense, of TJ's pre-season incident that he had on his motocross bike. And it was not for the faint-hearted. If you don't like seeing and hearing kind of images that are not the nicest, you don't want to watch that. But it was really interesting to see what TJ Toms went through at the start of the year and how injured he was and has been trying to ride that bike, and then to have the off again at Donington Park, which kind of threw another spanner in the works for him. Yeah, he is a young man who has been very battered and bruised and is on a bit of a comeback trail, so keep your eyes on that. Keep your eyes very much on that. Behind TJ Toms, we've got Cameron Swain, who leads the Cup class in 17th place. Ahead of Mikey Hardy in 18th, James McManus and Jamie Davies in 20th. That's the top 20 in your championship. I need to pause just for a second. A message came in to me, and I meant to read it out during the break. It's get well soon to Claire. That's Claire Doherty. She's a little bit poorly and under the weather. So that's Lennon Doherty's mum. William sent a nice message in there. So get well soon, Claire. We're all thinking about you, and I hope to see you back in the not too distant future. But I believe that Willie and maybe Junior Hannah will be heading down tomorrow or tonight to catch up with Lennon, who's already here. So back to the action on track. The Quattro Group British Supersport Championship free practice number 1, and there goes Jack Kennedy across the line, and he's top of the times as well. Jack Kennedy, he really is, in my eyes, still the benchmark. He's maybe not having the best championship run at this moment in time. Well, having said that, he's only been off the podium once and he's had a DNF. But he's very much up against it. The Ducati and the Yamaha look very, very strong. And Jack does look like he is very much putting up, and he's able to be up for the fight with these guys. He's not backing down. And Kennedy's not another one that does a lot of moaning as well, you know. You never hear him kind of, well, I don't. You never hear him or see him moaning about, oh, bike's not this, bike's not that. He just gets his head down and gets on with the job. And I think that's why Honda UK and Scott Hargreaves really respect that man, because you know you're going to drag a result out of Jack Kennedy. And you know what? You also know nowadays you're going to grab and drag a result out of Dean Harrison as well in Supersport, because Dino, proper Supersport racer. Now, I need to stop saying that. He's made that transition. We've done this. I've been through this a few times at the start of the year. He really does look good. He looks the real deal, does Dean Harrison. We've had a podium. A win's not far away. That's what we'll say right now. A win is not far away for Dean Harrison in 2026. Stapleford has just managed to put the Scars Ducati on top, and Luke's Knockhill was, well, we've got a second, and did we have a fourth, I think, at Knockhill, which isn't bad considering I think he was ready to go home on the Friday, and I don't blame him. He calls me his fair weather friend. I only go and speak to him when he's doing well, and that's not strictly true. I've been a fan of Luke Stapleford and a friend for quite a long time actually as well, so it's always interesting to have a chat and find a lot of interesting stuff actually. But yeah, he's a good guy, and to see him top of the championship on his first year on that Ducati, he said he's always fancied being on the Ducati and he's always eyed it up, but it always, well, it has to be the right Ducati with the right team at the right time. That's one thing. It's not just a case of jumping on any bike. It's not the golden bullet all the time when you just jump on something that's doing the business. You've got to be in there with the right people and have everybody that can work all the tools and extract the most out of that machine. But Stapleford has gone to the top of the times before tenths of a second. It's kind of what we have seen a lot this year. He will also be wildcarding at the World Superbike round. Now, why is Lucas Brown walking down the pit lane, actually? Lucas Brown walks down the pit lane. I saw the Suzuki going underneath me, but Lucas I can now see underneath on the MSG Suzuki, and he's another young man who's very interesting, finding his feet in the Supersport class. And he heads back towards, I think he's going towards the tented village where the bike is, or is he underneath me? No, you can actually see him in the pit lane cam at this moment in time, walking back up towards his pit box. That is the rider with the blue leathers and helmet. That's Lucas Brown, number 29. Lucas, former Talent Cup champion, as Luke Stapleford now rumbles into your view, and you see him heading in towards the tented village. So there's a little bit of BTS. That's what you guys are screaming out for on the YouTube. A little bit of BTS. Now, if you like that BTS behind the scenes, wait till Laura gets here with gimbal cam. You will love it. If you've never tuned in before and seen our pit lane BTS with going to have to get a better name than pit lane cam, Gimbal Girl. I don't know if she'll like that one. I think she just rolled her eyes at me and she's heading here right now. Anyway, let's see how Gimbal Girl gets on. Yeah, we give you some fabulous stuff from the pit lane, and it's great to see. It's great to see whether it's a tyre change, whether it's a rider taking some water, whether it's Larry Carter having a quick interview. It's all BTS stuff away from the actual broadcast itself. Stapleford, Kennedy, Curry, your top three. That's like the powerhouse in this championship, with Oliver Barr in fourth. Auntie Nessa will be happy with that, as will Auntie Roo, who delivered cupcakes to Knockhill, and Alan Hyde ate the lot. Thank you. Fifth place, Ollie Bayliss. So Ollie Barr and Ollie Bayliss, namesakes together. I think they're spelt differently if I'm not mistaken. They are fourth and fifth. Then Dino in sixth place, ahead of the General, Lee Johnson, in seventh. Early days in free practice one, still 10 minutes to go. But a 1:51.199 is a pretty hot time for free practice one on a track that's not had too much running on it. Now, what you can do, if you want a little bit of a treat, here's a good thing for you to do. If you want to try and see a little bit of the rubber on the track, now this is something I found out not long ago. If you're on the bank and you want to see a bit of rubber on the track, take your sunglasses off, then put your sunglasses back on and look for the dark area on the track. You can see it standing at the side of the track when you look at it, but you can get a much, much more graphic view once you put a pair of sunglasses on. Whether they need to be polarised, I don't know, but there's something for you to think about. Everybody frantically grabbing their sunglasses and then realising they're sitting at home. But that's something for you to do. The more rubber on a track, the grippier the track gets, the faster the track gets. But as I say, on every broadcast we do at some point, it's a moving object. It's a moving goal that you want to try and hit. You want to try and keep up with the track evolution. The more bikes that are going around here with the Pirelli rubber, putting the rubber down into the track on the racing line, the grippier that gets. And then you need to just work your bike settings to keep up with what the track is doing underneath you. That's why we have these fabulous riders, and we also have these amazing crew chiefs as well. Crew chief's job is to try and almost use a crystal ball and look into the future to see exactly what will be happening. Harry Truelove put in a good lap on bike 44, the sister bike to Ben Curry, the McCams R9 Yamaha. He managed to put himself in and stays right now, does Harry Truelove, in 6th place. The moustache was still at Knockhill, and I believe it's still very much here. It's I think you can say a humdinger. It's a proper NASCAR style moustache, and if you don't follow NASCAR, that's not a problem, it's okay. But just Google Dale Earnhardt, the late great Dale Earnhardt, and you will see a proper handlebar moustache, and then just imagine Harry Truelove's face, because that's exactly what he has got. Catherine was saying that she actually quite likes it. That's the better half of Harry Truelove. Whether it stays, we have to keep an eye on that. We don't know what will happen with that one. I mentioned TJ Toms as well. He's gone into 10th place and in the pit lane, and James McManus in 9th, which is even more good for the heart to see James having a really strong showing. Now, if you remember, it was here where James had a bit of an issue down at almost the entrance to Murray's, right at the last part of Coram, where he ended up going down. And was it last year, year before? Done a whole lot of damage to his lower leg, whole lot of damage, and it wasn't good for him at all. Kept him out for quite a whole chunk of the season, but it does good to see James McManus back at the sharp end. We know how quick James can be, but just finding his feet in the bike and stringing together some good results is what that man does require. Inside the top 10, just behind Lee Johnston, is James McManus, and he has got TJ Toms behind him. Then Max Wadsworth in 11th place. Max in 11th on the McLaren Factory Triumph, and teammate Ollie Bayliss in 5th, so both bikes nearer the sharp end. But Wadsworth will be happy. He's just ahead of Mahaffey. Jack Mahaffey, who in 12th place on bike 73. Mikey Hardy, his teammate, makes his way onto the circuit. Now Mahaffey has got 73. He used to race 37 back home, but just reversed the numbers for coming here because Corey Tinker already had 37 in the book and it was taken. And speaking of Corey Tinker, he's directly behind Jack Mahaffey, so that's 12th and 13th. Then young Josh Bannister ahead of Mikey Hardy. Adam Hartgrove, who leads the Cup class at this moment in time, in 16th place. Good to see Adam very much up there and in the mix. He's on the Triumph ST Speed Triple 765. Man from Northampton, and if you know where Northampton is, you'll know there's a small matter of a four-wheeled race happening there this weekend. But you're much better to be here at Snetterton to catch up with all the action and continuous race action with the British Superbike Championship. But we wish everybody at Silverstone the best of luck for the Formula One, and we will keep an eye on that at night time just to keep you up with the social media and see what's happening. Cam Hall finds himself in 17th place, just behind Adam Hartgrove. Well, Cam on the GNS Kawasaki for 2026 finds himself in a manufacturer-supported team from Kawasaki UK, because that's the title that GNS picked up in the off-season. There was a lovely announcement with Ross Burridge, the racing manager at Kawasaki UK, and the guys from GNS all looking very happy with each other. And I think that was pre-incident for unfortunately TJ Toms, who must have been one of the guys that were looking at to have a really good strong run in the championship, because if you remember last year on the R&R Yamaha, TJ Toms was sensational at certain points, putting in some big giant killing performances. Unfortunately the R&R team then I think withdrew would be the right thing, and TJ was kind of left with a few options to pick from. He's just making his way back through Ritchie, so let's keep our eyes on TJ Toms for a lap or two. Dean Harrison goes ahead of Harry Truelove, and Ollie Bayliss on that last lap. So Dino up into P5, bike 55, the Honda UK star, with the slightly lighter blue top to his helmet. That's the way to tell them apart. They look so similar on track, Kennedy and Harrison. Jack's naturally just a little bit smaller in stature, but the easy way to spot them is Dean comes up from behind the bubble when he hits the brakes, like his life depends on it, and Jack's kind of slowly lifts himself up. So that's one way to get a little bit of an indication of who you're watching on track. If it's from a distance and it's a red Honda. Now Stapleford's gone purple through sector number 1. There's one of those sayings that we use that we should maybe explain. My timing screen's made up by a series of colours and sectors. If somebody goes through a sector and it's the fastest in this session, it goes purple, as we have just seen for Luke Stapleford in sector number 1 and Ollie Bayliss in sector number 2. If they go through and it's green, it's a personal best sector for those guys. If they go through and it's yellow, it's just they've crossed the sector, they've broken the beam, and hopefully the next time they come round and cross the control line, as these guys are doing right now, as Stapleford does, there'll be an improvement in lap time, but he crosses the line as a 152.162. His fastest time is a 151.199. So a little bit away from where he needs to be. Ollie Bayliss, though, crosses that control line and does improve. Bayliss a 52.080, 152.080. Only 0.8 of a second away from the fastest time of Luke Stapleford. So Stapleford, Kennedy, Bayliss and Curry all within a second of each other. Ben finds himself at the bottom end of that second though. 0.9 of a second away. Then Oliver Barr, he's the first man just outside a second, as Josh Bannister, you'll see in the pit lane camera, about to go underneath the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying gantry. There goes young Josh out onto the circuit. The Dunsley Heat Racing GSXR 750 Suzuki. Lovely, I'm almost going to say retro colour scheme on that bike for young Josh. Do you like that? James McManus crossing the line, chased by Cam Hall. And Cameron Hall has been in Cup the last couple of seasons, but finds himself in the main Supersport class this year, so he'll be contesting all the rounds. If you remember last year, was it Cadwell Park, his home round? He had an absolute nightmare. The bike kept stopping on him. Again, there's another home round curse that just sometimes it doesn't work for you. Really nice guy, Cameron Hall. Always very smiley, very happy to see you. And Corey Tinker up to 6th place. 3-place improvement for number 37, Corey Tinker, on the Josh Davis Motorsport Ducati. The big, tall, wild-haired man from Ipswich. And I say that with a bit of joke. Corey has got... I'm just jealous because he's got so much hair, actually. But you'll see Corey when he's going round, the hair poking out the back of the helmet. It does look very retro. But that's a good lap for Corey Tinker. 152.660. 1.4 away from the fastest time of Luke Stapleford. Puts the JDM Ducati right in the mix of things. That was Oliver Barr crossing the line. Barr chased down by Cameron Swain, the defending Australian Supersport champion. As into the pit lane comes Ollie Bayliss. Now, where's he going to stop? Ollie Bayliss has stopped back here. When I say back here, that's great for radio. He stopped right outside the commentary point. As I look down, I can see Ollie. I think he's waiting for some of the team to come and see him, or is he just having a look? There's 1 minute to go in the clock, so he's not going to get another lap in, but he may well get a practice start. A couple of the team come down for a bit of a chat, just to show him how things are going and what's up. They tell him, well, you're in 3rd place. He gives him a bit of a thumbs up. He's looking at the timings on our phone, and he does look, looks fairly happy with what he's gone and done. Put himself 0.8 of a second away, but that could all be about to change. Well, Jack Kennedy does put a better lap in, doesn't improve in the position, but does in time. 151.368. As Bayliss now goes out onto track, you'll see that on our pit lane camera, and crosses over the little red line. Now then cuts back in, so you may just get a word in his ear about that, to be honest. But he's purely out there to do a practice start. But yeah, good lap for Jack Kennedy right at the very end of this session, as the checker flag is now made ready in our starter box with 10 seconds to go. Live laps still aplenty around Snetterton's 300 circuit, keeping our eyes on this timing screen for free practice 1, but I suppose need to find out what's going on with Carter Brown for a start, because Carter Brown did an outlap and yeah, nothing much after that. He did stop with a technical problem, Agostini, but it would be good to find out from the team exactly what the deal is. The bench team are in the tented village, so if I get a bit of a chance, I will run down and along and see if I can do a bit of investigative journalism and report back to you guys before the next session, which will be the RNG Motor4 British Cup. I've got a 10-minute window to get that done. But as everybody comes across the line to take that checker flag, Kennedy has taken it, so has Oliver Barr, Dean Harrison, Max Wadsworth, Cam Fraser, Jack Mahaffey, Mikey Hardy have all taken that flag. But we wait for the fastest man in the session to make his way around, and he's on the Bentley Straight making his way down towards Brundle. And that's Luke Stapleford, bike number 8, the red and black Scars Ducati. He's not on a lap that's going to move his time to any faster, but he will be the man to come through and take the checker flag and end free practice. Fastest in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. The Cup class will go to Jamie Richmond from Kettering on the Ducati Panigale V2. The Richmond Brothers Racing of Jamie Richmond, 15th overall. Adam Hartgrove 19th. James Alderson 22nd. Cameron Swain 24th. Stephen Thomas, Craig Kennelly. And the last in the Cup class will be Michael Large Taylor. We don't have Keogh Walker at this one. Keogh sitting out after Knockhill. Unfortunately, I think Keogh was running some sort of different engine at Knockhill. He didn't quite get the results he was looking for. Still picked up good, valuable points though. But Jamie Richmond, a really good run in the Cup class to be 15th overall. And there we go. At the end of that session, it's number 8, Luke Stapleford fastest. From 4, Jack Kennedy. And 68 on the Triumph, Ollie Bayliss. 61, Ben Curry in 4th place. 24, Oliver Barr in 5th place. 37, Corey Tinker with a really standout free practice 1 in 6th. 55, Dean Harrison in 7th. Harry Trulove in 8th place on bike 44, with Lee Johnston on 13 in 9th. James McManus rounds at the top 10 on bike number 14. A good session had by all, but we will go and do a bit of investigative work and find out just exactly what was wrong with Carter Brown and possibly even Lucas Brown, who only did 3 laps as well. We'll be back with the next session, which will be the RNG Motor4 British Cup in 10 minutes. The R&G Motor4 British Cup makes its way out onto the sunny Snetterton tarmac that we have here. And it's the first time we have seen the Motor4 riders since Donington, if you think about it, because they had a triple header at Oulton Park. They then came to Donington for a double header. Then bit of a break. Didn't come north of the border for a year. Their annual pilgrimage to Noak Hill not on this year. And we see them now at Snetterton for a double header. We'll get them at Brands Hatch as well for the Brands Hatch summer weekend. Then they go to Silverstone for the British Grand Prix from the 7th to the 9th of August. We catch them again at Thruxton, which is an epic, epic place for the R&G Motor4 British Cup racers to go to. The slipstreaming that we see at Thruxton, kind of similar to what we can see when we are here at Snetterton, actually. They take the trip over to the TT Circuit of Aston in September, and we also see them at Donington Park to round out their season. They start with a triple header at Oulton Park and they finish with a triple header at Donington Park. So that's how the year looks for the R&G Motor4 British Cup. Bikes making their way onto track. If you remember, at Donington, I was joined by Hudson Cooper. Well, he has now been declared fit, so he is very much back and running, which is great for us to see. We do get very excited to see that young man on track because he gave us such a good bit of knowledge in the commentary point, and he was such a great little speaker. Now, when you think about it, these young riders, they get schooled very well by Dorna. They've got Alex Baldellini here who's looking after them. And they have to present themselves in the correct manner. They have to be able to speak correctly in interviews. They also have to be able to give some good analysis on what the bike's doing. They're marked on their riding on track, obviously. They're marked on how they actually tuck behind the bubble, which we've talked about so many times. But as well as that, they've got to go out there and race, and they've got to try and win. And that's exactly what they are wanting to do. We've seen some fabulous racers coming through the small capacity field. The small capacity classes are making their way up onto things of greatness. I think we need to look at the likes of, well, Kyle Ryde is one of them, but we also, I've been keeping a really good close eye on Casey O'Gorman in 2026 with his sick 58 ride that he has got. And the way he's taken to the Moto3 bike, which he knows very well anyway, he knew it inside out, but we saw him doing a year in sport bike as well, so he can go from a small bike to a slightly larger bike. The quality and the experience that these young riders gain, I mean, a lot of them have been racing for a long time before they get to this stage in their career. This is like the pinnacle of junior racing, if you like to look at it, on these bikes. The Grand Prix style machinery, the very stiff chassis, very much not a road bike, not a production bike. It is a Grand Prix style bike on a production basis because they are mass produced. You can pick them up with a bit of ease, I suppose, from a Honda dealer, but you certainly wouldn't be able to go and buy a Grand Prix Moto3 bike from a dealer. But the news that things are going to change in the not too distant future on that kind of horizon does make it quite interesting to see where will those very exotic Grand Prix bikes actually go. Where will they end up come the end of it? That's something that we need to keep our eyes on, because a small Moto3 bike, when you get them up close, they're absolutely gorgeous. I would certainly like to have one in my living room, but I've talked Angela into many things in her time, but I don't think I'm going to talk her into having a motorcycle in the house. Not yet, anyway. Not while she's still living in that house. So yeah, we mentioned Hudson Cooper. He's very much back, Hudson Kai Cooper. We will be joined through the course of Saturday and Sunday in the commentary box by Henry McCartney, who will pop up and say hello and give us a little bit of help. Henry injured. He is not on track on the Stamford Racing Honda. A great shame for him. Henry, I'm going to be interested to see just exactly how tall he is when he comes to the commentary box, because he's looks like he's growing all the time, and reminds me very much like of Lucas Brown, who I just spoke to there, how Lucas was a very tall rider and managed to fold himself away behind the screen on one of these small bikes for maybe a year too many, put it that way. There was never any knee sticking out the side, and he did it with great skill. But I did also mention, just going back, because the Lucas Brown was a bit of investigative journalism, wasn't it? Yes, so we found out that Carter Brown, possible throttle body issue on the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati for Carter Brown. They were actually working on that at that precise moment when I got into the garage. Didn't want to get in the way, just a quick ask, everything okay? What's going on? And they said, we think we've lost the throttle body, got an issue with that, so they'll be changing that pretty quickly. And then I went to see Lucas Brown as well, because he only did a couple of laps in his session, and Lucas Brown was saying that doesn't really know. They're going to change a few things on the bike, but it was every time he'd engage a gear and accelerate, it's like he was grabbing the back brake, and he wasn't. But that's what it would feel like. The bike wouldn't want to go forward; it would want to almost hold itself back. So a bit of a struggle on for Lucas Brown and Carter Brown. No relation. I'd like to point out the same second name, but that's as good as it gets. They are not related. And they're not even teammates. One's on a Ducati and one is on an MSG Suzuki. But there we go. That's what you guys would like to hear from, and we bring you the news as we get it. Some circuits it's easier to get than others. Had this been like back at Knockhill, it would have been very difficult for me to run over to the pit lane when we're in the Gary Stagg commentary tower. But the Norman Greenway commentary box is right above pit lane, and as long as they're in the tents or the garages, we can make sure we can run down and quiz and find out what the problem is. I also stopped in for a very quick word with Luke Stapleford's team. That's the fastest Luke Stapleford's gone round here since 2016, which is quite something actually. 2016, all those years ago, he was back in the 150, so he did a 150.9 in that last session, and that's he's quite happy already with that one, hitting the ground for free practice one, very much running and up to form. The fastest Suzuki was actually Jack Mahaffey, and he found himself a little bit further down than he would like to have been. So the Suzuki's on a bit of a struggle search right now, which is not what we've been used to seeing. They've definitely got the calibre of riders, that's for sure, but they are just having to do a little bit more work to try and get themselves up towards the pointy end of the TSL timing screens. Brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile, by the way. For the RNG Moto4 British Cup, free practice one, Jack Dunnaby is the man on top of the times. Bike number 63, the black Cavara Projects bike, with Peter Lucy at the helm of that team, overlooking things, making sure everything is A-OK. A 2:04.862 for Dunnaby, 0.4 of a second up the road from George Bowes, who I followed that van in yesterday, actually, the Bowes van. We were just coming along the A11, the never-ending A11, where roundabout, and then you get here. And they were on the left lane, and I just toodled past on the right lane after 7 hours and 22 minutes of driving. I'd like to say non-stop, by the way. There was an urgency to get here yesterday. And old Speedy in the Puma had his cruise control set. I was very honest with the letter of the law, but we didn't want to hang about in service stations. So down we came. But Dunnaby fastest from actually Jack Burrows, who now goes into P2, ahead of George Bowes. Marco Holt the Bolt, has just been put back a place by the Rhino Ryan Frost on bike 24. The first of our Fibertech Hondas by MLav. Frosty, if you remember, this was where he had his BSB radio powered by Kawasaki broadcast. His first ever on-air broadcast. He was in the studio next door with, was it Paul Mazzell or was it Alan Hyde? I can't remember now. It was one of those great men. It may have even been Diana Binks. No, it wasn't. It was definitely one of the guys. And in there was Ryan Frost, and Frosty gave a really good radio interview. He was in there with one of Larry Carter's good friends. Name escapes me now, but it will come back to me. Larry's got a lot of good friends. Well, he says he has. I don't know if he actually has. But speaking of Scoop, he will be here tomorrow. He'll take a trip down from the frozen north, as he likes to call it, from the People's Republic of Yorkshire. And when he does get here, I'll tell him just how good a job he's done for the programme that I have in my hands at this very moment in time. It's like a spotter's guide. I say this every time I grab one. All 82 pages, but if you take in the covers, you've got a lot more. And everything you need to know is in there, including this weekend's BSB radio frequency, 107.3 FM. If you have a pocket radio and a set of headphones, 103.7 FM, and why not tune in to BSB radio powered by Kawasaki, and then you'll be up to date with everything that is going on. BSB Radio kicks in tomorrow with the full team. It's just myself, Duncan Vincent, who is here on the Friday, but tomorrow we have the full team. Alan Hyde in the studio, Larry Carter in pit lane, doing pit lane grids, podiums, and all the other little bits that I do try and get him to help me with, because there's a lot of it. And we'll keep you entertained through the course of the day. There's a couple of ways you can get in touch with us tomorrow, and Alan Hyde will be letting you guys know all about that. But if you want to get in touch with me today, you could do that possibly by dropping a note into the YouTube stream. I'll try my best to monitor that, or you can hit me up on my own social media, Instagram or whatever you want to do. Nice easy way of maybe getting a question across and see if I can help you out with that. But with 18 minutes of this session to go, it's Ryan Frost, who we will keep our eyes on throughout the course of the session. Sits in P2, but he's also the championship leader coming in here. After the break, we last saw them on the 17th of May, and we're now in the 3rd of July. So there's been a chunky gap for the RNG Moto4 British Cup racers. They've possibly been away doing other things at other circuits, which they would do. They'll be on bikes. They won't be off them. But they haven't all congregated as a championship since we saw them at Donington Park. Frosty leads that championship, 3 wins and 3 thirds. Jack Burrows sits in 2nd place in the championship, 1 win and 3 second place. You've got to say, very impressed with how Jack Burrows has come to form in 2026. Sits ahead of his namesake, Jack Dunnaby, in 3rd place. Jack Dunnaby, 1 win, 2 seconds. But he's the first man in the top 3 to pick up a DNF. He did that in the 2nd race, or the 3rd race at Oulton Park. Can you remember the 3rd race at Oulton Park? I think with 20 bikes start and 10 bikes finished, there was a high rate of attrition. And it seemed to be never ending, actually. George Bose makes his way back out onto the circuit. But yeah, the Oulton Park race 3 was a real eye-opener. Mason Foster sits in 4th place in the championship. 1 3rd place to his name. And then we get to Harrison Day, the son of Josh Day, young Harrison Day. He's 10th place on track at this moment in time. And young Harrison Day finds himself 5th in the championship. Yet to stand on the podium, but that's not far away. And this is a type of circuit that could really work for Harrison Day. The fast-flowing, long straights of Stetterton with the braking zones, which a little bit of less rider weight does definitely come in handy. But down that back straight, just watch that little man go. He tucks behind the bubble so well, and Harrison Day will be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. But could he get onto the podium this weekend? He's just ahead of Marco Holt in 6th place. Holt the Bolt. Marco we saw get on the podium at... we have seen Marco on the podium. Yeah, we've seen him with 1 3rd place, and that was at the 2nd race at Oulton Park for Marco. He's just ahead of Joshua Williams and George Bose, the injured Henry McCartney on the Stanford number 31. They always like the colour scheme of the Stanford racing bikes, the white with the Stanford van hire centred down the side of it. He's 9th, just ahead of Luke Fitchett, another newcomer to the championship, Luke Fitchett, and he finds himself in 10th place in the championship. 25 points, 82 points away from that championship lead. Has got to say, the way he's come into the championship is very, very impressive. Very impressive. I mentioned Thorley's name because he's one of one of our chief timekeeper, Richard Evans, his personal favourites. He does like to keep an eye on that. And the small bikes, Asia Devine up there as well, Jensen Bishop. Where's our returning Mr. Cooper? Cooper's in the pit lane just now. Hudson Kai Cooper, 14th place on bike number 27, finds himself in pit lane, stopping to possibly make a few adjustments, just get himself back up to speed. We can also look down the pit lane and see, Thorley Trevorrow is in the pit lane actually, and one of the mechanics from the Fibertech team, very much on board there. Pushing to get going again, bump starts that, and away he goes behind Lily Rhodes, who was also down the pit lane. Lily and Thorley Trevorrow make their way back out onto the circuit. 2-place improvement for Marco Holt. He goes up from 6th to 4th, 1.6 seconds away from the fastest time. Dunnaby is 1.2 seconds up the road from anybody else, which is quite impressive. Tyler Humphreys, who brings himself down from Dundee, the young Scotsman on number 19. He is in 11th place for young Tyler. His best time in this session, a 2:06.839, some 4 seconds away from the fastest time. But Snetterton, a very different circuit from what he'll have been used to racing back home in Scotland. But his Fibertech MLAV Honda team will very much have him dialed in with a lot of information from that young man to help drag him forward. Now, if you're looking at the screen, you will also see the name O'Gorman out there, and some of you may have got a little bit excited and thought, oh, here we go. Surely not. Well, yes, unfortunately, surely not. It's the little brother, yes, younger brother of Casey O'Gorman. We've got Ollie O'Gorman out there on bike number 87, so we will make sure to dispatch yourself from the commentary point at some point to get down there and grab a little word with Ollie O'Gorman. Great having a brother like Casey, but sometimes it can be difficult living in that shadow. We did mention Casey at the start of this, just how impressive he actually is, and the things he's doing this year in the Grand Prix paddock are stellar. Oh, quite a few Q2 appearances, great races, great running, and it shows you that we have got the talent in this country to push it further forward. That's Hudson Cooper making his way out onto the circuit. First time I've actually watched him go down pit lane as he makes his way out. Jamie Morris in the pit lane wearing a rather questionable photographer's hat, if I can say that. If one of the other photographers can get a picture of that questionable hat that Jamie Morris is wearing, and you could maybe share that online, because I did mention earlier on that sun cream was important. Hat's just as good. So with 12 minutes to go, there's been a little bit of a shuffle in times, but not in positions. It was a big chunky gap that Jack Dunnerby had. It was 1.2 seconds at one point. Ryan Frost has now got that down to 0.3 of a second. Then Jack Burrows, Marco Holt and George Bose. What we do sometimes see are these bikes delivering really fast lap times when they're maybe in a bit of a gaggle or a group. And it's never the person at the front that gets the time. It's always the person maybe second or third. So I'm watching them go down the Bentley Straight just now. Going down that back Bentley Straight, we have very much got Marco Holt. Marco Holt's trying to draft off the back of Archie Hopper, but he's also got Hudson Cooper behind him, who's just left the pit lane. So if those three could maybe get themselves together, that would be something worthwhile watching. We've also got Lucy Curtis just going through Oggies. You can see her at the back of the commentary box. And behind Lucy Curtis, we have got number 42, which we mentioned earlier on. That's Thorley Trevorrow. Thorley is in a perfect position to get that nice big draft down the back straight. And also in the middle of that is Asia Devine. Asia Devine could be the person who picks up the biggest slipstream. And don't discount Max Rhodes and the Wilson Racing bike just off the back of that. So when you get four bikes like that, the draft effect down that back straight can be pretty impressive. And that's where you can see some really high speeds coming in. And we've just seen that for George Bose. He's done a 40.6 through the last sector. Maybe not the fastest speed across the start-finish line, but his personal best sector in that area. There goes Mason Johnson. Mason Foster down the pit lane. Mason Johnson's in the sport bike Duncan, junior sport bike. Mason has a big long look over his shoulder. He sees Harrison Day doing exactly the same as they make their way down onto the circuit. Why do riders look over their shoulder before they go into track? Well, they just want to make sure there's a nice bit of clean track behind them and they don't get in the way of anybody's lap. Frosty's gone to the top of the times with that last lap through. Personal best, purple, then purple across the sectors. And Frosty managed to do that more or less on his own, chasing up towards the back of Archie Hopper he was, and Hudson Kai Cooper. But Frosty showing that the lap time can be delivered by himself, but he's only gone 900th of a second faster. Now, number 87 stopped with a technical problem at Williams. That's Ollie O'Gorman, who we just mentioned a second ago, the younger brother of Casey. Ollie's in 19th place. And as we have a little look at the screens, Williams is just before they go onto the long back Bentley Straight. So not ideal for him. A little bit almost marooned in no man's land. They could get a van round there, but the time it takes the van to get him back round the service road, back into the paddock, there is only 9 minutes of this session to go. It's a bit of a task, I've got to say. Great shame for number 87, Ollie O'Gorman, to stop with a technical problem. For our first time seeing him, there goes Jack Dunnaby back onto track. Jack's getting a lot bigger than that bike. Mum and Dad clearly feeding him his broccoli and vegetables. And the growing spurt is very much on for Jack Dunnaby. And I think we noticed that he was very much maturing into a young man when we gave him his first interview of the year at Oulton Park, where he opened his mouth, started speaking, and the voice had changed as well. The high-pitched tone was no longer part of Jack Dunnaby's interview skills. It was a much deeper, more grown-up sounding voice for young Jack, the man who comes from South West Ayrshire in Scotland. He's got work to do though. He's 0.2 of a second away from the back of Ryan Frost, and he won't want to be, well, he won't want to be behind Frosty, but he knows if he's all within that tiny window, he will be happy. Axel Rimisel Lomas pops himself up into 6th place. That's the best we've seen from Axel this year on one of the Fibertech MLAV Hondas. Axel Lomas, the young Spanish rider, goes ahead of Mason Foster, just slots himself in behind George Bowes, and he's 2.1 seconds away from the fastest time. There is a big gap, big bit of chunky time between each of these riders, which is not something we're really used to seeing in the R&G Motor 4 British Cup, but it is free practice one, and they may be out there doing, their own thing. But it is an outlap for Dunnaby, Burrows and Holt. They're 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's also an outlap for Clayton Edmonds, who really needs to get the championship going, Harrison Day and Luke Fitchett. Because we talk about Clayton Edmonds, he's 11th place in the championship. The triple header, he didn't score a single point at that Oulton Park meeting. It was a bit of a disaster for Clayton. He crashed in all 3 races, and 2 of the crashes were on the exact same point on the circuit. So Clayton, a bit of work to do. Came back with better results at Donington Park, was in the mix, but still for a man who, well, unfortunately we tipped him for one of the championship favourites, but there's still a long way to go in this championship. But if you give away so many points at the start, it does make it difficult. He finds himself with 23 points in total, but 84 points away from the top man, and that top man is Ryan Frost that we already mentioned. But Clayton Edmonds on the city lifting by RS Racing NSF 250 Honda. Bit of work to do. 8th place. Crossing the line there was Hudson Kai Cooper, tucked in right behind that bubble, making sure nothing's dragging in the air as he goes in towards turn 1, and Lomas goes up another 2 places. Axel Rimisel Lomas up into 4th place. This main session, starting just outside the top 10 and just slowly working his way up, creeping his way up. Now only 1.9 seconds away from that fastest time. And he is following Mason Foster. So whether Mason's a little bit of a carrot that he's just latching on to the back of and helping him out. They're not teammates. One's in Fibertech and the other one comes from Mortimer. So interesting that's very much the case. A look at the side of the commentary box window. And David Allingham just putting the final finishing touches onto his leathers before he gets ready for the super stock session. But he's got a little while to wait, because we do have a small matter of a British Superbike session in association with Pirelli going out after the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. But D-Bomb just sits in the back of his truck, leathers at his waist now, sunglasses on, looking cool, as he would do. He's on a bit of a roll right now in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and they will be on track 12 o'clock till 12:25. But I want to see Axel Rimisel Lomas as he makes his way back around. Keep your eye on bike number 23 in the mix. He's just making his way through the bomb hole in towards Coram, so we can use the binoculars and have a nice big long look past the PBM and Honda Hospitality here. They come into our view, and he's got a bit of a gap, so he's played that nice and well to possibly pick up a bit of a slipstream as Mason Foster goes past Hudson Cooper. Did that on the brakes and went towards Murray's, and we'll get them up across the line Looks like Lomas is... Actually, no, it was Cooper who headed for the pit lane. Lomas crosses the line again and goes up another place. This is a really impressive run from Axel Remisel Lomas. 203.816, only 1.5 seconds away from the top time. As, binoculars in hand, looks down the pit lane. Hudson Cooper in the pit lane. Quick stop and away. Now, that was a interesting stop, that. Just in and out. Looked like it was almost a time stop in the pit lane. It looked like a stop-go penalty from the team. And Hudson Cooper joins the track right in front of a very busy line of bikes, which has got Clayton Edmonds in the middle of it, and Marco Holt, and Thorley Trevorrow is in that as well. So they all make their way in towards Wilson. So that's a possible chance for him to pick up a bit of a toe and get dragged round towards a nice juicy lap time as young Hudson Kai Cooper finds himself in 14th place. A 208.687. He did speak incredibly well when he came into the commentary point, didn't he? And I do like he markets himself very well on social media. LinkedIn would be his platform of choice, which is I suppose I'd like to say it's a more grown-up, dignified Facebook, where there's a lot less nonsense that goes on. And he does promote himself incredibly well. He was very complimentary to BSB Radio, to Alan Hyde and myself, which was always great, but we were complimentary towards him as well, because he came in there, and you never really know what you're going to get from a young rider as they come in, but he spoke so incredibly well. He was nice and calm, very enjoyable to be around, and well, that's what you need to do at the beginning. Then, once you've got that, you need to make sure that the results can back that up on track. And he comes with a whole lot of championships to his name. Everything that he's raced in previously, he has had success in. So, we wish him the best of luck. Keep your eyes on Hudson Cooper for BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And as we were going down that bit of a route there, George Bowes goes up into third place. He improves to a 203.708. 1.4 seconds now away from the fastest time at the sharp end. George Bowes on 67, which might have been the number of choice for Ollie O'Gorman, but George already had that one locked and entered for this year. Now, I'd like to find out about Ollie O'Gorman, and we may well find out, but it's not a case of nipping down after a session to speak to Ollie O'Gorman, because they are quite some distance away on the far side of the paddock. They're almost down beside the bridge area at Staterton, which is quite far from me, so quite difficult to find it. But on our way out tonight, we certainly will. Or we'll maybe see if we can send one of our paddock moles in that direction, just to find out what was wrong with the number 87 Ollie O'Gorman bike, which made him stop with a technical problem at Agostini. Now, because he stopped at that hairpin, I would imagine the bike is already back in the awning and being worked on, because there is an access gate down there, and they're quite close to that gate with their awning, so I would imagine he could be getting worked on as we speak. Luke Fitchett goes up 4 places and puts himself into 6th. P6 for Luke Fitchett. Goes ahead of Marco Holt, Clayton Edmonds, Mason Foster and Harrison Day. They're big names. And he was at the back of that gaggle of bikes. Remember I said when Hudson Cooper left the pit lane, he slotted into a fairly large melee? Well, yeah, that's exactly where Luke Fitchett finds himself in the middle of, at the sharp end. It's bike number 90, Azia Devine, then Clayton Edmonds, then it is Marco Holt, Luke Fitchett, Hudson Cooper and Harrison Day as they make their way in towards, I think Thorley Trevorrow is still in that as well, but the bikes are so close it's difficult to pick them up on the TSL tracker map. Here goes Axel Lomas again across the line, no improvement this time, a 204.38. Frosty last time through did improve to a 201.920, and that 201.9 from Frosty, as the checker flag flies, put 0.6 of a second into the entire field. So Frosty looking pretty racy as that big chain of bikes crossing the line now. All take the checker flag. Devine, Burrows, Edmonds, Holt, Fitchett, Cooper and Trevorrow with Day. That's the big gaggle we were telling you about. Is there a change in that? Well, there's personal best for Burrows and Holt at the very end of the session. Burrows P3, Holt P4. Luke Fitcher also with another personal best. Clayton Edmonds and Mason Foster and Asia Devine. So everybody in that group, including Hudson Kai Cooper, all with personal bests right at the very end of the session. Jensen Bishop crossing the line as well on bike number 11. Exactly the same, another personal best. So everybody's saving it till the very end. They've all improved in position, but in time, but no real position improvement for anybody. Just slightly faster than their previous times, with Frost, Dunnaby, Burrows, Holt, Bowes, Remsel, Lomas. A bit of shuffle at the top there actually, but Luke Fitchett in 7th, Clayton Edmonds, Mason Foster and Harrison Day, your top 10. So a good free practice one for the RNG Moto4 British Cup at Snetterton. Unfortunately, a technical problem for 87. It was Ollie Gorman stopped at Williams. We did have number 15 Harrison Day slide off at the Agostini hairpin. He was okay, and also which that was in a previous session actually, so it was 15 Harrison Day, yeah. So there we go. Let's find out about Ollie O'Gorman. We'll do our best with that one as the riders make their way back into the pit lane. That's young Tyler Humphreys, who's just back in and making his way back to the Fibertech MLAV Honda squad. But it's all about Ryan Frost, the championship leader with a 9-point championship lead, ends free practice one a second faster than Jack Dunnaby in P2. 24 Frost from 63. Jack Dunnaby, 16 Jack Burrows from 88 Mason Foster, 37 Marco Holt and 67 George Bowes. In 7th place, 23 Axel Rimisel Lomas. In 8th place, number 7 Luke Fitchett, 64 Clayton Edmonds inside the top 10 in 9th, and Harrison Day, bike 15, rounds out the top 10. And his time was 3.6 seconds away from the top time of Ryan Frost. Shows you just how fast and hard Frosty was pushing in free practice one. Time for a quick lubrication break in the BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki commentary box. And up next, we've got an hour-long session for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Bikes on track for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Just had Steve Day pop in the commentary box. Bit of a chat with Steve. He says, look, from your home to my home. Isn't it lovely to be at Snetterton? And I couldn't agree more. Beautiful sunny skies, lovely weather. Superbikes make their way onto track, and as I look out the window, I can see Laura Stevens doing her social media work in the pit lane, filming the bikes as they go out. As I look towards Richie's, you know, I'm always kind of taken by the farmer sprinklers that they have in the fields, those enormous sprinklers, and we've got one of those in the distance, and you can just see it doing its work, rotating round and putting a bit of goodness back into the ground. But we've got so much to talk about for the British Superbike Championship, and they're on track right now. I did mention earlier on that the MET Fonacab Ducati team have a new Ducati. They have got Graham Irwin in once again for another instalment this weekend, but Graham has the 2026 Ducati. Now, Andrew said this to me quite some time ago. We will have a 26 Ducati, but it's just we're a little bit further down the pecking order for the parts. I believe they have gone down a slightly different route. They've gone down the Batham's route, where they have converted the road bike over. But you can't just go and do that. You still have to be able to get all the parts from Ducati. So it's not just as easy as, we'll do that and we'll get the parts. You have to make sure you can get everything. As they go past the first lane, they look so fast up that centre straight. It'll be interesting to see how they get on with that. Obviously there's going to be a bit of a shakedown test because the bike hasn't run. And once you're committed as they are, that deeply committed, here comes the bike now with Graham Irwin down pit lane. If you look towards the YouTube pit lane camera, you will see the MET Fonacab Ducati making its way out onto circuit for the first time here at Snetterton. And on he goes. Let's hope everything goes well for Graham this weekend at the Zin British Superbikes. 18 plus, not risk free, contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products. And here we go. Let's keep a look and see what happened last time out, because who remembers being north of the border not too long ago? Well, that's exactly where we were. Kyle Ryde comes here after Knockhill and he leads the championship. 21 points is Kyle's championship lead. Now, he has had 7 victories and 2 third places. You'd probably think, well, you must have had a bigger championship lead than that. But it's not the case. The way the point structure is in the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli, that's what you get. You don't get a huge jump because the points are pretty close together. Now, if you pick up your event programme, go to one of your vendors or maybe even the circuit office or one of the outlets, you'll be able to find out all the information about the Superbikes, and it will tell you how the point structures work throughout the course of the year. Because rounds 1 to 8, the main season, races 1 to 24, the point structure is 18 for a win, 16 for second, 14 for third. From rounds 9 and 10, the showdown, if you like it, the point structure does change. It goes for 25 for a win, 22 for second and 20 for third place. Then after that, the showdown finale, the point structure again changes. You get 35 for a victory, 30 for second and 27 for third. So there's effectively 3 incremental changes in the championship point structure throughout the course of the year. The main season, this is what we're in just now. This is what Stuart Higgs, the series director, calls like the ground war. This is it, week in, week out. Race, week off, and away we go. Before you know, we will be towards the showdown, and we start, well, the showdown is going to be great because Assen is in the showdown for 2026. But this is where you've got to make sure you don't make mistakes. You don't want to be dropping points in this. You've got to make sure you can pick up all the points and all the opportunities you can to maximise your championship. The gaps become slightly larger in points as well. For instance, the showdown finale has a 5-point deficit from first to second, where we have 2 points in the main season. That was Bradley Ray crossing the line. That control line directly in front of us. Bradley looking pretty good on that Yamaha as ever. When I was down there, actually, we had a quick chat with Neil Pearson as I was making my way up on the MP Racing Honda. And he was saying, you know, we're enjoying having Braden Elliott on the bike. And I said, it's great that you've got Braden. It really is fantastic news. And they're already talking about 2027 with Braden and that NP Racing Honda. So good stuff, good news for that very small, I'm going to say minnow team who come from Taunton in the West Country, down in Cornwall. I was picked up for the Jamie Morris hat thing, by the way. I think you may have seen that on social media. It's one thing when you say something and, it gets away, but Maxine Morris doesn't miss a thing, does she? Hello, Mum. That's Jamie Morris's mum, not my mother, I should say. But Jamie Morris's mum did say, he's talking about your hat in a nice way. Cool anyway, but yeah, thank you very much, Jamie, for that heads up. And Maxine, hope you're enjoying the coverage of the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli, because we have free practice 1, a whole hour on track, which lets us get into the swing of things. We'll see the traditional everybody on track at the start, and then we'll get that session, or the section of the free practice session where everybody kind of comes into the pit lane and they sit there for X amount of time, and then they'll maybe head back out. But it's one of these things that gives them a lot of time, and the riders seem to all tell us that they much prefer this way of working. Remember what it used to be? You used to get 2 free practice sessions, and in those free practice sessions the top 12 on combined time would go through into the second phase of qualifying. But it's slightly different now. We have a pre-qualifying session, which the top 12 from that will go directly through. So this is free practice, is purely practice for them. It lets them do longer runs. It lets them concentrate on setting the bikes up and getting all the finer details dialed in. And it's always nice when you hear the riders complimenting the organisers for the work they've done to change the session structure and give them possibly what they've been looking for and what they've been wanting. As I've said many a time, when you're in the actual pit box and a session's on track, the session clock runs away from you extremely quickly. So a 25-minute session, when you're on track, out she goes, and the bikes go round and round and round. You come back in, maybe 5 laps later, when you're doing a 1 minute 49 second lap. If you sit in that pit lane for 10 minutes, before you know it, you've got maybe 10 minutes of that session to go, or even less than that. So a 51-minute session left to go that we have now. So they have to make sure they ace all their targets. As Rory Skinner rumbles down pit lane, you could just hear him maybe in the microphone pulling the brake lever there, just a couple of squeaks from the front brake as he disappears towards Richie's bathed in sunshine. And Max Cook and Scott Redding both follow him into Richie's. Graham Irwin still circulates as well. Graham in 17th place. I would imagine they want to just make sure that bike and everything's pointing straight, working correctly, make sure it's all screwed on, and make sure it's all nice and tight. Because that's been a big effort for those guys to put that thing together. I do know they have had various other Ducati teams, including PBM, in the garage to make sure that if there's anything they could help with and point out. And that shows you just how the paddock actually works. Yes, they're different teams, but nobody will want to see them stuck. That's for sure. Bradley fastest from Leon Haslam and Max Cook, as we see Graham Irwin on the grass and just rejoins at the bottom of the Agostini hairpin, and he gets going again. Number 86, no working transponder for Charlie Spud Nesbitt, deciding to go under the radar is Spud. A little bit of incognito, not wanting people to see his times, but I'll be surprised if he gets to go away with that for the whole session. That's maybe just a phase where they have forgotten to put the transponder on the bike. And there was also news midweek about the TAG Honda squad, and that's the main thing that will change for 2027. TAG Honda will go to TAG Ducati, which is a big change. They have been with Honda for quite some time. They were Yamaha before that. Remember the great year that Brooksy had with them, where he took a championship run on that beautiful traditional yellow speed block Yamaha America colour scheme that Brooksy had. But yeah, so TAG will head over towards the Italian manufacturer of Ducati, giving us a couple more. They've probably seen exactly what the Nitrous team have done. But I do know there was a lot of inquiries to Bimota and to KMUK. As Graham Irwin stops on the straight, unfortunately. And he will pull in to the pit exit, and he does so now. And he stops that, goes round the back of the scrutineering bay, and the MET Phonacab team will have to spring into action and get their man. I don't think they've realised just yet. I'm still waiting for some bodies to run down the pit lane. Here they come, cue the cavalry. It's a long way to run, got to say that. But Graham stopped at the far end. And whether that's just a little electrical teething problem, which, you know what, you would almost possibly expect to happen. Remember, when the Batham's AGM team made their road bike debut with the converted road into race bike for the Superbike, they had all sorts of problems. But, Graham's gone out there. How many laps has he done? He's done, he was on his 4th lap and the bike has stopped with a technical problem at pit exit. He's pushing that down the pit lane. The mechanic has now got him, takes it from Graham, and Graham can now relax and walk down. They'll get that plugged straight in on a laptop. And you're probably seeing that in the pit lane camera if you're watching the YouTube. If you're watching that YouTube link, you could let us know at some point and say, yes, I saw Graham Irwin's brand new 2026 Ducati as Glenn and Kyle both come in the pit lane. And Graham walks down. I like the white eye that he's got as well. Goes well with those blue and yellow leathers. But Graham's at one end of the pit lane. The bike's already been rushed to the far end of the pit lane to get that plugged in. The sooner they can get that plugged into a laptop, the better. And they can find out and diagnose the problem that was wrong with it. There's also no Luke Hedger here this weekend. Get well soon, Luke Hedger. We hope to see you back soon. We saw you take a bit of a tumble at Knockhill, and we saw the social media post with Luke putting himself, Luke in a neck brace, not putting himself in one, he was in one. And the Whitecliffe CDH team promote Ben Luxton into the Superbike class. So Ben Luxton, a man who we know has oodles of talent, finds himself number 99 out there for the Whitecliffe CDH team. Obviously he'll be concentrating on the Superbike class, that's for sure, but it's good to see that we have got Ben Luxton on that bike. I'm a big fan of Ben Luxton, always have been for quite some time, especially when he moves into that kind of phase where, remember, he was super stock one year, always there, always in that top 5, and started calling him the ever-present Ben Luxton. And this is a great opportunity for Ben to show just exactly what he's made of. And he'll keep that seat warm for Luke Hedger, who was thanking his sponsors for being so understanding. But I think we thank you, Luke, for some great performances on that Whitecliffe CDH Honda over the past year and a bit. And we look forward to getting you back on track in the not-too-distant future, pal. But keep your eyes on 99, Ben Luxton, who is out there. I did also say just... we were talking about TAG Honda and how they will be going to Ducati, and it's another team. They've probably looked at what Nitrous have done and made that switch. But I do know there was a lot of chat about Bimotors, but I don't believe there's going to be any more Bimotors coming onto the grid yet. There's still very much a minority in the world when you look at things. There's 4 in the World Superbike paddock, and we have 2 in the UK BSB paddock, which I think is a massive bit of kudos for the championship, to be honest. When you look at those bikes, how Axel Bassani and Alex Lowe's get on, and now we're looking at Max Cook and Joe Talbot as well in this championship. It's a new concept. It's something completely different for them, and they need to make sure they get their head round it and make sure it all works. But we will very much... I think we're very lucky to have those Bimotors here. The AGN Steel Stock Bimotors, they look fabulous. They look very close, actually, to the World Superbike livery. And they wouldn't really be anything else when you think about it. They're kind of following that suit. They do also get a huge amount of manufacturer help from the World Superbike team and the riders, which is the impressive part of it. Bradley Ray is still fastest with a 1:47.089. I didn't expect him to get that quick straight away. I have to say, I was having a little bit of a look back before we came down to Snetterton. Last year's free practice was a 1:47.3. Now, we've already gone 1:47.0 within 5 laps. So that, to me, says we're on for a quick one. Put it that way. Christian Idden crosses a line in the background on the Senkat Yamaha. And he puts himself into... Now, why did the other person not feature on our screen? That's quite a strange one. So somebody's out there without a transponder and they're not picking up at all. I think it was a Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, to be honest. But yeah, Bradley, Ryan Vickers, Christian Idden. Then Glenn Irwin with Rory Skinner in 5th place. Is that Rory Skinner who's out there behind Christian Idden on track? Difficult to point that out, but it was definitely a blue... I think it's Danny Kent, actually. So maybe a small glitch. Yes, Danny Kent now appears at intermediate number 1, stationary, so there's obviously a bit of an issue with him, whether the transponder's not working. So we'll keep our eyes on that one as well. Scott Redding plops himself into 3rd place with a good strong lap for Scott Redding. He was in fine form yesterday, managed to bump into him. He's always super relaxed, and he was out in the pit lane doing a bit of social media stuff for one of his suspension sponsors when he's putting stuff on his motocross bike. And you know, Scott's he's loving life in the BSB paddock, as you would expect. Being a family man, he's not having to travel the world with himself, JC and Hudson. It works well for him coming here. He can relax, he can make his way over, and he can be home within the same evening. It's not that he's not having to drag himself all over the world, which is impressive. So Larry Carter's just messaged me saying that Ben Luxon's still hoping to do the stock, which is impressive. Still hoping to do stock. So and that's something that we have seen before. We have seen riders doubling up. He mentions Joe Talbot did that last year. Yeah, we remember that at Donington Park. I think Joe did 5 races, did he not? Was there not an extra race? Or there was? Yes, he did. He did 2 Super Sport and 3 Super Bikes. So it was a busy old campaign. But interesting stuff. Thanks for that scoop. That's brilliant. That was something I was actually thumbing through the programme just to double check and see if the ever-present Ben Luxton was there. It'll be interesting to see if he does do all the races, or if he eventually gets to a point where he has to think, well, hang on, maybe been doing this just a little bit too much here, and we'll focus on the Superbike, because I would imagine that's what the team would want him to do. As Redding crosses the line, chased by Rory Skinner. So was that Skinner who wasn't showing? Interesting. There goes on to track number 22, the Osho, Jason O'Halloran. And Jason O'Halloran, 11th place for the Osho at, with 42 minutes to go in this session. Is this the weekend where it starts to click for Jason? Is this where we see him starting to turn that corner? I think that pre-event test he did at Knockhill was very, very valuable. Scott Hargreaves effectively bundled Jason into a van, sent him north of the border, which, whether he wanted to or not, he was heading up to Knockhill, and he did a whole day's on track. Just Jason, a sprinter van, 2 mechanics and a pile of tyres, just to try and get himself dialed in and a little bit more up to speed. And Jason is very honest about his current form. I mean, we know he's fast. There's no getting away from that. We know how fast the Osho can be. But we just need to unlock a little bit of something to get him back to where we know he can be, because we know that Jason O'Halloran is one seriously fast rider. When you look back at Knockhill, we had a DNF. He then picked up a 12th. And the race 3 result that saw Jason come home again in 12th place, he'll be looking for some better things at Thruxton, especially with his teammate Ryan Vickers. This is his home round, so Vickers will be putting it all in the line. But we did see a big upturn in performance from Vickers, remember, at Knockhill. I think he even said if he watched the latest instalment of Thrill of the Race, he could see the leaders just up the road from him. They were there, and they were not getting away from him. That's Rory Skinner. Another lap completed for Rory Skinner. Puts himself P3 with a 48.376. We're into that lull now that I was telling you all about, as Scott Redding rumbles into pit lane and cuts the engine as he goes back into the garage. The pocket rocket Leon Haslam gets pushed out from the Motor Torpedo garage. But we're into that area where the riders have all gone and done a bit of a run, however many laps they want to do, then they'll come in and park it. The most laps we have had would be 9 for Scott Redding. Would also be 9 for Joe Talbot. Now that's impressive. Here comes Rhys Irwin to go back out on track. Let's hope Rhys is a little bit better than he was when we saw him at Knockhill. He was sore and stiff, to say the least, and that was from the pre-event testing incident that he had up there. He folded the front going in towards turn 1 very early and caused himself a whole heap of discomfort. Thankfully, it looks like he's very much back to some sort of full fitness, but these superbikes, if there's any little thing wrong with you anywhere, the superbike will highlight that weakness, and you will definitely know about it. But Rhys Irwin, the reigning Supersport champion from last year, makes his way on to circuit. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes on track. Rory Skinner makes his way around Corham just in towards Murray's. Pops into my view. I can look through the long stalker binoculars as we have here in the Norman Greenway commentary. He's got a leg off the side of the peg. That means he's coming in just in case somebody was behind him. As he was fully backed over to the right, his left leg was off the peg. I would imagine he's coming into the pit lane, or was that Rory styling it up? No, he does come into the pit lane. We look all the way back through to see the Osho, Jason O'Halloran, now coming through on 22, and the Osho just needs to bank some laps. The Cheshire Moulding Yamaha team, well, they didn't have the greatest of knock kills, we'll have to say. Did see Jackie Capper there, always looking happy and looking smiley as ever. Mrs. Cheshire Moulding, if we can say that. But Rory lost an engine, didn't he? And then Danny Kent as well had an engine issue in the third race, which Joe Talbot just clipped the back of him coming out of Clark's on towards Hislops. And Joe, very lucky to get away with that one. But yeah, we also saw Bradley Ray lose an engine at Knockhill. So the Yamaha's going through a little bit of a technical headache north of the border. We do know that Bradley dropped a valve, and I was pretty sure that Rory Skinner told me the same thing about his bike. I was unaware of Danny Kent's bike though, because that happened towards the end of the day. And then by the time you get back over from the pit lane, everything's getting packed up and everybody's rushing about to get out of town. So yeah, we will find out about that one. We will go back and revisit that one. They might not want to answer that, but we do need to go and ask that question. Braden Elliott has stopped with a technical problem on the Bentley straight. That's not what Neil Pearson will be wanting to read right now, as he will be in his tented village as Max Cook comes down onto track. Goes past Luke Mossey, who's watching on, and Lucas Brown as well. Luke Mossey and Scott Swan standing at pit exit there watching the Superbikes go out. Desperate to get back on Superbikes, I would imagine both those riders, both those guys, former Superbike racers and quick ones at that. There goes Ben Luxton out onto circuit on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. Ben Luxton, I mean, you know, if we're looking at people having a battle, you think Graham Irwin, Ben Luxton, Braden Elliott are all going to have to look at each other. Right now it's Graham Irwin who's in 22nd, Ben Luxton 23rd and Braden Elliott 24th. But unfortunately, remember, Braden stopped with that technical problem on the Bentley straight, which can they get back from there? Well, there's plenty of time, 36 minutes of the session to go, as Jason O'Halloran, 5th place. That's good reading. That's lovely to see, the Osho. Good lap across the board for Jason. Honda's 4th and 5th. We know how fast he is, and it's just about maybe he's been the World Endurance Way of riding. He's also been on a Yamaha. You know, it's been a long time since he's been on a Honda when you think about it. He's done all sorts of stuff since then. Yamaha racing in the UK, Kawasaki, then World Championships on Yamahas. But Jason O'Halloran on a Honda. It's a place that he knows well, and they know Jason well, so they know they've got a good man for the job. As Ilya Mikalchik heads out onto pit lane. They were in the points up at Knockhill on that IWR Honda. Ilya will be pretty happy with how that went. The Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team, run by Ian Wallacott, with James Buckingham, who used to be the crew chief, and I said, is he team manager? And Ian said, no, he's just social media now. And he can't even work that. I thought that was quite funny. A little bit harsh, actually. A little bit harsh, but James knows he was only joking. As Ryan Vickers crosses the line. He was away golfing yesterday with the likes of Kyle Ryde, Joe Talbot. I think Steve Day was along. I don't know if Steve's a golfer, actually, or if he was maybe just the interviewer. But we did see a few pictures of the guys playing golf, and yep, Joe Talbot was in the hedge, and he thought that was quite funny. It's amazing how golf and motorsport go together, and that's something. It's a bit like golf and music and motorsport as well. There goes Kyle Ryde out onto the circuit. Here's one for your bingo card. The defending reigning champion makes his way out in towards this almost the end of the first phase of free practice one. We're 34 minutes to go. We're almost at that halfway point. And Kyle finds himself, he's completed 6 laps and he's in 10th place. I don't think it will bother him one bit to see Brad Ray and Scott Redding top of the times, with Rory Skinner in 3rd place. Brad Ray That 47.089 is a bit of a benchmark. It's almost a, look at this, lads. There you go, 5 laps deep. I'll put this down. Let's see where you can get to in the remainder of the session, because that's Storm Stacey pulling a wheelie as he only knows how to do as he leaves the incredibly loud Ducati for Storm Stacey there. Seems to be louder than anybody else's. But a 147.089 within 5 laps. The interesting part of that is he then continued to go round and round and round. Who are we seeing doing the longer runs? Well, Scott Redding, we know, is always into fairly long runs, and he likes to go a little bit out of sync from people. I saw Leon Haslam come out from the garage. He came in early. The Pocket Rocket's only done 3 laps. He came in early. They pushed him back out from the garage. He put a leg over the bike, but then he got off and the bike went back into the garage. So there must be some sort of issue going on for the Moto Rapido Ducati squad. I can see one of our Port West technical team is in the pit lane looking into a garage. It's not far from where Leon is, but I think that's the nitrous garage he's looking in. As Christian Idding goes out onto track. If you're looking at the YouTube stream, you'll see the Senkat Yamaha making his way down toward Richie's. And that's Kyle Reid and Lee Jackson into turn 1. Lee Bob Jackson on one of the Dow Hondas. Speaking of the Dow Hondas, there was a bit of an upturn in form as well for those guys north of the border, if you remember. And let's grab the championship standings up to just check and see where Brooksy and Lee Jackson are. Well, 11th and 12th in the championship, but decent strong points across the 3 races at Knockhill. The thing about Knockhill is it's so tight and the battles on the track are so intense. Once again with Storm Stacey through and towards turn 1. Where's Storm? Storm in 11th place. That Ducati does seem a little bit louder than every other one, which is quite strange. But for Brooksy and Lee Jackson, well, Josh Brooks is, I think you know that every time I interview him in the pit lane post-session, he gives me the full debrief, the full works, nothing, no stone left unturned, and I like that. Even when he's having a bad day, he tells us everything that's going on. And since they were racing at the TT, they've decided to stop focusing on the bad parts of the bike and focus on the good parts of the bike and try and make them better, which is a good way of looking at it. If you can't completely fix what's wrong, try and improve what's good and see if that will help you. And that's what Brooks. Sometimes I even interrupt. It shows you that he's very happy to speak to us here at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And it's not just myself, Larry Carter gets it as well. And yeah, and on the other side of the garage with Lee Bob Jackson. Very honest, fast riders, and Lee on the back wheel of Kyle as they go in towards Richie's. Lee Jackson improves 3 places on that last time round. He goes up to 16th place. McManus, Brooks and Talbot fall behind him. And that's quite interesting. Lee Jackson 16th place. What's he? 2.5 seconds away from the time of Bradley Ray. Or 1.5 if you take away Bradley Ray's incredible lap that he put in so early on. Kyle Reid still circulating. Personal best sectors last time round, but no improvement on his position. He's still 10th place with a 149.459 for Kyle. No sight of the MET Fonacab Ducati. No sign of Graham Irwin, but here comes Glenn out from the garage. Glenn, who, bit of emotion at Knockhill, you have to say that. That podium, it happened with Larry. We heard it live on air. He said the interviews got a little bit easier as he went on, but when he was speaking with Larry, there was a lot of raw emotion in there. And Scoop does the best. He is the best man to deal with that. And he asked the correct questions. We've got to say that. We have to give our pit lane man a good bit of praise. He's done it long enough and he knows exactly what to do. He delivered that one very well. And the emotion was there for Glenn to get back on the podium, bearing in mind that was, it's round about this time last year where it went horribly wrong for him at this circuit, maybe a week or two earlier, but yeah, to come back and get on the podium and not kill was great for him. He then unfortunately blotted that by going down in the second race, or was it I think it was the first race on Sunday, when he went down quite quickly on the way towards Clark Corner, and thankfully the bike took a bit of a beating, but it wasn't too bad. The Nexus team do have the spares for that. They could repair that and get him back out there. But that's the return to form for Glenn Irwin that we would expect to see and we'd want to see. Another improvement we just saw was Ilya Michalczyk. Ilya was in 10th place and just got shunted down to 12th. But the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team rider with IWR making that progress. They were in the points and not kill. And if they can get in the points a few more of these rounds, and who knows, the top 10 will be beckoning in the not too distant future. Max Cook was P2, and that came a little bit out of nowhere. A couple of personal bests across the board, and Ryan Vickers pops himself into P2 and puts Maxi down to P3. And that was Rory Skinner across the line as well. So it's Bradley Ray on the McCams Raceway Yamaha who is fastest with that 147.089. Second place for Ryan Vickers, a 148.151, a whole second adrift of that fastest time by Brad Ray. Then third place for Max Cook, number 30 on the AGN Steelstock Bimota. Scott Redding sits in the garage and he is in fourth place on the Hagar PBM number 45 Flyer, and number 11 Cheshire Moulding Rory Skinner is in fifth. He's on track. Skinner is just coming out of the Agostini hairpin. Glenn Irwin's just going into the Agostini hairpin, and Danny Kent also just going into that Agostini hairpin. So a quick trio of bikes. In fact, there's nobody slow out here, is there, really? Because just ahead of them, we've got Max Cook, Ryan Vickers and Ilya on track. So there are no slow riders in the British Superbike Championship, that's for sure. But that's good to see Vickers continuing that bit of, can we say early season resurgence? I suppose that's what it is. It's not mid-season yet, is it? No, but all that, round 4. It's hard to believe we're already in July as well. The year is flying, and Flying Ryan puts himself P2 with a 148.151. There goes Charlie Spudnez, but back onto track. Let's hope there's a transponder being placed on that bike. Interesting to find out if it has or hasn't. There goes Jason O'Halloran and Scott Redding as well. Redding power. I think he just saluted Larry Carter there with a yeehaw cowboy. Can't believe I saw that. Ride him, cowboy. Yeehaw. Ilya, P6, up 6 places. Michalczyk, lovely stuff. 148.668 for the number 17 BMW. That's what we like to see. 1.5 seconds away. We know how fast that man is. You only have to look back into the Pirelli National Superstock races last year. Now, remember I mentioned Leon Haslam. He's now out of the garage with no helmet on. Down there, having a bit of a look. So the Pocket Rocket may be in a little bit of, well, I'm not going to say trouble, but they're not on track. They would expect him to be out there. Leon has not done as many laps as he would be wanting to do. Trouble at Mill? Well, we'll find out after the session. Let's hope not. If anybody can turn it around, that Motor Rapido squad definitely can turn around any issue that's going on down there. Kyle Reid goes and improves. He goes up 4 places into P6, a 148.5. Still, nobody able to scratch anywhere near what Bradley Ray has done in his first run. That 47.0 is pretty outstanding. And as took you back 12 months ago to last year, it was a 48.3 in free practice one. And yeah, impressive stuff for Bradley Ray. But Kyle Reid improves, as does Ilya Michalczyk. That BMW inside that top 10. The Osho's gone back out onto track as well, and Jason finds himself in 8th. He's had a little bit of a shuffle put on himself, but he's still ahead of the likes of Christian Idden and Glenn Irwin. So again, 2 Hondas from Honda UK inside that top 10. That was Charlie Spud-Nesbitt. And it looks like we have a transponder working. Yes, Graham Irwin as well. Rumbles down pit lane. and heads back out onto the circuit. That will just be, it will have been an electrical thing, gremlin. The parameters can be so fine if one sensor peaks and hits an area where it's not meant to, it will shut the bike down. It's as simple as that. It's like me talking about my Ethernet cables doing what Ethernet cables do, and then getting picked up from the timekeeper straight away in a comment like that. Boy should know better than try to mention that on air. So there we go. But good to see the MET Phonacab squad back on track. And it was good to also see Andrew at Knockhill. We didn't manage to get Andrew across into the commentary point, but we will try and get him to the commentary point here at Snetterton. Knockhill's always a slightly difficult one because myself and Alahide are completely removed from everybody. We get the best view in the land because we can get a 360-degree view off the circuit. But again, you're then so far away from the actual pit lane, whereas here at Snetterton, we are raised directly above pit lane, and I can see the guys coming in and going out every single time. Rory Skinner did improve while I was waffling on there. He's gone into P3 on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, 0.8 of a second away. So Vickers and Skinner, with that improvement that they've put in, have managed to get that gap to with less than a second for Bradley Ray. So 3 riders now go sub 1 minute 48. Bradley Ray, Ryan Vickers and Rory Skinner's 28, 7 and 11. Here comes Spud across the line. Charlie Nesbitt 17th place. No improvement for Charlie, but the improvement being he has got a working transponder. Scott Redding back on track and puts himself ahead of Max Cook. He had gone from 5th, so he goes back up to 4th. And Glenn Irwin, showing that the pace is very much there this weekend, goes P6. So the Nitrous competition Ducati squad will be desperate to try and see if they can get another 2 bikes on the podium that they had at Knockhill. First time they'd had that, and it did go down very well with David Williams, who is racing himself this weekend in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. But 2 bikes on the podium. A lot of hard work has gone into that when you think about it behind the scenes, especially for Glenn's side of the garage. Things didn't start so well for him at the start of the year. But certainly the pace has now been found for that bike, and all the little tiny teething problems which are unfortunately on one side of the garage for Glenn have now been ironed out. And now that he's got that pace, well, he's bang back on form. We saw him on the podium at Knockhill. And we can see him here again inside that top 10, running in 6th place. Glenn Irwin. Joe Talbot has just gone out the pit lane onto track on the number 19 AGN Steel Stock Bimota. Front row Joe, well, he finds himself in 18th place. 149.908. A man who he's a little bit hard on himself sometimes, we have to say. But that's only because he demands the best, and Joe knows what he can do. He knows how fast he can go and where he should actually be on track. But this is a different ball game from what he's been used to for quite some time. Skinner crossing the line, and Richard Kerr about to leave the pit lane. Richard Kerr 21st place in his SM Racing Honda. Still with that good backing from Fraser Dykes. As we look to see a little bit of possible bit of debris on the track around the back of the circuit there. Maybe somebody's lost a knee slider. We can find out about that in a minute or two. Knee sliders are not easy things to take off the knees, I must say. You have to. There's a special tool that Scott Redding has in his garage for taking a knee slider off, and it almost looks like a little bit of a rubber knife. Gets down behind the back of it. The Velcro is so incredibly good. Because you don't want them falling off, that's for sure. You should know about it when you then try and put your knee into the ground. I've done that myself. If a knee slider has come off, then you try and put your knee down at the next corner. It almost pulls you off the bike because the leather seems to just stick to the tarmac. One of our Port West Race Safe marshals doing a fabulous bit of circuit clearing up work around the back there, and one of the big gaps that we have where the traffic's around the other side of the circuit. Congratulations to that man, great work. I mean, that's how it works from race direction to the marshal who's on the actual point. The communication will have been there for a minute or two about what's going on, and then they'll find a gap in traffic and they clear up that part of the circuit very, very well. It does also help with all the superbikes being down at the bomb hole area of the track and nowhere near where that is. But yeah, cracking work there. That's what teamwork's all about, and we thank our Port West Race Safe marshals and the technical squad in the pit lane wearing the blue, and all our medics and officials. Fabulous stuff. And obviously we thank you guys for being here on the Friday. The Free Practice Friday with pre-qualifying as well. Remember, it's not just a case of it's free practice all day. No, it's not. We have the pre-qualifying session, and then the Marin British Sidecar Championship have a qualifying session tonight at 5 to 6 till 20 past 6. So it's a busy day. Snetterton always keeps myself and Scoop and Alan very much on our toes, that's for sure. It's, shall we say, it's a busy one, if that makes sense. It's a busy one. It's a good one. Good fun, especially in the summertime as well. So where are we just now? 18 minutes, 18 seconds as I looked at the clock to go. Time flies. I mean, that's been an hour of Superbike action on track, and still Bradley Ray tops the times. It's not really about overall who can be fastest in this session. This is the riders doing a lot of homework to try and get their weekend off in the right direction. And one person who's maybe not going in the right direction right now still sits in that pit lane in the pit box for the Motor Rapido Ducati, Leon Haslam. We look at laps completed. Okay, Vickers 15, Skinner 15, Redding 14, Brad Ray 10, Eli Michalczyk 12, 16 for Danny Kent, Leon Haslam 3. Now that's quite something. That's a lot of track time that they're throwing away here with a bit of an issue. They're not throwing it away, but they need to get Leon fixed. Perfect. They must have heard us talking, and here comes the pocket rocket out the garage. That's what we like to see. But he still looks super calm on the bike, ultra professional, knows what he's doing. There you go, the little nod to the mechanic. And here comes number 91 back out onto track. We've only seen 3 laps from him. But Leon Haslam heading out down pit lane underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying board, and away he goes. He was fast in the first 3 laps. But what can the pocket rocket do? Where is the bike setup on that one? It'd be interesting if we can find out from Steve Wolfmoor exactly what the problem was, or what the problem has been. Graham Irwin in towards Richie's turn number 1. And Graham Irwin up to 19th place. He did come here for a little bit of a pre-knock-hill test. Remember, Andrew told us that. But he came here for that pre-knock-hill test, and it rained, so he only done about 8 laps. But he has been round the circuit. So that's impressive to see Graham Irwin up to 19th place on a brand new bike that's fresh out from the garage. I think they have done a creditable job, the team, to put that together. Yes, they've had one small technical problem where the bike has stopped in the first part of the session. But good job, very good job by rider and by team. Rider, team, boss and team. Here comes Christian Iden burbling down the pit lane as Joe Talbot goes past on the track, chased by Fraser Rogers. Where is Hollywood himself? Fraser Rogers 14th place. You would imagine Fraser Rogers and Charlie Nesbitt are desperate to impress, as we see Jason O'Halloran straight on at the Agostini hairpin. The Osho does a big wide berth turn, and he will get back on the circuit and away. Trying to brake just that little bit later and later and later. And the Osho, unfortunately, has to use the extensive grass area, or expansive, whatever, to do a bit of a turn and get back on. But you would imagine that Fraser Rogers and Charlie Nesbitt will be desperate to try and impress the people who make the decisions on riders down at TAG. Tina and Gary, they will be very much wanting to make sure that these guys, oh, look at us, we are the guys that you want to have in these Ducatis for 2027. As will a lot of people be trying to impress for that situation, I would imagine. Is it too early for silly season? Is it too early to talk about that? Or shall we just have a talk about it ourselves, actually? There we go, Larry, I'll put that one over to you. If you are listening, Larry, is it too early to talk about silly season? I don't know. No. Oh, I got a text message during that from Ian Derbyshire, the team manager down there at the Motor Rapido squad. He says, we're not doing any more laps because he doesn't need to. I like that. Confidence is a preference, and they've got bags of it. And Larry Carter says, yes, it is too early to talk about silly season. Well, at least people are listening. At least people are actually tuning in. It's good to know. I think we can start talking about it soon, actually. We'll see what happens. Fraser Rogers up 2 places into 12th for Fraser. You know, Larry Carter's given him that nickname, Hollywood, and I think we're going to stick with that. Although Fraser did come to me saying, can you get me a nickname? And Larry goes, let's use the one I've given you in the programme. Which clearly Fraser doesn't pick up one of these amazing programmes that Larry puts together and have a look at his own picture. I'm surprised at that. I really am. Back onto the circuit for the AGN Steelstock Bimota of Max Cook. Max in 5th place in his free practice 1 session with some 13.5 minutes to go. Crossing the line in the background, the noise was Scott Redding. Redding P2, 3/10 of a second away, and there's a jump. Who moved there? Well, who do you think moved there? Who was I saying was stuck in the garage and needed to get some laps done? And what was wrong with the Pocket Rocket? Up 8 places into 8th for Leon Haslam. Fabulous stuff. That's what we wanted to see. We know the speed's there. It's been there all year, but superbikes can be technical, finicky beasts. And that's the sign of a good team. There was no panic down there. Ian Derbyshire even actually sent me a lovely animated GIF of himself. So obviously he had plenty of time down there to be relaxed. Haslam goes up 8 places into 8th. Improvers also in that lap. Josh Brooks on bike 25 goes up 4 places to 13th. Storm Stacey goes up 1 place to 15th. So a little bit of moving and shaking inside and just outside that top 10. That was Joe Talbot. Joe in 17th place. Still learning the ways of the superbike. I mean, he was meant to be a superbike rider, remember, for the OMG squad. That all fell apart, and then along came Nitrous, but that kind of put Joe, almost hung Joe out to dry for a year. But he was picked up and put on the bench Ducati by the 3B construction team, which I thought was a great move, actually, because Joe had always said himself, I've never been the greatest at looking after tyres, and maybe that year in Supersport just taught him something about being a little bit more conservative and smoother, and that could definitely help him on his way into this superbike class. There goes the Pocket Rocket again across the line. Another improvement, yes, another 3-place improvement, P5 for Leon. I didn't doubt him, ladies and gentlemen. I never, ever had a moment of doubt. I'd like to point that out. I was more concerned than anything about where we were seeing the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam. But he and the team now delivering exactly what we would expect them to do. And it's hot lap after hot lap. 48.075 for Leon Haslam with 11 minutes of the session to go. There goes Graham Irwin once again. Graham now 12 laps deep in this session on that brand new MET Fonacab Ducati. And Brooksy again crossing the line. There's an improvement for Storm Stacey. 11th place improvement for Lord Stacey. P4. And that will have a lot of people smiling. I believe the merchandise trailer is here. He was on social media about that yesterday. Almost set up for Snetterton. Lola Spielberg will also be on hand to be giving out the video interviews. I'll be doing the video interviews that Storm gets involved with. But that's a big improvement for the Batham's AGN Ducati of Storm. Stacey is out or into the garage. Into the garage goes Jason O'Halloran. And that's the benefits that we're finding out from this hour-long session, because that's where the riders get to try something that really another weekend they can't try. If it was last year when you had to be in that window for getting into the top 12. So Leon wanted to try something different on the throttle setting there, so that's exactly what they were up to. So that was a calculated decision from the Motor Rapido squad, just to try if something could be done, and maybe they resort back. But whatever they've done, it seems to be quick. Because the Pocket Rocket in 7th place has only done 7 laps. He's the only man really with single figures, apart from Braden Elliott, who broke down. But single figures in the laps. The Pocket Rocket delivers straight away out the pit lane. Comes back in now. Was that a thumbs up he gave him there? Couldn't see that. Steps off the bike, walks into the garage. That's an experienced campaigner, that's what that is. And it's also a very experienced team. And that information coming directly from the pit lane from Ian Derbyshire, or Hammy, as he's more commonly known from you guys. Kyle Reid comes out the pit lane. Charlie Spud Nesbitt rumbles past him. Eli Michalczyk follows Charlie down as well. 8 minutes of the session to go. Charlie finds himself in 18th place. Eli just inside the top 10 in 10th place. Ryan Vickers and also Kyle Reid onto the circuit. So they had a battle at golf yesterday. They can have a couple of laps to eye each other up in free practice 1. As again Joe Talbot crossing that line. 17 laps for Joe. Good middle sector, personal best middle sector, no improvement in time, though still finds himself with a 1:49.154. And exactly 2 seconds away from that fastest time was Christian Eden crossing the line. And when all that went on, Max Cook also went back up into 4th place with a 3-place improvement over Leon Haslam, Rory Skinner and Storm Stacey. Danny Kent rumbles back out onto the circuit. Danny will be looking for an improved bit of speed, I would imagine, here at Snetterton. There's just been something, I think everybody expected that to be Danny hit the ground running and be absolutely flying in 2026 because he was staying on the Yamaha, just a different team. But there's been just a little bit of teething issues with that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. The speed hasn't quite been there. And it's actually been Rory who's been a little bit faster on the Yamaha, who we wouldn't have naturally expected to be quicker on the Yamaha because he's got more experience on other manufacturers. If we have a look away across the back of the circuit with our binoculars, we can see the campsite has all the flags very much flying. It's a very busy campsite that we have here as Skinner once again leaves that pit lane. He'll nestle in just behind Lee Jackson as Lee goes through the apex of Ritchie's and Rory now tags on through. And I'll say it again, I'll say what I said earlier on. Still, nobody anywhere near that time that Bradley Ray put in. There goes Scott Redding, followed by Jason O'Halloran out of the pit lane. Redding, who was in the pit lane for some 6.5 minutes, making adjustments. This will be his last run towards the checker flag. And Scott doesn't like to have too many people around him in the free practice. He likes to kind of do things on his own, finds himself a bit of clear space on the track, and that's when he delivers some of the really good, strong, consistent laps that we've seen. We've also seen him do a lot of running in this session. 18 laps for Scott Redding, along with Danny Kent and Fraser Rogers. That's the most out of anybody. And again, that's one of the traits that Scott Redding brings back to this championship. Fill it full of fuel. Let me go, I'll come in, then we'll make adjustments and see how we get on. Danny Kent, Ben Luxton across the line. Danny Kent finds himself in 14th place, just behind Brooksy and ahead of Hollywood Fraser Rogers. And Fraser Rogers on bike number 89, just ahead of Lee Jackson and Joe Talbot. As we look towards our tracker map, everybody making their way around the back of the circuit, apart from Graham Irwin, who's coming up the main straight on the MAT Fona Cab Ducati, tucked in so incredibly well. Across the line goes Graham. He should be chased by Lee Jackson, and he is. Then, do we see Rory Skinner, who just left the pit lane behind him? Yes. And the fastest man in the session about to leave the pit lane for his final exit onto this Snetterton 300 circuit for free practice number 1. Bradley Ray takes a tear off, looks over his shoulder. Now, I was reading through the final instructions actually, and it's quite interesting that riders are not permitted to take a tear off when they're coming up to the grid after they pass the pit entrance. Nobody's allowed to take a tear off from their visor as they come up towards the grid after they pass the pit entrance. And that's just one of the manoeuvres from race direction to try and, just be clever about things. We've seen what's gone on recently with the likes of the Grand Prix with Marco Bezzecchi. I think got one. Did Jorge Martin not get a tear off in his brake duct? Various things like that. So yeah, just one of the things that popped up on my radar when I was reading through the final instructions. So when the deputy race director Claire Neat does send me these things out, I do read them. It's not a case of yep, got that, file that. No, you actually go and have a read. Here comes Glenn Irwin back out from his pit box. Danny Kent's just gone up 10 places into 5th, so that's a fairly good showing from Danny Kent. And Scott Redding's gone purple through sector number 1. Redding Power making his way down the Bentley straight and in towards the bottom of the Brundle Nelson area as Storm Stacey again, always playing towards the BSB TV cameras coming down pit lane there. Just looks like he has so much fun doing everything, Storm Stacey. Scott Redding, purple sector number 1. Scott Redding, purple sector number 2 as we look towards Coram, who should be coming into our view. He is behind Bradley Ray, who's on an outlap. And Redding Power on the PBM Hager Ducati about to put himself top of the times for free practice 1. If he can hold this towards the line, he will pick up a toll from Bradley Ray as they come up the straight. He will cross the line. Will this put Redding to the fastest time of the day? Yes, it does. 1:46.5. Good grief. Not in free practice 1. That's not in the script. That's that's hot. That's very hot. That's half a second faster than Brad Ray. Ryan Vickers also improved in the last lap as well, a 1:47.478. Kyle Ride improves to a 1:47.621. But that's what PBM and Hager Ducati need. They have been on slightly the back foot, always coming forward every weekend. But if they can hit the ground running and be at the sharp end and everybody chasing them, that's when they're at their most dangerous. Interesting lap that from Scott Redding and the likes of Ryan Vickers. But what can Bradley Ray do to answer? Yes, it's only free practice 1, but it still comes at the whole heap of kudos with 2 minutes of the session to go. Who do we have on track? Everybody who's in pits. Christian Idden and Fraser Rogers. And remember, Braden Elliott unfortunately stopped at the Bentley straight with a technical issue. There comes Glenn. Glenn, who's just finished an outlap and will be on a push lap. We see Ryan Vickers looking pretty quick through the speed traps. 181 miles per hour for Bradley Ray and Ryan Vickers. Fastest of anybody in this session. Making their way through Coram again. We're looking out through the side corner for a commentary point. Here comes Ryan Vickers, sorry, across the line. Does Vickers improve? No, he doesn't. Here comes Bradley Ray. Brad's put a pretty decent lap together with a personal best middle sector. Crosses the line, does a personal best lap, improves in time but not position, a 1:46.803, gets the gap down to 0.3 of a second. But with the Redding delivering that 1:46.5, that is pretty eye-wateringly fast, I've got to say. Interesting stuff, that. That's how easy it is to do. And when we look back to last year, it's easy to just throw a car amongst the pigeons, and that's what Scott's done. Last year, free practice 1 fastest time was a 1:47.3. This year, on that slightly different tyre, good grief. Impressive run. Danny Kent, another improvement for him, 47.7, up 2 places into 5th. There goes Graham Irwin across the line. Graham's putting a stellar bit of work in here. 19th place out of 24 runners. 3.3 seconds away. Really impressive what he's up to with the last 15 seconds of the session to go. Who should get across the line? Glenn Irwin will cross the line and get another lap, as we see Glenn doing so. It's a 48.5, so this is his last lap to push. Will Storm get a lap? Yes. Everybody else will now take the checkered flag. So what have they got on this, the last lap? There's another purple sector for Scott Redding. Second sector. That big, long sector that goes from the breaking point of Agostini's all the way down to the bridge as you go in towards Brundle. It's a chunky sector, 37.3 seconds. And we get Bradley Ray across the line first of all. Bradley with a good run, and he goes back to the top with a 46.4. What can Reading do as he crosses the line? He takes it back with a 46.3. So Bradley Ray and Scott Reading trading places, and then trading them again towards the end of that session. But it's Reading who comes away with the fastest time by 0.02 of a second, 146.393. Now I'm going to say that again. 146.393 in free practice number 1. That is incredibly fast. Our lap record is a 146.583. We'll just hold that thought for a little minute. And that's one of the quickest free practice sessions I have seen in a long time. Scott Reading on the PBM Hagar Ducati, fastest from Raceways McCallum's Yamaha of Brad Ray in second. Honda UK for Ryan Vickers in third on number 7. And the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati for Kyle Ride in fourth. Motor Rapido Leon Haslam salvages a good 5th place there, where they gave away a lot of track time, but they were trying something different, and it's obviously worked. Cheshire Mouldings, Danny Kent home in 6th place ahead of the AGN Steelstock Bimota of Max Cook in 7th. Danny Kent's teammate on the sister Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, Rory Skinner home in 8th place ahead of the AGN Batham's AGN Ducati of Storm Stacey in 9th. And rounding out the top 10, the O-Show, Jason O'Halloran on the second of the Honda UK Fireblades. That was very impressive. 146.393 for Scott Reading. 0.02 of a second faster than Bradley Ray. That's only free practice 1. It's going to get faster. It ain't going to get any slower. Okay, well, let's go and take a bit of a walk down the pit lane and see if we can bring you some, see if we can bring you some interviews and some news from some of the riders here, because that was a pretty hot Superbike session. You all right, Murray and Rollo, yeah? Okay, sorry. I thought I could maybe speak to Lewis Rollo's sister, but she's not up for that at all. I don't blame her. She should know me better. Scott Redding delivering a devastating blow to everybody else there who was watching on that. That was some quality lappage from he and from Brad Ray. We'll come back and see Kyle in a minute. He's still very much talking to the team, as is Glenn in the back end of that garage. But we'll get one of these two to come out for a quick word just now. Because we're directly underneath the Scott Redding pit board there, and well, I've got to say, Frank, but that was a quality session. That was a seriously fast free practice one for your boy Scott.
Yeah, really happy to be fair. He hasn't been here since 2019, so we made sure we did a track walk yesterday, and we were checking the braking points and the bumps and everything like that. So it seemed to work. He seems happy. A few bits and bobs to change on the bike as always, but yeah, good start so far.
Forgotten that, because he didn't do this round last year. This was unfortunately where Glenn picked up his injury. What's the mood like in the garage? Because the laps just seem to get faster and faster. Brad put a pretty hot marker down at the start of that, but was there ever? I know it's free practice.
That's why they're the professionals. So yeah, I think it's going to be the normal top 3 or 4 that are going to be here fighting for the win. So we just got to make sure we're at the front.
We'll come back and get a word with him once he's finished his debrief. Thank you very much for that, Frank. This was the garage that I was kind of worried about, actually, the Leon Haslam Motor Rapido garage, purely because of the track time that they weren't on track for quite some time. They were deciding to do something to the throttle that Leon wanted to try, but obviously when they managed to get that fixed and get back out there, very impressive run for Leon to get himself into that 5th place, and that's exactly what he will be looking for. The garage door's down next door because that's the Super Sport Raceways team, but Bradley Ray as well. Interesting run for Brad, P2 for that man. He sits and has his bit of a debrief right now with Steve Rogers, and there's a lot of animation going on in that debrief actually. It's not something you normally see from Brad, but it looks like when he's grabbing the brakes there's maybe too much off a dive, but that's what the commentator sees and tries to see looking in. These guys all still fresh off the track, still wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Shows you just how impressive they are when they can just go straight into full debrief mode. As the session in the background, by the way, is a Pirelli National Superstock they're about to go out on track. AGN Steelstock Bimota. Well, Max Cook had a decent session, 7th place for Max Cook, and Joe Talbot 19th at the end of his session. Nigel Snook just sits and has a bit of a chat with Max. Let's see if he'll just come and have a quick chat with us, and I'll save him from Nigel. Max, decent free practice run for yourself on the AGN Steelstock Bimota.
Yeah, really good actually. The bike is quite similar to how it was at Donington, with the nature of this track. Bit more like open style circuit, GP style. We just had a little bit of tweaks to do on the first session because the track's a bit bumpier than what I remember it, so we just have to sort those bits out. And then coming off of those corners, the sharper corners as well, it's a bit of a handful on a superbike, so it's always wheeling. So yeah, we've just to try and sort it out and iron out every little issue out in the right way. But obviously it was still about a second off the pace because the lap record just got smoked this morning by Brad and Scott, so fair play to them. But so we're just working towards that at the moment and do what we can. But I think I set my PB lap around SNET already, so it's already faster than what I did on the ZX10 last year, which is quite a nice surprise. We're off to a great start, I think, but just got to keep it up.
Where did you notice it was bumpy about?
Just turn 1, turn 3, around the Oggies section, second to last corner and Coram. It's a little bit tricky, but at the start I just felt a bit stiff, but we're just dialing it out a little bit, making the track nice and smooth for us, so it's going to be good.
Thanks very much for your time, Max. Good stuff, good session. But as he says here, the lap breaker did get smoked. I like the way he said that, I like the way he put that down there. A couple of guys not hanging about in that session there. Danny Kent sits in the back of his garage. Danny Kent is 6th. Rory Skinner finishes that session in 8th. Danny deep in conversation with his guys about the Cheshire moulding Yamaha and what it was doing. obviously the whole team will just be looking for a bit of a step from what they had and what they were dealing with north of the border in Scotland, where unfortunately we saw 2 rare technical issues on the Yamahas. It's not something that we see very often at all, but still debrief mode very much on here. We'll make our way back up to see the top of the guys, because we did get a bit of a wave from Scott, and if we could try and get him at some point, that would be nice to have happening. Right now on track, you can hear in the background that the Superstock guys are out there. We'll grab a very quick word with Brad before doing a cool sharp harp out the back door there. That was a fast session. We don't expect the lap record to get broken. Smoked, as Max Cook says, in free practice 1. How did the bike feel for you?
Yeah, it was solid. Straight away in FP1, straight away we went out in FP1. Felt quite comfortable initially on the bike. Not too much different to what we ran at Knockhill, to be honest. But we've been wanting to try a few different things on the bike to try and make a step forward in the races. So. In the middle of that session we made a few changes and got out at the end to sort of validate what we've done, and it seems that we're in a good place.
Good strong start to the weekend.
That's it, mate. Yeah, it's always good to start the weekend strong. Scott was on my tail there on the last few laps, so.
Did you notice that?
I did see, but I had no problem with that. I needed to. There was too many people on track in that area, so I just had to crack on and do my own thing, and. Hopefully he found something.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Brad. I like that. Very honest, and he's not daft. You know, these guys do not miss a trick whenever it comes to what's happening on track around them. Now, is Scott Redding still in the garage? He is still in the garage. He's still very much deep in conversation with Owens and Johnny Mott and James Mead, the 2 guys who basically look after him. You've got John Mott as his crew chief. You've got James Mead, who is the data man. And your data man, I'm going to say IT man, your data man is so important when it comes to everything that you do on one of these bikes. Now, let's just pop into this garage and see if we can just grab a word with the defending reigning champ if he's finished. He's playing on his phone just now, so if I could just tap him on the knee and see if he's able to give us a quick second. Whoop, sorry, ruined your photograph there. Okay then. P4, free practice 1. That was a fast free practice 1 as well. Kyle, how was the bike for you?
Terrible.
Alright, okay, honesty is the best policy. How can you fix it?
No, it'd be alright. Obviously, we knew there was going to be a day at some point where I struggled in one of the practices, and the lap time was not too bad, but obviously compared to the front 2 miles off, so some work to do. Yeah,
we don't normally see a lap record getting blown away in free practice 1.
No, obviously those tyres were supposed to make us slower, weren't we? And we're nearly done the all-time lap record, so some work to be done, but there's a lot of room for improvement. I didn't feel really good on the bike anyway. I couldn't really get a sweat on because I didn't trust anything really. So we'll figure out some stuff on the data and hopefully get a few temps faster this afternoon.
Cheers, Kyle.
Cheers.
There you go. Honesty is the best policy, and he always is properly honest, that's for sure. I'm going to give him a minute here because I want to try and get a word with the man if I can, Scott Redding. But he's very. I don't want you, Warren. I want the man in the back corner. But typically going through a fairly long and lengthy debrief, as these guys all do. Glenn Irwin's still at the back of his garage doing what he does best, giving all the information, all the data, because that's what it comes down to. But as Kyle said there, he didn't feel happy on his bike, so he didn't want to push. And if you're not happy, you're not going to push beyond a point where you might not get the bike back in one piece. So it's pretty interesting that he's very honest to say that. If he is honest enough to say that, they will fix that bike. Shannon Etheridge, you can see in the far side of the garage, properly diving deep in towards all the data that they've got there and see what we could do. Scott's going to give us a couple of minutes and we'll get Scott Redding back out here. And while he's doing that, we can just turn our attention and have a look and see that, yes, the Pirelli National Superstock Championship is on track, and they have got some 18 minutes of that session still to go. Lovely weather conditions here at Snetterton as well. I'm in the pit lane in just a pair of shorts and t-shirt. I don't have any sun cream on after preaching to everybody to make sure they've got sun cream on. I don't even have mine on. And Sam Cox is down here in the pit lane. We've got Tom Oliver, who's riding the Armada Marine Cables bike this weekend for SC31 Racing. Rather than, I thought the return of Coxie was not too far away and actually on the cards. But we'll pop back up to the commentary point and we will give you the information as and when it does come on this session. I did see that Sam Lathins was actually joining GR Performance again. Now that's possibly to fill the little hole that Finn Arscott had created when he unfortunately went down at Knockhill. Finn went down and broke a leg, which is a great shame for him. And that we wish him the best of luck. Get well soon, Finn, because we want him back on track. And then that goes without saying. So Finn Arscott, if you're listening, buddy, get well soon and don't be a stranger. I don't think the commentary box is the right place for you to come to here, though. The steps are a bit steep for you, that's for sure. Now, something's up with Tom Oliver's bike, I can tell you that, because it's parked in the pit lane here, and there's all sorts of people shaking heads and throwing arms in the air. And as they do that, the time just ticks away on the clock, which is kind of understandable. So they want to try and get themselves on track. Leon Haslam has gone from his garage. He was hanging about there, but he has left and gone out the back, which is quite impressive. Remember, I was concerned that things weren't working for Leon Haslam, but they did tell me, just relax. We were trying a throttle setting, and that throttle setting was something that Leon wanted to do. So, you know, fair play. They came back to P5, which I think for the Motor Repeater team shows just how good that team is. Shows exactly, they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they can do, and yeah. Fair play to the guys in that number 91 garage, as they're now just taping up a little bit of front hugger to put that back on. It's also amazing how quickly the guys in the pit lane can strip one of these bikes down from actual race setting, once it's been on track, to getting the thing actually ready for prepping it for the next session, because the next time the guys go on track, no, it's going to be for free practice again, isn't it? Or is it pre-qualifying? But either way, they've got to have the bike 100% spot on. I'm going to just ask Sam Cox what is going on here, because there does seem to be a little bit of panic. Is everything okay? There seems to be a slight panic.
We unfortunately, Tom was a little bit aggressive with the old change on the gearing, and he snapped the gear rod. So we're just replacing it. All under control, mate. All under control.
Rider error.
Well. We'll do the debrief before I start slagging him off, but he did it for his own bike a couple of weeks ago, so 2 different bikes, same rider, so you do the maths.
Yeah, I like that. Tom Oliver trying to say that it wasn't him in the background actually, but a little bit of work. We'll give Scott Redding another minute. If he can come out, he can. If not, we're going to head back upstairs to the top of the commentary tower. We can both have a bit of a look at the timings that's going on here. Fastest in this session, Luke Mossey from Matt Schuller, David Allingham, Simon Reed, which is always good. Ash Beach up there with Declan Connell as well. Just behind Declan Connell, Lewis Rollo. Perfect stuff. So Lewis Rollo, we spoke to Lewis's sister very briefly coming down. She didn't want to say too much to this actually, did she? But Rollo never really does. But with 40 minutes of the session to go, you'd expect all the big hitters to be at that sharp end. And that's exactly what they do. It's what they do best as well. We've got Starlink down here as well for PBM, which is a new thing. I've never seen that in a pit lane before. And Scott's about to come out to the front of the garage and give us a chat. He's just quickly having a word with Harry, who's one of the main men in the PBM garage, about what the bike's doing and where. I think he's talking about where he sits actually. We'll touch in and say that was a devastating free practice one under the lap record, and you looked so comfortable doing that, Scott.
Yeah, I felt a little bit ropey first out, because obviously when I went to Knockhill, I rode it last year, and it's just in my head automatically. I thought it would be the same. I went out and I felt very ropey in the beginning, so I took my time to build into it. And the track grip's quite different from here to Knockhill, so that threw me off a little bit, and I feel like it was more bumpy than when I was here in 19 as well, so it's just a lot going on. But no, it's good to have that hour so you can build on it. We changed the bike a little bit as well. I got more comfortable, then just slowly found my rhythm. So, you know, I do love this circuit, but the first, 8 laps I was like, man, I don't even know where I'm going again.
Brad said he could see you behind you at the end of the session. He knew you were there. He says, but there was nothing I could do. He says he hopes you found something.
No, I saw him. I was on his wheel, but the lap time wasn't really fast. So I kind of followed him for half a lap, and then I let him go, and then Kyle was on his wheel. You know, I'm a man that likes to do it on my own, because if you're leading the race, you've got to do it yourself. But no, it should be good. Brad, you see the lap time Brad did straight out the box. I was like, oh mate, how am I going to find like 1 point something seconds? But in the end, we found the rhythm, which was important, and we should put on a good weekend.
Scott, thanks for your time. Cheers, buddy. There you go. We've spoke to the session's fastest man. And we also got Bradley Ray as well. Glenn Irwin looking pretty happy at the back of the garage, which I also like to report back from. We'll head back upstairs and do a bit of the super stock session, and then we'll try and get further down the pit lane for the second kind of instalment of Superbikes, because we obviously need to get further down that pit lane to try and catch up with Ryan Vickers. Vickers had a pretty standout session as well. He was P3, but Honda UK already deep at work down there, and Roger Marshall, as ever, will be very helpful to get us Ryan Vickers later on. Welcome back to the commentary point here at Snetterton. We've actually got a little bit of cloud cover now, just a little bit of cloud. It looks nice, but yeah, it has taken a little dip in the temperature as well. Duncan Vincent in the commentary point here. Do hope you enjoyed that very brief walk down the pit lane where we managed to catch up with a few of the key Superbike individuals. And on track just now, the Pirelli National Superstock Championship for their free practice 1. Good to have you along. There you go, that's what you want to see, the pit exit, not the actual commentator. So what do we have on track? Yeah, Matt Truelove fastest from David Allingham and Luke Mossey. Did Tom Oliver get back out there? Yes, he did. Tom Oliver did get back out there with some 9 minutes of the session to go. Few extra bikes on the grid than we had and saw at Knockhill, that's for sure. A little bit more of a travelling assortment of riders. Decided not to go to Knockhill, so we have got a few extra bodies down here, but one person that I'm delighted to see back on track, and we have on track, is Callum Bay. He unfortunately didn't get to contest his local round at Knockhill. When I say local, he's still some 3+ hours north of local from where Callum stays in Huntly, but yeah, big high side in the first practice session at Knockhill. Saw him, what was it on Saturday? It was one of the dry sessions actually, or was it a wet session? I can't remember, it all rolls into one. But Callum had a big high side at the Exeter McIntyres, landed on his bottom, shall we say, and yeah, gave himself a bit of sore in that. But I've done that myself, and when you do land on your bottom, you kind of compress your spine, and it's just a bit, shall we say, gnarly. That's one way of mentioning it clean. And poor Callum had to sit out the weekend for that. He's still a little bit gingerly walking around the place on his feet. But it's great to see him back here. Big effort goes in for that young man to come back down here. And there he is. He's on track, and good to see him still smiling. That's the most important thing. Number 80, Callum Bay on the 80 Racing Honda, powered by Knock Garage. Tom Oliver has gone and put a lap in. He's come up 21 places there actually, and he's put himself into 10th. So Sam Cox was a little bit tongue-in-cheek there for Sam Cox, I have to say, but also maybe not too much tongue-in-cheek. been here twice. Once on his own bike, he snapped it. Now he snapped it on my bike. So that's he's talking about the little rod which links the gear lever on your foot to the actual swivel joint on the output shaft of the engine for the gears. And if you're just a little bit rough, it's only a tiny, tiny little bit of threaded bar. If you're using those size 10s a bit keenly, that's what can happen. You can break that very, very easily. So, yeah, there was a bit of, not panic. It was all calm, he was telling me, but there's a bit of urgency to get that fixed and get Tom Oliver back out there. He was one of the ones who didn't get married out of the three. Sam Cox got married, never got an invite, and Tom Ward got married, never got an invite. So there we go. But Tom Oliver, I think he was at the wedding actually. I think Alan Hyde was at the wedding actually, according to Heidi. Who knows? But finds himself out there, does Tommy Oliver, and in 12th place. I did mention Sammy Laffins as well. Sam Laffins back with GR Performance. That will be to fill that hole that Finlay Arscott has left. Finn, get well soon, mate. We hope to see you back in the not too distant future. An unfortunate crash on a Saturday at Knockhill Racing Circuit, just going from Butchers up to the chicane. Down he went, and then unfortunately just got collected by the bike, which is never the greatest thing. Lovely young man, Finn Arscott, and we'll hopefully see him back in the not too distant future, but back when he's fully fit. So Sam Laffins, it's like a return to GR Performance. He knows the team, he's raced for the team, so he knows exactly what he's up to. Big Joe Richardson will be happy, I think, to have Sam on that bike. Sam's had quite a few problems with his own machinery, just weird things going wrong, which don't normally go wrong with Superstock bikes. And that has kind of gone Sam Laffins' way in 2026. So, yeah, maybe just a little short of a GR Performance bike will do him the whole world of good. The top five, though. Matt Truelove, David Allingham, Luke Mossey, Declan Connell once again up there, if Mum Leona is listening back home, and Josh Owens, who was racing with a pretty heavy heart that we know of when we were talking about Josh at Knockhill. We'll pause that for a second because the black and orange flag for JVS, Jamie Van Shakliris, on the Tag Honda, as they call it, the meatball flag, he's being given that and been asked to get off the circuit immediately. Nothing up on my screen, doesn't say it's smoking or that, but JVS will have seen that and he's off straight away the track and the flag is withdrawn. So that's how quickly these things happen. That's how quickly these things are done. So, yeah, there we go. Josh Owens was racing with a pretty heavy heart because he and Ellie lost their little dog, Reggie. Great shame for anybody who is a pet owner, a pet lover. You'll feel the pain that they were going through at Knockhill. And great to see them back down here, looking nice and more like themselves. I saw them walking down pit lane. I saw Ellie walking down pit lane anyway. I think it was her. With a bit of a smile. But, yeah. Our heart went out to them at Knockhill, and my heart also went out to Declan Connell at Knockhill, another hometown hero who had an absolute nightmare. A slight technical thing with the bike, which didn't make it run perfect in race one. And then Matt Bainbridge says, "Don't worry, watch him go in race number 2." And then poor Deco folded the front of race number 2, which was just an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster for him. But that's the hometown pressure. That's what it comes with. Unfortunately, he is... one of these things, there's not much you can do, as David Williams makes his way out onto the circuit. Big long look over his shoulder. And David finds himself in 29th place on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati. Ash Barnes will be hoping for a bit of a return to form here at Snetterton as well. And he's showing that is very much on the cards. Teammate 4th, Declan Connell. Ash Barnes 6th. The two Rapid Hondas, Sandwich, Josh Owens. Just ahead of Ashley Beach. Simon Reed, who had a really, really good run before Knockhill, where we saw him getting on the podium at Dorrington. He tipped off a couple of times at Knockhill, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe he was one of the guys who went down in the wet. I have to say, there was only about 8 crashers in a whole day of wet running. People saying that Knockhill is such an incredibly grippy track in the wet, which is always a handy thing to have, I suppose. Cam Dixon in 9th place. Cam's local track, Snetterton. You'd expect Cam to be back at the sharp end, but I have to say I'd expect Cam to be at the sharp end week in, week out, not just when we come to Snetterton. And we had kind of got glimpses of that last year where Cam Dixon was giving us what we'd expect week in, week out. But I suppose this year got off to just a bit of a sticky start, didn't it, when he unfortunately put himself into the wreck to sell, if you remember, on the run in towards Britain's at Oulton Park. And that cost him dearly, that, unfortunately, because what you don't want to be doing is giving away points at the start of the year. And Cam Dixon, well, ever since he got on that Honda, it has been a pretty big rush of speed that we've seen coming from the young man. But also he will be still looking back to that Oulton Park and thinking, ooh, could have possibly done without that, to be honest. Because you then look at the championship and you see Cam Dixon in 15th place, which is not where he wants to be. But coming into this, his home round, in the words of D. Ream, things can definitely only get better. Oulton Park was a DNF, Donington was a DNF, and these were single rounds. Went to Knockhill and picked up 10 points across the course of 2 races. But as I say, we expect an awful lot more from that young man, and let's see exactly if that happens at his home round at Snetterton. It's always good for him. It's not too far from him to get home at night, unlike others. So with 1 minute 40 seconds off the session to go, David Allingham, the championship leader, top of the times, 13-point championship lead over Luke Mossey. David has a 0.3 of a second gap in his pocket with that 1:49.470, which he put last time round on the TSL timing screens. And I have to also say that that's pretty impressive. We now look and see him going purple through sector number 1. Quite a chunky middle sector. He's just going through the back of Oggies. I can actually watch him out the back of my commentary point and see him pick up the bike and accelerate out towards Williams. From Williams, he'll then accelerate hard down the Bentley straight and head down towards Brundle. And from Brundle, it's then in towards the next sector of the track, where he goes through the bomb hole and all the way through Coram on the side of the tyre. He's just gone under that bridge and he has put a 38.6 down. It's about 0.4 of a second away from his fastest time, so he's not going to bother his best time unless he can pick up a good half second in the last sector, and that's probably a little bit doubtful, because as good as he is, he's already been on the absolute limit through there. As we look out the side of the commentary box window, the man from over the water, David Allingham, very, very likeable soul, journeyman in this championship, I'll have to say that as well. Very much a journeyman in this championship, has been there, seen it and done it in this paddock as well. As they all fire themselves across the line, and the checker flag now gets made ready. It's updated on our screen and it flutters in the breeze here at Snetterton. David Allingham, well, he's top of the championship and he is looking good. We have had 3 wins and a 3rd place for David this year. That's how you want your championship to go. You talk about momentum, you start with a couple of wins, you then get pegged back to 3rd, then what do? You come back with another win. That is how to silence your critics in a championship as well. Luke Mossey in 2nd place, Scott Swan in 3rd place, Swanee in 12th place in this session, 2 seconds away from the fastest time. That's a bit of a scratchy head moment, actually. Not sure what's going on with Scott Swan, but we'll try and find out. Matt Trulove in a fine 4th place in the championship and 3rd place overall in this session. Lewis Rollo continuing the good work. He's 5th in the championship and he's once again inside the top 10 here today. So Lewis will be pretty happy with that one. Sister Murray making her way back out from the pit lane now. It's funny that she's shy to speak into a microphone, but she's never shy any other time. That's quite funny. But let me give you a run through of the top 10 for that session. It's number 11, David Allingham, who ends that session fastest. Provisionally fastest, because we still need to get Ash Beach across the line. 55, Ash Beach in 2nd place, so BMW 1 and 2. Number 4, Matt Trulove on the tag, Honda in 4th place. And the Paget's, Malenko by Paget's Honda of number 12, Luke Mossey in 4th. Number 33, the Rapid Motorsport Honda in 5th place, ahead of the SEF Holland Honda GR Performance 65 of Josh Owens. Number 10, Carl Cox Motorsport for Simon Reed in 7th place. And Rapid Honda for Ash Barnes, bike number 8 in 8th place. Amada Cables with SC31. Tom Oliver comes home in 9th place on bike number 27. And Lewis Rollo for Motorrad Central comes home in 10th place on bike number 88 with MLav. So it's Allingham, Beach, Truelove, Mossy, Connell, Owens, Reed, Barnes, Oliver and Rollo, your top 10 at the end of that session. David Allingham, though, showing that his championship form is ongoing and it's not showing any signs of letting up. Up next, we have got free practice for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, 12:35 till 1 o'clock. Back in a couple of minutes. So on track for the Rocket-Off BMW F900R Cup. Free practice. And our championship leader is fashionably late out of the pit lane as he heads down towards Richie's. That is Josh Corner. Championship leader, that's got a good ring to it. He'll be liking that, actually. And he is a championship leader from Christian Smith and Kieran Smith, with Nicky Coates in 4th and Jack Tynan in 5th place. Barry Burrell, 6th place in the championship. And wasn't it good seeing Barry Burrell back at Knockhill Racing Circuit? He brought the Halliwell Jones BMW out of retirement. And is that Alan Hyde trying to park in a no parking zone? Good grief, he's brave, isn't he? And Stuart Higgs is standing right there. Can't believe that. Well, there you go. Amazing things happen at Snetterton. Barry Burrell said, this is a one-off thing in OK. We've dusted it down. You know, Halliwell Jones have stepped back just a little bit, and we'll see where we go from here. But isn't it fabulous to see Barry Burrell? He really was. And the fact that we've got the man back here again on that number 1 plated BMW is even better. We're loving this. But there was a little bit of controversy at Knockhill. Unfortunately, Nicky Coates was removed from the results. Unfortunately, his bike was found to be out with a power threshold. We saw Nicky putting something on Facebook about that. I'll stay out of that. It's probably for the best. And I'll also stay away from the new nickname that Ryan Rainey wants me to give him this weekend. It's not going to happen, Ryan Rainbow. He will always be 5-star. I think Alan Hyde's had a haircut. I think he has, actually, yes. He'll always be 5-star in my eyes, but that's one of these things. Unfortunately, these bikes do get dynoed, and you have to be within a certain parameter, and if you're out with that, one of these things, sometimes you just get good bikes. It's one of these things, and unfortunately for Nicky Coates, that does affect him ever so slightly. It removes him from the race results there, and it also hurts his championship points. So Alan Hyde has entered the commentary box. We have our usual BSB radio powered by Kawasaki Hug. And away we go. It's all systems go here. Now he's looking about the place. This gets me rather worried when he starts poking about the commentary box. I could put him on camera, but we'll maybe do that later on. But for Nicky Coates, obviously it does tend to hurt him just that little bit. It removes him from the championship points, and it does take away some points. But the thing is, this is a long championship, and Nicky knows. He's been around long enough to know. He knows that things go your way and go against you. It ebbs and flows, and that's the good thing about a championship. It's not going to be a runaway for anybody. The BMWs is never like that. We've got a new championship leader, Josh Corner, who, for the first time in his BMW career, is the man on the chasing the racing Ducati, BMW. Why do I want to say Ducati all the time? Because I've been talking nothing but Ducatis all morning. Josh Corner on that BMW now leads the championship for the first time, and that's a fabulous place for him to be, but it's a slender championship lead. It's only 5 points, and those 5 points will be gobbled up in a heartbeat should anything not go your way. All it takes is a bad result, because remember, you pick up points for your heat and your main event. You get half points for winning a heat, and you get full points for winning a main event. You know why Alan Hyde came in the commentary box? Because I transported all his stuff down from Knockhill. DPD, Dunk's Parcel Delivery Service. And it wasn't just for you. I brought helmets for RI, I brought stuff for BSB, I brought TNT flags, I brought everything down here. And you know what I did forget? I forgot my own pencil, but thankfully John Clark delivered one to the commentary box. Heidi says good service. He's not had the invoice yet, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's not had. But Heidi's remote from me today. He's actually next door. He's in what we call the broom cupboard, I think Scoop calls it. But he's in the actual PA sound engineer's room. And it's a shame. It's a shame we don't get to see him, but he will be in my ears. We've also got the return of Thomas Strudwick this weekend. Strudder's in 9th place as it stands. We saw Strudwick, remember he was on the Giovanni Belliossi bike at Donington Park for 1 round only. And he was never meant to come to Knockhill, but now he pops up here. Delighted to see Thomas Strudwick back. I think that's fabulous for the championship. But a lot's happened since then. There's been a whole round, and people have gathered and gained momentum. And one of those people who's picked up momentum in a good way is the True Heroes Racing rider of Kenny McLeod. Got to say, Kenny McLeod is in fine form, and he's making himself heard in this paddock now. Unfortunately, he did tip off at Knockhill, but he was very much in the mix of things right towards the sharp end, and he kept the bike and himself in great condition right up until that point, unfortunately, when he just loaded the front too much going through Clark Corner. But he was very happy with how his weekend went. We saw him in the winners' enclosure after qualifying. The Saltire flag was flying. He was a very proud man. And I need to mention, he's also the man who delivered a full length of Stornoway black pudding to the commentary point last year at this event. I had no idea how I was going to take it home, so we cooked it for breakfast each day. 3 days of black pudding. Maybe not good for you, but super tasty, let me tell you. Nicky Coates side by side with Kenny McLeod in towards Richie's, and Coatesy lays across the front. On a different bike this weekend, Nicky Coates. So that is something that we shall keep our eyes on. I don't think anything that happened at Knockhill is going to affect Coatesy. He's a man who's been around long enough, and he, like I say, he knows the championship goes for you and goes against you, and he will come back stronger. Barry Burrell is fastest from Christian Smith and Bobby Very. There was brake issues for certain people at Knockhill. Was Bobby one of those guys that had a brake issue? I do know that Nicky Coates had an issue with brakes. That's why he seemed to fade in the main event. But Bobby Very up there in third place ahead of Nicky Coates. And Coatesy still riding that famous number 65. Then Dale Thomas, the man on the DT Racing BMW, the man from Caerphilly, 5th place. Here James Dutton, Bury St Edmunds rider. CTR Motorsport chasing the racing. Where is Josh Corner actually? Number 97 finds himself a little bit further down. Chasing the Racing Podcast and CTR Motorsport. We're going to say they're different things for the time being. But a little bit of work to do for our championship leader in 9th place. Kieran Smith 7th, Rob McNeely in 8th place, Josh Corner 9th, Jack Tynan in 10th place. Kenny McLeod, Thomas Strudwick, Andrew Williams, last chance qualifying race for Andrew Williams at Knockhill, if you remember. Ahead of Davy Grace, Rhys Coates, Simon Bastable, James Ellison languishing, and I'm allowed to say that because he shouldn't be down there in 17th place, just ahead of Evil Knievel himself, Harley Preble. I saw Harley picking up a sticker for his scooter yesterday, and he looked thoroughly proud to display the Paddock scooter sticker on his bike. Daughter Macy was still there with that gammy foot, looking a bit one-legged, Bambi on ice, but definitely not wanting to use crutches, and she will stick it out as much as she can. But Harley in 19th place has been shuffled a little bit because Darren Fry's gone ahead of him. And you say, hang on a minute, I know that name. As you should. Darren Fry, he of FS3 Bimota fame, or FS3 fame we should say. Darren having another attempt at running in the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And we're big fans of Darren Fry. I sent him a message during the week. Last chance qualifiers win. It didn't go down too well actually, but yeah, interesting that Darren. Again, Darren was a really, really good racer back in his own day, especially in the Ducati Tri-Options Cup era, former champion in that. And we see him still trying his hand in selected rounds, shall we say. We saw him at Assen last year as well. He and Paul Curran made a bit of a racing return. There was a bit of a bet to see who could be the fastest old guy, if I can say that. And yeah, Paul Curran was very much looking pretty good, as was Dazzler, I've got to say. And great to know that they're out there still cutting it and still having fun. Number 45 heading out onto track is Luke Foreman from Sheerness on the Foreman Taxi Racing BMW. Don't cross the red line, Luke. Thank you. He was edging towards that. It's a blend line. It's like when you join the motorway and you go down the slip road. You don't suddenly turn hard left or hard right at the bottom of it. You have to merge into the traffic, and that's exactly the same when you leave the pit lane. There's the red painted area. You do not cross that. And that's another thing that I noticed in the final instructions that I do read. The track limits are pretty well monitored here actually. Track limits are a lot of corners. Some circuits have maybe 2 or 3 points. This has got a lot of points being monitored for track limits, and it's as it should be. The riders have got enough black stuff to use. They don't need to be using all the other areas that you have race direction looking after, that's for sure. Christian Smith has just gone to the top of the 2-minute point 7 ahead of Nicky Coates. So Nicky Coates showing no ill effects on not letting anything bother him during the week. Stayed quiet on social media, then put a big long post out towards the end of it before we head here. And of course then his friends start jumping on that, giving him a hard time, but Nicky will shake that off, that's for sure. He's been around long enough. And he's answering on the track just now by being a tenth of a second away from Christian Smith. Then Barry Burrell in third place. Barry in the pit lane actually, on the Halliwell Jones BMW. I can see Barry Burrell changing his own back wheel. There's something. I mean, I'm going to have to look through the binoculars to make sure I'm seeing what I'm seeing is correct. Yep, Barry Burrell doing his own mechanicking down there in the pit lane. I love that. The bike, the Halliwell Jones #1 bike on its stand. What's he going to do now? Couple of turns of preload on the forks, ladies and gentlemen. There's one on each side. Giving away Barry's setup tweaks here. Shouldn't be doing that actually. Throws his leg back over the bike, clicks it off the stand with a little bit of help there, and now has a just checking the dash, making sure everything's okay on that before he drops it in the gear, and away he goes. Always like the helmet that Barry Burrell has. Always kind of reminds me a bit of Gus Scott, that helmet. I do like that. And Barry's followed out the pit lane by Paul Barker, the Chippenham base rider on his ML Motorsport BMW. Barry has a big long look over his shoulder straight into the visor of Paul. Okay then, Paul, if you fancy it, let's go. That's effectively what Barry's just said. And away goes Barry Burrell at great neck speed. Big improvement on the last lap round for Kieran Smith. Number 24, Kieran Smith, 5-place improvement on the GP Titan Tech by Batham's BMW. The same for Kenny McLeod, up 4 places into 9th on his number 34 True Heroes Racing BMW. Following Kenny through, number 4, James Dutton on the CTR Motorsport BMW. Again, he pops up into 10th place inside that top 10. Ellison, James, has improved massively, but he's just been bumped outside the top 10 after McLeod and Dutton both just put a bit of a shuffle on him. Lee Devonport as well, Team Susie, who we just saw. I just saw coming down pit lane and doing a very quick dive in before he goes back out onto track. If you're watching on the YouTube feed, you'll see Lee just joining the circuit now, but he was coming down pit lane and very quickly stopped at the last moment. Whether he was wanting to quickly make a change, not 100% sure. But who else should we be looking out for in this one? Darren Fry still sits in 22nd place with some 11 minutes to go. It'll be interesting to see how many laps Darren wants to do. I think we first saw Darren, if I'm not mistaken, did we not see him at the World Superbike round, where he threw the bike together and then quickly realised it's not just a case of buying the bike and going racing. As all things happen in these one-make series, there's little nuances and intricacies that you have to get absolutely spot on. Like Darren didn't realise that you had to stretch a chain in to fit a certain size of sprocket onto the bike. Just little things like that caught him off guard a little bit, and he says, it just made me realise how impressive racing in a one-make series is again. Because Darren had done that for quite a long time, and then maybe drifted away from that to go and be the boss of the Superbike team. But before you know it, he's back into it, right in the mix of it. And I think he had a clutch issue as well, if I'm not mistaken there. And these are all just tiny teething things, but went away to Aston, had a really good race at Aston. And then likewise, let's hope he has a really good race when we see him on track here as well. But keep your eyes on bike number 3. He's just crossed the line and he's gone up another 2 places ahead of Simon Bastable and Alex Pearson. Alex Pearson, who's very local to Donington. Not so local to Snetterton, but Swadleycote, not far from Donington at all. One of the exits that I take and look for. James Ellison's managed to pop himself back up into the top 10, which you would expect from that man. He goes into 9th. Bobby Very as well, up into third place on number 88. Just running under Bobby Very Racing in 2026. We did see him previously with Stamford, if you remember. Stamford Racing, but that's it's just running out of his own awning now. And doing a fabulous job, as we would expect from that man. But we just saw him a little bit off the pace sometimes at Knockhill. Not what we're used to seeing. I do like the leather colour scheme that he's gone for this year. It does make him stand out so incredibly well. He's very, very bright and easy to spot, which is always good for a commentator and always good for you guys standing on the banking, watching, looking out for Bobby Very. If you're trying to keep up with him and see where he is, well, you're not going to miss out, that's for sure. You're definitely not going to miss out on seeing Bobby Very as we keep our eyes firmly fixed on the screen. Barry Burrell goes back up into P2, goes from 4th up to 2nd. A 2:02. 2 minutes and 2/10 of a second. So nobody's gone below the 2 minute bracket yet. The lap record is, if I'm not mistaken, a 1:59.3 from Richard Cooper. That's a long-standing lap record from 2023. We must surely be ready to better that and break that, I would have thought. But yeah, Christian Smith, Barry Burrell, Nicky Coates, Bobby Very, all within that threshold of just about dipping under the 2 minute bracket. Christian Smith even more so, an even faster lap last time round. Puts himself 200ths ahead of Barry Burrell, or 24,000ths of a second ahead of Barry Burrell. And Barry's kind of raised the game, hasn't he? He's come back to this, and everybody's kind of looking at Barry as a bit of a benchmark, as you would, because your defending reigning champion has come back. He's running the number 1 plate. Not many people get to do that in their career, so I do like the fact that he's chosen to run it. A lot of people are superstitious and they want to run their favoured special number, you know, such as we go all the way back to the likes of Barry Sheen, and I think Larry Carter spoke about this at Knockhill, the likes of Barry Sheen. I've got to say, it was good that Kevin Schwantz actually did change his number. He did actually run the number 1. But Valentino Rossi never, he always kept his one. Mark Marquez as well. And number 65 has fallen at Oggies, and that is Nicky Coates. Now I'm looking out the back of the window to see if I can spot anything on that, and I can't, but yeah, Nicky Coates slips off at Oggies. Now that's a mistake that we don't normally see. The rider is okay for anybody who is maybe listening or looking out for that one. No, but I can see the taxi bike waiting in the middle. So yeah, great shame for Nicky Coates to unfortunately put the LDC BMW by Frimley Pitts Racing out of free practice. And as like I say, that's not a Nicky Coates thing. Barry Burrell has gone to the top of the times and he has smashed through the 2 minute bracket. 1:59.810 for Barry Burrell on the number 1 Halliwell Jones BMW. Now, was that Nicky Coates in the back of that Honda there? Yeah, it could have been the taxi bike heading back round. Thankfully, Nicky is A-OK, and that's what we like to see coming through on screen. We always look for rider OK, and if that is the case, perfect. But yeah, taken me by surprise, that one. Number 13 and 21 don't have working transponders, which is not good at all. Andy Booth and Lee Devonport, who we mentioned Lee earlier on. They need to get those things fixed ASAP. Couple of bikes coming into pit lane. Luke Foreman is down there, as well as number 29, which is Aaron Dakin from Nottingham on the Alexander Financial Planning Racing bike, as he gets a couple of tons of preload on the top of his front forks. Looks like the Chasing the Racing team are waiting for Josh Connor to either come into the pit lane or they've just standing there intently in case he does come into the pit lane, which could be more the case. Aaron Dakin has gone back out onto the track as well. He is away. A way to try and better what he's got so far. Where is Aaron Dakin? 18th place for Aaron, just behind Harley Preble and ahead of Andrew Williams. It's good to see a bumper entry as well. That's another thing that we do like to say about the BMWs. We'll be brave and change the channel and see exactly how many. We have 40 bikes in total. Now that's interesting. Do we have the LCQ? We'll need to catch up with our ace timekeeping guru, Mr. Sam Jones, and find out if that is the case. And we'll keep our eyes on that as well. There was quite a few messages came into the YouTube stream as well that we should maybe action while this BMW Rocket Off F900R Cup free practice takes place in the background. I would like to say a couple of shout-outs for Cameron Fraser, or one shout-out for Cameron Fraser. And Lee Johnson as well. Somebody saying, hope Lee Johnson has a better weekend. That was Fluffy, who will now call you. Good morning, listening from Brands Hatch this weekend. If you can't make BSB and you're around here, pop over and check out the Classic Bike Racing. Thank you, Richard Wilkes. That's great stuff. Hope the Classic Bike Racing goes well. Harry Truelove is Nigel Mansell. Well, that's very true, but it's a bit bigger than our Nigels. We're talking moustaches here. But we do like I like the angle you're kind of going at with that one. Got to love that. Richard Roke says Harry Truelove has left his Spitfire at home. Hazard's getting a bit of a bashing here, and I think I may have caused that, but I have to say that's because I think he looks like Dale Earnhardt. Good morning, Phil. He says, morning, everybody. Now, why has Glenn Urban got that sign next to his name? Now, that came in from Morgan, okay? Now, I imagine it was an exclamation mark. What that can mean, one of two things. It can mean that they've either stopped on track with a technical problem or crashed. But it also, riders can come into the pit lane, and if they stop the engine on the bike before they cross the pit entrance timing loop, the transponder doesn't pick up a signal or give a signal into that loop. So they think the bike has gone missing as it crosses, and it'll just coast up the pit lane, and Glenn will park in the garage, and that's what that was. And then usually it gets corrected within a couple of minutes to what looks like a bit of a cog from a gearbox. That means they are actually in the pit lane. So I hope that helps you, Morgan. And Dylan said that's because his bike broke down, so it's a technical issue, but I think he was back in the pits, actually, and I think we can say that. And somebody says, where is Storm? Well, he was on track. He was a bit busy when you sent him that message, and he was flying. So I hope that answers everything. Hello, Chloe Jones. That's nice to see Chloe Jones with a little message in the chat as well. We shall see Chloe next weekend when BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, becomes World Superbike Radio for one weekend and one weekend only at Donington Park. And we get the WCR, Blue Crew, Super Sport and Superbike on our race card for the Donington round. Looking forward to that. 3 weekends on the bounce. Snetterton, Donington and then Brands Hatch. And it's time for a holiday after that before we go to Oldham Park. Sean Beasley is watching Josh and the Chasing the Racing team closely. All the best for them this weekend. Some of the friendliest people you can meet. And I agree 100% with that. And so say all of us in BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Thank you, Sean Beasley. That's a very true statement there. Very, very true. Some of the nicest people you will meet. So you know what? Some of the nicest people you meet are just in this paddock in general as well. And then there's Larry Carter. Joking scoop. 30 seconds of the free practice session for the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup to go. 30 seconds, and only one rider has gone through that 2-minute bracket, and that's the defending reigning champion, the man of the moment, Barry Burrell. He came back to Knockhill. He came, he saw, and he conquered the hill, didn't he? He took an emphatic victory. He was in fine form. He was so far up the road from everybody else, it was like he was in a different postcode. Christian Smith sits in P2 on bike 75, 4/10 of a second away from Nicky Coates on 65, who went down the road at Oggies. A very un-Nicky Coates manoeuvre, I have to say. Behind Nicky Coates, we'll go 88, Bobby Very. Then it's Thomas Strudwick rounding out the top 5 as the checker flag now flies in the breeze and brings this session to an end. Chris Glendenning draws the lovely, detailed BMW safety car forward, which is looking fabulous, and I hope he's tuned in to 107.3 FM. And Chris will go and do a bit of a closing lap before we have our next session on track, which will be the Marin British Sidecar Championship. Then we get the a fairly quick break before we come back for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. So about a 15-minute window of opportunity there to get some sort of break for anybody. If they're trackside, make sure you grab yourself a bite to eat or a quick drink and something to eat at Tyrrell's or one of the outlet vendors that you can see around the circuit. But there we go, the checker flag flies, and it is all about Barry Burrell once again. Fabulous to have him back in the championship, and he shows everybody a clean pair of heels at the end of free practice for the Rockeroff BMW F900R Cup. We'll get them across the line just to make sure. Josh Corner comes back in, and he heads back to his paddock area. Position of safety. The team are making their way back through the pit lane as well. You can see Peter Eaton's two-stroke racing team. They had a very special bit of merchandise on sale at Knockhill, actually. It was good to see Peter doing that for the north of the border round, and I think it was sold out pretty quickly, actually. And Peter will be happy, very happy with that. So there we go, Jordan Ashington, the last bike to cross the line on the first page of our timing screen. And with that, we can see that number 1, Barry Burrell, fastest. From 75, Christian Smith. 65, Nicky Coates, who slipped off in that session but was fine in third. 88, Bobby Very in fourth place. 25, Thomas Strudwick in fifth, with Kieran Smith 24 in sixth place. 77, James Ellison was in seventh place. Kenny McLeod on the True Heroes bike, number 34, was in eighth. Just ahead of number 93, which was Dale Thomas. Dale Thomas in 9th place. And Josh Corner, the championship leader, in 10th place on bike number 97. We'll be back in just a couple of quick minutes when the Marin British sidecars come back out onto circuit. The Madden British Sidecar Championship is back with us this weekend, and they're on track for the first time today on free practice and pre-qualifying Friday. No Ben Burchell this weekend, should point that out. Ben still, I think, just a little bit sore after what happened at Knockhill when he unfortunately went upside down going through turn 2 in towards turn 3. But we wish him the best and hopefully see him soon. Did have a bit of correspondence with him during the week, actually. And I need to follow that up. If you're listening, Mr. Burchell, I will do that. I'm very sorry. See what we can do. A few things that we need to mention, because now is a good time to do that. The Zin zone is near the trade area, where you can win VIP passes, safety car laps, you might even be sitting next to me, pit lane tours, and the famous Snetterton Safari Tour. Now, what is this Snetterton Safari Tour, I hear you asking? Well, if you don't go to the Zin Zone, you may never find out. You need to do that. You would love the Snetterton Safari Tour. So, the Zin Zone. Make sure you head across there. Harlequin are also located next door. The place you can get your official BSB merchandise. They brought some new cups, which are perfect for pour your own beer in or soft drink, depending on whatever takes your fancy. For me, it'd be a soft drink right now. Tonight, though, you never know. One may dabble in a small aperitif. We'll see. Depends if you need to have a good night's sleep or not. But there's a couple of things you can look at. Also, Port West are here demonstrating their workwear range. If you're in construction or fabrication or you're a similar industry, go check them out for the ultimate protection at work. That's the Port West area. They're doing some demonstrations, which would be good to see. Next to Tyrrell's at the main restaurant, you'll find the ABK bar serving ice cold pints across the whole weekend as well. That certainly got my attention, and a few of the sidecars who just went half throttle up the pit lane because of that. So there you go, head up to that ABK bar. We see that quite a lot at various venues. And don't forget to check out all the trade areas that we've got around here as well. There's lots of great riders merchandise along with awesome vehicles. The Yamahas here, they've got jet skis or bikers wear, Alpine Star, you name it. Go and check out the trade area. Circuit's put a lot of effort into making sure that this is a great day out for you guys as spectators. So if you're coming along and you've been listening to that, make sure you check out some of those areas. If you're here as well, why not check them out at the same time? But there we go. I'll come away from that just now because I've deviated from sidecars, and I don't normally do that actually. And sidecars is a bit of a passion of mine. I think you know that. I've been a lover of these three-wheeled things for quite some time. I love the innovation you see. I love the changes. I love how people have their own interpretation of what they can do and what they can't do. And it's one of the last kind of true engineering classes that we have in any form of motorsport. If somebody retires at Quorum now, that's a long way for me to see. But I'm trying to use the binoculars to the best of my ability. The ones that Angela Vincent bought me. That's Rob Biggs. That's who that is. Biggsy and Ferry Sagars retiring at Coram. It's a long way away from where I am. But the blue, the white and the yellow number, yeah, that's a shame. We'll get confirmation on the screen in a second. Biggsy, bike number 5, who 5th place in this session. But that could be a bit of a nightmare. We'll get that up on the screen in a second. And also number 2 stopped with a technical problem at Agostini. It's John Holden and Phil Napton. John, the former, I'm going to say former TT racer, who then went Legend Racing, then came back to sidecar racing, and now probably now going to go back to TT. He has, yeah. I got that well. I did that well. I'm happy with that. John Holden, the man from Clitheroe. Another man from up at Clitheroe is a good friend of mine called Norman Burgess. There you go. Norman and Julie. Norman, if you're listening, I can't mention a sidecar from Clitheroe without mentioning you. I do hope you're well. And I do hope you're keeping well as well. In the pit lane, Andy Peach just takes his helmet off and starts to work on the number 4 Life Safety Motorsport LCR with the Yamaha 600cc engine. Some lucky guests now getting a chance to get down pit lane. As we can see here, the Scott Fanner from BSB opens the gate and brings in the lucky guests, and a couple of our pit lane tours will be happening now. Scott takes them down the garages during a live session, which is a fabulous thing. If you can get involved, make sure you do, and you want to head to the Zin Zone for that, so don't miss out. So what happened at Knockhill? Well, we can tell you what happened at Knockhill. We saw Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence pick up a lovely double north of the border. The sidecar treated us to some fabulous racing. They really did. There was Lewis Blackstock, Stephen Kershaw, Ben Burchell battling absolute, you would say door-to-door if it was car racing, but it was fiberglass to fiberglass, or whatever you want to call it, nose to tail. It was some great racing from the sidecars, and especially in the first race where we saw Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, they had to fight their way through. They had to fight their way through the actual traffic. Confirmation that was Rob Biggs who had stopped down at Coram there, and Gordon Pottinger and David Dodd, the Hemel Hempstead-based pair on the Opel Fabrication GDP Racing Triumph LCR, they've stopped at Brundle. These are all technical problems, I'd like to point out. So everybody is A-OK, just the only thing that's not A-OK are the machines. They'll be needing to get a bit of work done to them. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence fought their way through the pack in the first race. The second race, equally as impressive. They were kind of there, and they tried to pull a bit of a lead, but it wasn't an easy thing for them to do at all. And they were kept very honest. And then, unfortunately, race 2 was red flagged when Ben Burchell just basically looked like the sidecar swapped engine him going through the left-hander of turn 2, which is Leslie's, named after the great David Leslie. And then it went upside down and towards the gravel trap. And that was a great shame for those two, for Ben Burchell. But, you know, Ben, he was okay, a little bit beaten up, shall we say. I'm looking for him in the championship, actually. Yeah, he and Mark Wilkes second place. So that ride Honda, not here this weekend, which is a great shame. Now I'm just double checking everything, because sometimes you do get late entries, and I want to make sure. But yeah, definitely no Ben Burchell here. We see Brian Gray back. I've not seen Brian for quite some time. Brian Gray on bike 7. Now, normally that would be Frankie Muldoon, as it says in my programme, but it says something completely different on the timing screen, and I'm going to question that, and we'll find out, and I'll do that by questioning Sam Jones and find out if it's Frankie Muldoon or Jay James who is on that sidecar. But Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, fastest of anybody by 3.2 seconds in this free practice session for the Madden British Sidecar Championship. From Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons, with Phil Bell and Phil Hyde in third place. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy in a good fourth place. Didn't have a good Knockhill though, have to say. Knockhill was a struggle for those guys. They put the bike on pole position in the wet conditions, looked really strong, then lost an engine in morning warm-up, and the weekend went south from there in. Great shame for those guys. It is Jody James who is on the back of Brian Gray, so if you want to update your programme with that one, feel free. Thank you very much to Ian Hamilton from Express Tyre Service. Never misses a thing, does he? Especially when I put an extra S into Express Tyres Services. So thank you very much, Ian Hamilton. So Jody James on the back of Brian Gray. You can add that to your race day programme. If you haven't got one, make sure you go and buy one, please. Now, Brian Gray, what was it Larry Carter called him? There's a certain name, and it was a really good one. I'll come back to that one as and when I can. But we're talking about Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. The Knockhill round where they lost that engine, it just basically put them on the back foot from the word go. And the same happened to Sean Hegarty and young Jack Napton as well. Sean Hegarty was looking really good on number 33, the typical Hegarty colour scheme that we've seen for forever. But they too, morning warm-up, lost an engine going up the back straight from chicane to Clark's. And that was it, unfortunately, for the Hegarty Napton concern. And hopefully we'll have a little bit less of that attrition this time, and we keep everybody basically on the black stuff. So Blackstock and Lawrence from Kershaw and Gibbons from Hegarty and Napton, Bell and Hyde in fourth, Crawford and Hardy down to fifth. Ben Holland in 6th place on number 60. They had a bit of an issue leaving the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken. Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens. And the Assured Office Solutions WPS Ride 600 Yamaha. They find themselves in 6th place ahead of Brian Gray and Jody James in 7th. Number 74, 8th place, Patrick Farns and Connor Parkin. Patrick, former passenger of great success. Connor Parkin, former passenger to Carl Pring. There you go. That's something to have on your CV, actually. Former passenger to Carl Pring. In 9th place, we've got Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook on bike number 26. Rod Atkinson, Shane Colebrook from Swindon on the RAF sidecar team. That's an ARS chassis that those guys are on. So, what could you have? There's 3 or 4 maybe chassis. You could have LCR, the Ride, the ARS. You could even still have a Windle out there. Long bike racing. My good friend Colvin Denham still races one of those up north off the border for Boris Stroud. Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell in 10th place. And then Andy Peach, Rob Briggs, John Holden and Gordon Podger all really haven't set any lap times because they had the issue very early on. Peachy still, is that Peachy still in the pit lane or has he been and gone? Actually, he's on an outlap now, Andy Peach. So that's good to know because there was extensive work getting done in the pit lane for those guys. We do see Ford and Scott Hardy. I wonder if just see him grabbing his calf there actually. They've brought the long bike here this weekend by the looks of things. And they have been campaigning the shorter bike with this such great success for quite some time. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. Bike number on your screen, there'll be 117. So in the programme, they're 55. So there's another altercation that we could maybe make. As I said many a time, Larry Carter is very good at making his programme, but he can't change things once they're printed. Goodness knows he's tried. Goodness knows he has tried. Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens making their way out onto track on a pretty quiet Snetterton actually. The Lewis Blackstock's in the pit lane. Stephen Kershaw on track. Sean Hegarty, Phil Bell and Lee Crawford all in that pit lane. Here comes Patrick Farns and Connor Parkin crossing the line. Patrick is making this transition from passenger to driver really good actually. He's showing that he has got great speed, great pace and great feel, as all passengers have. Passengers could always tell a driver what the bike was needing, as well as a driver telling the passenger what they would like to have. So it's a good transition that he has made there, and it's not something that's new to this sport either. We have seen it happen in the past with quite a few other people who started out as a passenger and then ended up being a driver. Don't know if it's really gone the other way, to be honest. That's something we need to do a little bit of digging back at to actually see. But with some 5 minutes to go, it's a bit of a quiet sidecar session in the Marin British Sidecar Championship. And I suppose I don't believe that the main sponsor man, Boris Stroud, will be here with us this weekend as Stephen Kershaw crosses the line. Boris may be listening. He may be here, actually. But Boris Stroud, Marin do so much for sidecars. They really do. They sponsor, obviously, the Scottish Championship, the British Championship, and the World Championship. And then once it gets from that, they also sponsor so many other championships around the world, which is really, really good to see. They put up so much money for the guys with the issues that they had on the Isle of Man, which, you know, you have to take your hat off to them for that, dipping their hands into their pockets and being one of the best sponsors that you could really ever want to get. So, I mean, the sponsor, what's it, the Canadian, the Australian, New Zealand, Japanese, to name a few, very much got their hand and their heart on sidecar racing for the good of the sport, or as Mike Hayward would have said, for the love of the sport, which is fabulous. Sean Hegarty rumbles down pit lane. And as he does that, Ben Holland passes on the track. Looks like Sean's going to go back out onto track with Jack Napton on the back of that for Sean Hegarty. the name Napton, very much a sidecar passenger dynasty, that one. We've got Jack Napton out there. You've got Phil Napton as well, who's on the back of John Holden, although Jack's done more laps than Phil today, actually. Phil Napton, unfortunately, an outlap and a stoppage for John Holden. So it's not like John Holden's bikes to stop either, like on an outlap like that. So that's something we need to keep our eye firmly on, to hope the jungle drums from the sidecars need to come back and tell me later on exactly what the problems for these bikes have been. Rick Lawrence is usually the man who keeps me right on all things considering. And if that's the case, I'm pretty sure Rick will keep me up to date again with everything that's going to be happening. Championship standings, we started to in the pit lane as Patrick Farnes will make his way back down onto the circuit. And as he does that, Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook make their way in towards Richie's on number 26. It is Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence who have a 45-point championship lead over Ben Birchall and Mark Wilkes. Rob Biggs and Ferry Sagars in third place from Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. The two Phils are in fifth place, Phil Bell and Phil Hyde, with Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook, who we just mentioned, in a good sixth place, ahead of John Holden and Phil Napton. Saunders and Kopic have Farnes and Parkin giving them a bit of hassle for 8th and 9th. And then Peach and Hope, Andy Peach and Josh Hope, round out the top 10 for the Marin British Sidecar Championship. A few other notable names in there we'll have to mention. The Crow brothers have a couple of points at Donington Park. Scotty Murray Ramsden as well. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy 15th place. Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley find themselves in 17th place. With Brian Gray, who's here this weekend. Brian Gray and Frankie Muldoon, but it's Jody James that he's got in the back of the outfit on the chair this weekend. 21st place. Craig Curry and Justin Sharp all the way down there in 22nd place, but I don't think they're with us this weekend. Just the 14 sidecars that we have. Only 10 of them running at this moment. And actually, 9 of them on track. Or 8 of them on track, I should say. Because Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell have now stopped on an outlap as well, lap 3 of their run. Yeah, they've stopped at Brundle now, so it's all going a little bit wrong. But if it's going to go wrong for your sidecar, you want it to happen in what we would call free practice or warm-up. You don't want it happening during the actual race, that's for sure. Lewis Blackstock, though, only 0.6 of a second faster than Stephen Kershaw. So those two right at the sharp end, the two GP-based runners, there's 3 of them in the championship. There's Lewis Blackstock, Stephen Kershaw and Rob Biggs on the GP-based machinery. And the rest of the sidecars run under the Cup bracket. In the Cup bracket, the first of the Cup is Sean Hegarty. GP chassis is basically a long chassis with a lighter minimum combined weight of 370. The Cup class, you can have the long Formula 1 chassis, but it's a slightly heavier bike of 395. So the GP guys can run the special lightweight magnesium wheels. Whether they can ever get down to that weight, we do not know. It's one of these things, as I said earlier on, it's one of the last true innovative, great engineering formulas that we have. There's not very many open formulas like sidecar racing anymore. Things are now a lot more controlled. I mean, there's still a rule book for it, but it's a pretty open rule book. And that was Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. Not used to seeing those guys on the long outfit, I have to say that. The checker flag goes out, and now Ben Holland stopped with a technical problem at Brundle. There seems to be a little gathering round there. We've got Ben Holland, we've got Charlie Moss, and we've also got number 17 Gordon Pottinger. So they're all stopping at Brundle, which is maybe handy for them because I think they can get back to the sidecar paddock quite easily from that area. But there we go, the checker flag pops out. Sean Hegarty has taken that, as has Phil Bell and Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, but nobody has any real comeback for Lewis Blackstock as Stephen Kershaw crosses the line. Prove me wrong, Stephen. Thankfully he didn't. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence remain fastest, but only by 0.6 of a second. Bike number 1, the Dow-backed LCR, fastest from Stephen Kershaw on the number 29 LCR that Stephen has. Express Tyre Service backing from Ian Hamilton, with Sean Hegarty, bike 33, in third place. With that, we shall now pause for a very quick break in proceedings. We will be back at 1:45. So it's time to grab a quick sandwich, quick drink, and we'll be back with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship in about 15 minutes from now. Thank you. So I hope everybody enjoyed that fairly short lunch break that we had there, that little recess, and we come back now for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship for their free practice number 1. We haven't seen them on track today, and it's been a fairly busy morning actually, and it's been a nice morning as well. The sun's out, I've got the shorts out, I've got the aircon on. What's not to like? We're at Snetterton, and it's been pretty fast as well. Recap the morning. Let's go straight to the British Superbike Championship. We saw free practice 1 obliterate the lap record. That's something that we don't normally see. And as Kyle Wright said, they put us in this different tier to slow us down, and look what we've gone and done. Yes, very much so. Impressive stuff from Scott Redding and from Bradley Ray and from everybody else. So we saw some great stuff in the Super Sport as well. Sportbike gave us the action that we were expecting. Great to see Ferry Fleerackers back in the action and in the mix back in this paddock. And the sidecars, well, the sidecars gave us a good session. Unfortunately, a few of them had mechanical issues towards the back of it. We had some more input on the chat on YouTube. We'll say hello to that. Really Not Photos says, come on, Josh Connor. I agree 100% with that one. Mad the Mad Botanist, BSB from America, Let's Go Storm, and can't forget Dino and Lee. Let's get it, lads. Fabulous stuff, and a few shout outs for sidecars as well. Oh, and somebody says it's cool to see Chloe Jones in the chat too. Well, I'd expect that. Chloe's one of the team. She's one of the team here. We're allowed to have Chloe in the chat, and she'll be racing next weekend, so we'll look forward to seeing that. Although this person's a fan of Beatrice, is it Beatrice Naylor? Yeah. Why are you putting that in the chat? We're pro Chloe Jones here. I'm only joking. You can support whoever you like. It's not a problem. Thank you very much for getting in touch with us. That is Matthew. We'll just leave it as Matthew. Easier to say that. You have to watch when you say people's names out who maybe has a handle on YouTube or X or something. You might get yourself on an Ofcom banned list, Duncan, and we do not want that. Definitely don't want that. So what do we have on track? The 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. It's all about Marley McKenzie in this championship. He really is on top form. Marley McKenzie, 5 wins and 1 third place. And in all honesty, it should have been 6 wins. He was leading the race at Dorrington. He came out the last corner and clicked a false neutral. And unfortunately, it didn't work for him. He got dragged towards the line. And we saw Ben Jolliffe pick up his first victory. But Marley has been in sensational form, picking up 5 wins out of the 6 races. He's never been off the podium. He has never been off the podium. That's pretty impressive. We saw him last year give us some pretty good runs in Super Teen, but whatever's happened over the winter, they've gone and rechipped him. Certainly didn't see this kind of form coming back for Marlon McKenzie in 2026. He leads the championship by 32 points over Ben Jolliffe on the R7 Yamaha. It's nice that we've got a Kawasaki, then we've got a Yamaha in the championship. Luca Hopkins is in 3rd place, then Laken Payne and Lewis Mullen down to 5th. Luca Wilkinson, Isaac Mark, Freddie Oakley, Kylan Shuttlewood, and then Henry Ross rounds out the top 10 runners. 22 bikes in this championship this weekend. We sometimes have the numbers going up and sometimes the numbers go down depending on where we are. There goes Freddie Oakley. Always easy to spot Freddie. Now, we had a shout out from Freddie Oakley's brother. Was he the person who was in Greece? I can't actually remember, but it could have been something like that. There was definitely a bit of love coming in for something like that, but that was quite some time ago. He was in Cyprus, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there you go. Oh no, it wasn't his brother. He said, "Come on, bro." That's, when you read a sentence, you just make a sentence up out of the words that are there. Well, you could be Freddie's brother if you want to, but there we go. He's happy. He's in Cyprus, and he's tuning in to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and he's doing that from afar in the sunshine. But you didn't need to go far to be in the sunshine. You could have just done the 7 hours like I did and come down to Norfolk. Probably a little bit less for Dave Neal, who's in the back of the commentary box. Maybe about 4 hours for you. 5 hours? Where are you coming from? Did you go the long way or something? You must have done. Right, Luca Hopkins has gone to the top of the times, but these are very early days in this championship, and everybody really has to try and get a bit of a wriggle on to catch up with the man who is stamping his authority on this championship from the get-go. Marvellous Marley, as it says in Larry Carter's programme about the Chunk, and that's his nickname. It's a nickname that he's had for a long time. He's not a big lad, but I think he was maybe a bigger baby, so we could put it down to that. So, yeah, Mario Kenzie was a bigger. No, I'm not saying he's a big baby. He was a larger style baby, but the Chunk, he still likes the nickname. And you know what he did do? He did a double at his local round, which was fabulous for him, and it's something that made him feel absolutely on top of the world, as you could expect. To win at home, he proved that the home round jinx isn't for everybody. Yes, it does catch a lot of people out, and it's one of these things that you can't really get away from, but Marley McKenzie, well, he grabbed it and ran with it, and boy, did he run with it, and he stonked off to a couple of fabulous victories, which is what he will want to do this weekend. But they've got their work cut out. They really have. Ben Jolliffe, Luca Hopkins, Lakin Payne, Lewis Mullen and Luca Wilkinson, who all chase Marley McKenzie down in the championship. What they need to not do is get too involved in a bit of a battle with each other. They need to focus on that man at 45 who does streak ahead. And that's one thing that we see Marley do week in, week out. He can just do his own thing on track. He'll try and find a bit of free space if he can. Right now he seems to be the Pied Piper and everybody wants to follow him, which is quite understandable. But he will manage to do his laps on his own, and he will generate lap time on his own, which I think is quite exceptional for the young man in one of these smaller capacity classes. Bit of action in the pit lane for one of our Rocket rookies. I think that's young Mr. Creeth, who's just come in, and he'll be getting a quick bit of work. It is Rory Creeth down there in the pit lane. The Rocket Rookies team spring into action and start to do the necessary work on that bike for he. Looks like a bit of media work getting done as well for Rocket Rookies. They don't mess about, you know that. They do it really well. Ron and Anne Haslam. I saw Anne out the back of the commentary point earlier on. I think she was looking at the speaker. I was saying something nice about her. It really was. She was looking up at that speaker. As quite a few people do. Now, Rory Creeth stepped off the bike and is stepping over everything with his water bottle, trying to get away from it. Whether he wants to just have a quick look at some of the television screens in one of the garages there, 9 times out of 10, the Rocket Rookies will use the Motor Rapido garage because there is a tie-in with Leon Haslam there and the Rocket Rookies, so that's probably what Rory was stepping off to do. He'll have come back from the garage and seen that he is in, what is he in, 20th place out of 22, so he's in the pits very early, where there's an issue with that bike actually. There's a fair bit happening down the left-hand side. Now remember, in the Pirelli National Superstock session, Tom Oliver got a little bit animated on the old gear lever and broke the gear lever rod, and he was adamant it wasn't his fault, but Sam Cox says it was his fault, which is quite good. But there could be something to do with that on this bike as well, because we also see the legend himself, Rocket Ron Haslam, down there, who celebrated a 70th birthday at Knockhill. And I said to Ollie, he kept that quiet. We could have done something. Ron doesn't like that. He doesn't like the limelight, and we know that. My heroes down in the pit lane. Rocket Ron, a big happy belated birthday to Ron. And he did get a nice cake from the Rocket Rookies camp, which was always nice to see. Do like to see a little bit of love getting spread around. Further back down the pit lane, Arnie Carr, the Beverly Base rider on the ATP Motorsport ZX4RR, is in the pit lane, and Arnie's stopped for a bit of a drink and getting some tyre pressure checks done to that little Kawasaki. I like that Kawasaki. It's in the proper traditional bright green that you want Kawasaki's to be in. They've been through many shades of green through the year. Some of them have lain in the green, I must say. But I do like the very bright, I call it the Yanagawa kind of green. It's incredibly bright, easy to spot on track. Factory green, there you go, Dave. I like that one, that's a good one. Don't get me wrong, the Rocket Rookies bike looks good as well. Luca Hopkins is fastest at this point. 41, bike number 41, Luca Hopkins, with a 204.835, 0.3 of a second up the road from Marley McKenzie. Then Luca Wilkinson in the pit lane on bike 76. He's obviously out of my... I can't bend my eyesight around the building yet. I'm still working on that. But I can see Luca right down the far end. And he is on that NW Racing ZX4RR. Again, stopping for some adjustments and get going. There's not a lot of time in this session, so really you would imagine, unless there's something glaringly wrong with the bike, you'd want to try and stay out there and just get lap after lap after lap if you can. The sound of an R7, the sound of a ZX4RR crossing the line in the background. Lewis Mullen and Lakin Payne, not together on the road, but separated by about 30 or 40 bike lengths. which is a great marker, I've got to say, for Lake and Payne, because he's got Lewis just ahead of him and he can keep his eye on him. He's in his eye lane, but he's not having to worry about where he's going on track. Now, Freddie Oakley comes in with a whole line of other bikes. Finn Page being one of them, and then Kylan Shuttlewood, if I'm not mistaken, comes in as well. Kylan parks up, gets a bit of a chat from Rocket Rookie's team. But Freddie Oakley, I've said this quite a few times, if consistency was rewarded by just being consistent, Freddie Oakley would definitely get that for his efforts last year. In a junior championship like Super Teen, you don't expect people to constantly be delivering good point scoring results and not throw themselves into the scenery. And that's exactly what that young man did. He was one of the most consistent riders across the whole championship, the whole paddock, not just this championship. And also from a distance, his colour scheme reminds me of a Nemesis Kawasaki from 19 whenever, long time ago. The year Hizzy rode for them, but they didn't even manage to make the full year, if I'm not mistaken. Only from certain angles, in daylight, and in if the sun's at the right time, and various other bits and bobs. But yeah, in my head it is. Back out onto the track goes Rory Creeth and Marley McKenzie. So there has been a little shuffle at the top because Luca Hopkins, still fastest, sits in the pit lane. Number 12, Lewis Mullen, the new Mills rider on the DJ Racing R7, puts himself into second place. Marley McKenzie shuffled down to third place. Could this be the weekend where we see the stranglehold on this 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship that Marley McKenzie has? Could we see just maybe a couple of fingers released on that and see other people start to come to the sharp end? Because normally at this time of day, Marley has about a 1.5 second lead in free practice one, and everybody's trying to play catch up, and he just goes faster and faster. That was Jamie Hanks Elliott crossing the line. Jamie finds herself in 8th place. Good showing from Jamie with that very distinctive helmet that she's had for quite some time. Freddie Oakley gets shuffled back, as does Isaac Mark and Jamie Hanks Elliott. There's Kylan Shuttlewood going back out now. At one point, his dad was one of the team managers who was looking after the Rocket Rookies concern, or that was last year. Whether that's continued into towards 2026, we'll find out. And it's Sid Marshall who improves. Bike number 14 goes up 1 place into 14th, 5.2 seconds away from the fastest time. Now, Mackenzie's on an outlap. He's in 3rd place with Luca Wilkinson. We need to keep our eye on those two because they left the pit lane in the same kind of area, but it was actually Rory Creeth who went out with Marley McKenzie. As we look and see them coming round Coram in towards Murray's, it's actually Wilkinson who's managed to get himself beside Marley McKenzie. So they've kind of swapped around. Rory Creeth crossing the line in the background has Finn Harrison with him, his teammate. And it's the next 2 bikes across the line we keep our eyes on. There's Marley McKenzie now ahead of Ted Wilkinson as they cross the line and go into a push lap. So this will be an interesting one to keep our eyes on for the timing screens, as Holly Harris makes her way onto track, followed by Lewis Mullen. A couple of R7 Yamahas. And let's get the first split. So Mackenzie needs to get to this first split, and he needs to do it in about 39.1 to be in with the same lap speed that Luca Hopkins has put down. Remember, it's quite long sectors here. The first sector doesn't end till you get right deep into the braking phase of Agostini, and that's where Mackenzie is coming to the now. 39.128, the fastest sector in that area. What can Mackenzie deliver? 39.0, but a 38.7 for the man who is chasing him. That's Ted Wilkinson. And it changes a little bit because Mason Johnson goes ahead of those guys into 3rd place, which is really impressive to see. Young Mason, who we've talked about quite a lot, Mason Johnson, steps in from the Rocket of BMW F900R Cup a couple of seasons ago. Still a very young man, finds himself a good home in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. But a good first sector for Marley McKenzie and for Luca Wilkinson. We wait to see what they can do in the second sector. 43.9 will have them very much in the mix and at the sharp end where they want to be. It's just at the end of that Bentley straight, and we'll wait to see what Marley McKenzie does. Will it be green? Will it be purple? We'll know. They both drift away just a little bit into the yellows. Couple of tenths of a second, the wrong place from where you don't want to be. And Marley McKenzie actually holds that fastest sector, the 43.9, but he went through in 44.3 seconds last time round. So it's just drifting away ever so slightly, but they're still on a good lap. Luca Wilkinson looks like he could be the person to improve as the fastest man in the session. Makes his way back out onto track. That's Luca Hopkins on the team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling. It is. ZX 4RR. And we get Rocket Rookies. There goes Marley McKenzie. Does McKenzie move? He does. He goes to the top and he's instantly gazumped by Luca Wilkinson. Good lap for both of those riders there. They both had a good first sector and a good last sector, but the middle sector with a little bit of work still to do to that, but very impressive. Fastest sector of anybody last time round for Luca Wilkinson. It's Marley McKenzie who had the fastest last sector, but we're splitting it by some 8,000ths of a second or 800ths of a second. They're very much together on track and lapping it together. So Wilkinson, McKenzie, Hopkins, now the way the top three looks. From Lewis Mullen, Mason Johnson, Ben Jolliffe, winner in this championship at Donington Park already. Then Lake and Payne, Isaac Mark, Jamie Hanks Elliott in 9th place. And Ewan Kirk in 10th. What have we got left to go? 7.5 minutes left of this session, and the sun's just popped out from behind the cloud. There was quite a bit of cloud cover earlier, and it brought the temperature down just ever so slightly. And what it's doing now is the track temperature will probably rocket up. You can tell that it's been dry down here for quite some time as well, because back home in Bonnie, Scotland, we have very green, plush grass. And you have a very kind of yellowish green grass down here, which shows you just how dry it actually is. I would probably take the yellowish green grass if I can. That means you've had a lot of sunshine. Right, what can Luca Hopkins do then? We've seen his dominance in this session just be toppled. And Luca Hopkins will be wanting to try and come back from that as quickly as he possibly can. His teammate, Isaac Mark, is just going in towards Wilson. And Isaac is very much at the sharp end. He's up there. Jamie Muir just ahead of him and Kylan Shuttlewood just ahead of the pair of them. I've just had a text message from Ian Hamilton, and he tells me that in the sidecars it was a blown engine for Rob Biggs, which is a great shame. Let's not start that again. Let's hopefully that's one done and no more to go. But there was one weekend a couple of years ago where Biggsy went through 3 engines, and I don't think he'd had a race by that point. Eventually you could see through one of them, and they thought that was maybe enough. That was at Brands Hatch, if you can cast your mind back that long ago. A couple of seasons, but thank you very much, Ian Hamilton, for that. There was a spate of sidecars all parked up down at Brundles, and for the 20, I think, that started, if even that, we were down to 10 at one point on track. Lewis Mullen crossing the line, keeps himself in 4th place. There goes Freddie Oakley, the very brightly coloured Freddie Oakley. Kylan Shuttlewood did improve on that last lap. I forgot to mention that. Bike 83 went up 1 place to 11th, just ahead of Freddie Oakley. But I am keeping my eyes once again on the Wilkinson and McKenzie laps, because they seem to be the pace setters that we see. They're making their way just in towards the middle part of the lap, which is Oggies. I can see that from the commentary box. It's still Marley McKenzie. Looking pretty good there. Luca Wilkinson very hot on his heels as they go through. Ben Jolliffe up into 3rd place. 3-place improvement for Ben Jolliffe. And that's what we expect. Remember when you heard him at Donington, he was almost taken aback. He was almost shocked that he'd won the race when he was speaking to Larry Carter. And there was something quite humbling about that. It was nice. He wasn't big-headed at all. He was, I don't know what to do in this situation, Larry. Larry thankfully guided him through with professionalism, as he should do, and always does. But yeah, Ben Jolliffe up into 3rd place again. And the good, reassuring thing is the top 6 are covered by 9/10ths of a second. We don't have a 1.5 lead for anybody at the sharp end. So, Marvellous Marley, as it says in the programme that Larry Carter has put the words down for, is going to have to work for this one. Here he comes up to the line. McKenzie crosses the line. Any improvement for him this time? Yes, there is. He goes to the top by 0.2 of a second with a 2:03.841. And he did that all in the last sector, a 40.986. That's the thing about the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship. You don't normally see purple, purple, purple. It's kind of splattergun effect on our TSL timing screen. Mackenzie didn't do too much in that session. He was there or thereabouts, but the last sector really took a big chunk of time out of that, put a purple sector in, and puts himself to the top by 0.2 of a second over Ted Wilkinson with 3 minutes or 3.5 minutes of the session to go. Can he hold that towards the end? Well, that's anybody's guess. Certainly in the Mackenzie run plan, that will be a yes, but whether it can happen, we don't know. And that is Marley, because he's got big pressure here. Van Nieuwenkirk, again, another improvement for bike number 3, up into third place, 0.7 of a second away. And if he can keep that going, before you know it, he'll be right at the sharp end, where he already is. But there could be a little bit more still to come. The question has been said. Coming down pit lane, Jamie Hanks Elliott. That means Cam Hall will probably be down there, I would imagine, giving a bit of love and support. Or maybe doing it from a distance in the GNS garage, you never know. Isaac Marker, a man from Ballinmoney. 9th place for Isaac Mark. He had a really good showing at Knockhill, especially in the wet conditions, and the youngsters did a fabulous job of keeping themselves the right way up at Knockhill in the rain, actually. As we have a quick shuffle through some paperwork to see if we Ryan Van Nieuwenkirk, who is in 4th place, young South African rider, new to the championship for this round. Whether he stays on and does a few more, he's certainly ruffling a few of the more established feathers, being in 4th place, only 0.7 of a second away. Still the top 6 covered by 0.9 of a second. Mason Johnson just on the outside looking in 7th place. And young Mason definitely has the pace. Definitely has the pace to be in there. Remember, the lap record for this class still to be established. Now, you don't set that in free practice, but it does give you a good indication of what you would expect. We saw that with the British Superbikes earlier on. I was thinking they'll maybe get down to a 47 flat and a 47.1. I mean, Bradley raided 47 flat within the first 5 laps, and then they went down to a 46.3. I almost fell off my chair. Didn't expect that whatsoever. I don't think anybody expected that, but it shows you just how good the circuit is here at Snetterton, how well prepped it is, and also how perfect the conditions are today for them to be out there on their bikes. Again, another Rocket Rookies in the pit lane. That's Finn Harrison with the, and I've gone on about this all year, the Nigel Mansell tribute-esque helmet that he has. Finn came from car racing, so that does make perfect sense in my eyes. It does have a little bit of a Mansell tribute to it. And if he's got the Mansell helmet, I suppose Harry Truelove has got the Mansell moustache, if we're going to give our Nige a salute, seeing as it's British Grand Prix weekend for cars, but we're not going to talk about that. But yeah, it could very well much be that Finn Harrison has come from car racing across into bikes, and finding himself a good home in the Rocket Rookies camp. As we're already down to the last couple of seconds of this session. 3, 2, 1, the checker flag now flutters in the lovely Snetterton breeze, and it will be young Mason Johnson who takes the flag first. Doesn't win free practice, but he takes the checker flag first, and he will be 7th place at best. And he's also now, with the times moving on, he's just gone out with that second away from the fastest time. Lewis Mullen is on a good lap. He's about to improve himself. He does. Lewis Mullen goes up into 4th place. He goes ahead of Ryan Van Nieuwekerk. Ryan goes down to 5th place. And what else is on here? We have got Luca Hopkins on a bit of a lap. So Marley McKenzie might not be safe at the top. Luca Hopkins has gone personal best through sector number 1. Marley McKenzie has very much shut off going through sector number 1 because he's put a time up some in the 46 seconds, which is miles and miles away from where he would want to be. 22 bikes, so decent grid size for this this point in the championship for this brand new 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. This is their free practice. The next time we see them on track will actually be tomorrow morning for qualifying. They only get one free practice session. They don't get back out today, but they've managed to not be at the very end of the day, which I think is a bonus for them. They've actually been at the top of the day. A lot of the times they do, like the sidecars, start or finish the day, but they'll be happy with their timetable programming and planning today that we see them out just after lunchtime. Lets them have plenty of time to download and debrief and have a look and see what's going to happen for the rest of the weekend. But Luca Hopkins does go to the top of free practice at the very end of that session and topple Marley McKenzie by 0.2 of a second. Now, we did see Luca Hopkins with that earlier on in the session, and he's managed to keep that form right through to the end. So Hopkins from McKenzie and Wilkinson, your top 3, 41, 45 and 76. Lewis Mullen, 12 in 4th place. Jolliffe, 42, comes home in 5th. Van Nieuwenwerk Kirk comes home in 6th place on bike 3. Mason Johnson in 7th on 88, and Lakin Payne in 7th on bike 72 in 8th place. Too many numbers now, Dave. And Isaac Mark comes home in 9th place. Jamie Hanks Elliott up to 10th place for Jamie Hanks Elliott right at the very end of that session. So what do we have now, you ask? Well, we have free practice 2 for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli from 20 past 2 till 10 to 3. So strap yourself in, because if the first one was anything to go by, the second one is not going to be any slower. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Bikes making their way onto the circuit for free practice 2 for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli, and the sun has very much come out here at Snetterton. It beats down upon this lovely Norfolk track as the bikes head out. Last man fashionably late coming down the pit lane, Rory Skinner, followed by a pair of Bemotas, though, we need to say that, the AJ and Steel Stock Bemotas of Max Cook and Joe Talbot. There goes Hollywood Fraser Rogers and Ilya Mikulchik as well onto the circuit. But this morning session was a stunner. It was seriously fast and it was hot, and it was the last man who goes out there on his Hager PBM Ducati, Scott Redding, who was fastest of all. He smashed the existing lap record, as did Bradley Ray, which was pretty exciting to watch and to call. A 146.393 for Scott Redding and a 146.414 for Bradley Ray. Ryan Vickers, a very impressive and great step forward for Honda to put himself in P3, and he wasn't too far away. Well, he was a bit of a chunky time away, 147.4. You won't be happy being a second away, but it was P3. He was best off the so-called rest as the Honda UK star makes his way out onto his home circuit here at Snetterton, carrying that momentum that they kind of gained at Knockhill, which we saw. We saw Honda make a big step forward with Ryan Vickers. We saw him battling towards the sharp end, and he actually even said, as I said this morning, in thrill of the race, I could see the leaders. They were just ahead of me, and they weren't pulling away. Nobody was disappearing into the dust as they have been this year, as he's struggled to tame the 1000cc Honda Superbike underneath him. A very interesting session this morning. That really was an incredible lap time that we saw being put down by Scott Redding and then echoed by Bradley Ray. Brad did say in a little pit lane interview, because I knew Scott was behind me, and I hope he learnt something following me. A bit of a chuckle, tongue-in-cheek moment there. But Scott actually counteracted that by saying, well, I backed off and it was Kyle that got onto his back wheel, so Brad was maybe a little bit mistaken. So that was good to hear that the mind games are already very much in play, but these guys know each other very well. They're not going to fall out over somebody following each other for a lap or two during a session, that's for sure. But this is a shorter session. This is a much shorter session. It's only half an hour. There's another time on track where we see them later on at 4:10. We get pre-qualifying. That's where things really do start to kick in, shall we say. Now, Alan Hyde is very busy, feverishly working away in the sound room, where he's trying to plug everything in and give us a few more microphones and options. But Heidi's got a small room along there, and I walked in earlier on, there wasn't a lot of stuff in there apart from a mixing desk. I thought, okay, on you go, Alan. Then he come burbling in here looking for a four-way extension. So I'm pretty sure BSB Radio will be up and running before we know it, no time tomorrow. So we can't wait for that. Dave Neal's having a bit of a watch from the commentary box. Remember, head down to the Zen Zone tomorrow whenever you can. We'll announce the times tomorrow when Riders on stage. 10 chats throughout the course of the weekend for Dave Neal. 10 chats both days, so that's 20 chats in total. So make sure you head down to that Zen Zone, where you can also be in with a chance of winning some VIP pit lane guest passes. You can also get some safety car laps in with that as well, and the famous Snetterton Safari Tour. There you go, the Snetterton Safari Tour. That's something for you to have a little bit of a look at. But where are we going to go for this session? That's what we need to ask, because free practice number 1, well, we'd already had a 147 from Bradley Ray round about this point. In fact, there's a little bit of a lie. It was on lap 5. Has Kyle got to the bottom of his problems? He said he knew he was going to come to a circuit at one point, and he knew he was going to be struggling, and this is the circuit where they came. He says, nothing felt nice. I didn't want to push it. I felt like I was going to crash. So he didn't. That's where a champion really shows his true colours and just holds back and is clever about the whole situation. But he and Shannon Etheridge, his crew chief, will have definitely had their heads down and done a good bit of work to see if there's something that they can not salvage for this afternoon, but something that they can improve for, because that's what they want to do. They'll look at this morning's time from free practice 1, and they'll see that Kyle did a 147.621, and he was uncomfortable and unhappy on the bike. They will look to improve that time And they'll also, more importantly, look to improve the feeling that he had on the bike. Because he may be able to go faster, but if he still feels the same, that's not good. He wants to feel comfortable, he wants to feel in control, and he wants to feel like he knows where the bike's going to go and what it's going to do underneath him. Scott Redding, on the other hand, well, it's not often that we've seen Scott Redding come out the blocks and be so quick straight away. Every time this year he seems to have been on a bit of the back foot and had to fight his way back towards the sharp end. Whereas this weekend, he is the Pied Piper. He has got his tail up and he is quick from the word go. And what we also need to remember, which I think we all forgot until he mentioned in a little interview, he hasn't raced here since 2019. He never raced here last year. It was this round where Glenn unfortunately had his accident and then Scott took over at Knockhill. These 2 rounds have been reversed for 2026. So he says he got on the bike and thought he knew what to expect, and he got out there and realised, wow, I'm kind of out my depth here a little bit. It's nothing from what I seem to remember. But it certainly didn't slow him down. He did manage to submit the fastest time of the day, and under the lap record by some 2/10, a 146.393 for Scott Redding, and he did that on his last lap, on lap 22 out of 22. Oh, a fairly impressive run. 47.8 for Brad Ray. He's gone into the 47s again, nice and early on his 3rd lap of running. Another 2 laps and we could be down to that 47.0-ish area where we saw him in free practice 1. So very impressive running for Bradley Ray. That McCallum's Raceways Yamaha, the 1 superbike in that garage and 2 super sport bikes on the other side, completely separate entity. Still running under the same team, but it's got its own team that run it. They know what they're doing. They've got brains. They've got young junior brains as well working on the bike. Mark and Brad Woodidge. And it just seems to be a really good fit for Bradley Ray. Steve Rogers likes it. He's smiling in the garage. He knows he's got somebody who can really deliver. And we saw that last year. Just the wheels, unfortunately, rumbled off it midway through the season. What can 2026 offer that garage as they all come out? It's almost like a bit of a race here. They're all going to cross the line together as they come up towards us. And it is the Pocket Rocket who's across the line first of all, Leon Haslam, showing that Moto Rapido Ducati has got pace. Leon Haslam with a 48.171, only 0.3 of a second away from Bradley Ray. But Bradley Ray is about to move the goalpost, ladies and gentlemen. Number 28, the last bike on track. He's just gone through the bomb hole. He's just coming in towards Coram. You see the very lurid bright pink helmet hanging off the side of the R1 as he comes in towards Murray's. This could be another fastest lap of the weekend, depending on where it puts him. Fastest lap of this session. He's gone purple, personal best. Brad crosses the line. What do we get? We get a 47.4. So that's pretty impressive from what he's done on lap number 4 of the session. We like that. We like that a lot. Let's have a look a little bit further down. Behind Brad Ray, we've got Scott Redding, Leon Haslam, then Max Cook on the first of the AGN Steel Stock Motors. Storm Stacey is in the garage, and I saw him getting pushed back into the garage by the Batham's AGN mechanics. It looked like he was ready to come out, but then he got pushed quite hastily back in. Rory Skinner sits in 6th place. He's improved up 2 places ahead of Eli Michalczyk and Lee Jackson. Christian Innan rounds out the top 10 on the Sencat Aprilia. Glenn Irwin, who we have seen a big upturn in form since Knockhill. We saw him back on the podium, and as I mentioned this morning, it was an emotional podium, and it was a very emotional interview that he gave Larry Carter. But Glenn, just outside the top 10 in 11th place, ahead of Jason O'Halloran, then Danny Kent, then Josh Brooks. Rhys Irwin up there as well, one of our rookies, just ahead of his teammate Eugene McManus. Charlie Spud Nesbitt, who was going very well earlier on. So much so that I forgot to give him a shout out when he went into P9, that his girlfriend gave him a bit of a slap on the wrists. So I do apologise for that. Ahead of Joe Talbot, Graham Irwin, who I think credit and kudos to that MET Phonacab team, who have built the brand new 2026 bike and are out there on the brand new 2026 bike. And yes, it had a technical problem right in front of us where it stopped on the straight, but that really is doing a cracking job for Graham. And he's 20th out of 24. Fraser Rogers 21st, Ben Luxton, who steps in for Luke Hedger 22nd, Braden Elliott 23rd, and you think, hang on, so there's 24 bikes, who's 24th? That would be Kyle Ryde, just at this moment in time. He's done 2 laps, and he's back in the pit box, so the issues that we had earlier on maybe haven't all but gone as Braden Elliott comes back under the commentary point and heads for the NP Racing tent. Neil Pearson will be ready with the team to grab Braden and get him back in there. Unfortunately, they had a technical issue and the bike stopped on the Bentley straight for Braden earlier on. But Kyle in the pit box is never the best thing. You'd expected him to maybe have completed at least a flying lap, but he'd rather come straight back in and have a bit of a detailed sit down with Shannon Etheridge and say, this just isn't working right now. And let's not crash the thing. Let's try and fix it, make it better, and then see where we go. It's all down to feel, and there are tiny, tiny margins that riders deal with. But if something doesn't feel right, they're not going to put themselves or their machine at risk. As we see Christian Idden coming in and through Murray's, accelerates up towards the centre straight. He's chased by young Eugene McManus, who we did mention his dad had a birthday last week. I wonder what Eugene got his dad. I hope he remembered. That's the most important thing. If he didn't, he'll be in trouble. There goes Danny Kent across the line as well. Kent in 11th place. The 2 Cheshire Moulding Yamahas will be looking for a bit of an upturn in form. Here comes his teammate Rory. Skinner crossing the line in 8th place. And Ben Luxton as well. Ben doing a cracking job for this Whitecliff CDH team. Exactly what he should be doing, as Graham Irwin doesn't know it yet, but he's about to have a face full of Hager PBM Ducati on the brakes in towards the very tight hairpin of... In fact, he's not... I thought Scott was going to go through, but he's just happy to follow Graham at this point. They'll come back towards Palmer, which is a big double long left-handed corner before they accelerate down the back straight and in towards the Agostini hairpin. And Scott's now ahead of Graham, so Graham can see the difference between the 2 Ducatis. The one that Scott Redding has, that's been dialed in for a good few rounds now since pre-season testing, and Graham's, which is still effectively wet behind the ears. It's that fresh. It's not lambing season, is it? Are we past that? Are we not? Okay, past that. But yeah, it's just new as Graham Irwin's bike. So here comes Kyle. He's back at the garage. The bike's fired up. His dad hands the bike over. Don't know if you can hear the Ducati in the overrun. Kyle now paddles away a little bit. What's he got? Has he got a new tyre in front of that? Difficult to say from here. But here he goes out onto the circuit. He didn't give too much away in his interview, which was quite telling. He just said that the bike felt horrible. It was like it was trying to crash everywhere, and they knew at some point in the season it was going to be feeling like this for them when they got to a racetrack. But he didn't want to give too much more away of what specific area they were struggling at, which maybe I should have pressed a little bit more for, but you give them a little bit. You give them a little bit of leeway. You don't want to fall it with them on Friday. It's never the best thing to do. There goes Scott Redding across the line. In that long extended waffle from me about Kyle, Rory Skinner did improve 2 places up into 6th place with a 148.224 for Rory Skinner. 148.224. So Brad Ray, Ryan Vickers, Christian Idden, Scott Redding, your top 4 as it sits. Leon Haslam in 5th place with Rory Skinner in 6th place, and Max Cook 7th with Storm Stacey 8th. Elia is in 9th and Jason O'Halloran in 10th. Out of that top 10 on track, Ray, Redding, Skinner and Michalczyk. Everybody else in that pit lane. It's that mid-session kind of halfway lull where I would expect them to come out and then have a bit of a push on to see the next phase is pre-qualifying. So this is where they need to see. They've probably done a lot of race work in that whole hour and maybe the first part of this. They will now want to stick something in this to see if it has got a whole bit of qualifying speed underneath it and see where they go. Scott Redding has gone purple through sector number 1 at this point though. So we'll look for 45 to break the second sector. 37.923. the fastest time was Ryan Vickers, so he's 2/10 away from Ryan Vickers. That could move him into second place. It would put him just behind Bradley Ray. But he's got to try and hold that round towards the line as Reading Power will come back into our sight any second now through Coram. There he is, big, long elbow and leaning off the side of the bike. Very distinctive style that Scott has got. He almost uses his elbow like a knee to feel the tarmac as he's coming round. Up towards the line. Well, let's put the man into P2. No, it moves him up one place to P3. So, a personal best in that last sector. Just lost a little bit of time, but still an improvement as Fraser Rogers back out onto track for the Tag Honda, which we'll need to get used to seeing a new manufacturer for those guys in 2027. And this is where Fraser and Charlie will be trying their best, I said earlier on, to impress as much as they can to show they're the riders for that team for next year on their Ducatis. No pressure there. So let's see what Kyle Wright can do. He's gone personal best through sector number 1 and personal best through sector number 2. Now that's kind of to be expected because he's a 156.612. But look at the times, 33.6 is on par with Reading, 37.9 is on par. So he's now only about 0.3 of a second away. So good bit of hard work back in the garage from Kyle and from Shannon Etheridge, just to make sure that everything is perfect on that nitrous competition Ducati. Comes out of the last corner, accelerates up towards the line, gets tucked in ever so well. Playing golf yesterday, I think that went well. He'll want today to go well. Crossing the line, big improvement. Yes, 17 in place improvement. Puts himself within 0.8 of a second of the fastest time, and that's what we expect to see. That's where you have to do a lot of hard work. And as Dave Neal rightfully said to me, you know, he wanted to get over to everybody on the stage that he has worked very hard all the way through his free practice sessions. Nothing comes easy. Nothing comes easy in life, but nothing comes easy in superbike riding, that's for sure. And it's very much a team effort. So Kyle, Shannon and the guys down there with Tommy all working incredibly hard to make sure he has the bike underneath him that he has had through this year. But it just shows you he's now managed to improve 17 places up into that 8th place, 7th place. But there's still work to do because he'll still find himself 0.8 of a second away, and he'll want to be closer than that. He won't want to be that far away. That won't sit well with the defending reigning champion. There's one for the bingo card for the listeners. They won't be liking that one at all. But still Bradley, who sits on top of the times with a 147.401. He put that time down on lap 4 out of a 7-lap run that he's done so far. Ryan Vickers behind him in P2 sits in the pit lane, 47.774, 0.3 of a second away. Then it's Scott Redding, a further 1/10 of a second down. Redding maybe trying something slightly different from this morning setup, which seemed to work so incredibly well. But wait, we've got 11 minutes to go. A lot of people in the pit lane garages right now, not many people on the track. That's about to turn on its head and be completely different. There will be a mass exit from the pit lane, and then we'll see what people really have underneath them for a bit of a kind of a pre-qualifying session, you could almost say. Here come the Tuba Motors for a pre-qualifying session heading out onto the circuit. Max Cook with his young teammate Joe Talbot. He gives Joe a bit of a thumbs up. There goes Rhys Irwin. So a couple of rookies lined up. Storm Stacey goes down with the loudest Ducati I've heard in a while. That's what it's like, Dave. Pre-qualifying. And here comes the Pocket Rocket. I was all worried about the Motor Rapido team this morning, but they were trying something different on the throttle that Leon wanted to try, so I had them in the garage and it was all cool, it was all taken care of, and I even got a little gift from Hammy sent up to me. So he says, don't panic, everything's under control. Didn't look that way, but we'll give him it. There goes Fraser Rogers across the line. Fraser Rogers, another man that goes very well around Snetterton. The two Hondas coming out line astern now is Ryan there to give Jason a little bit of a tow. Interesting if that's the case. Yep, definite look round and a thumbs up there. So the Osho, well, he's in 11th. He's been a lot better than we have seen this year with Ryan Vickers P2. ready to do a bit of work for Honda. And I do love the Honda livery that they've got this year. It looks much more like the factory Hondas. It really does look good. More like the World Superbike edition that we have got, which we'll see next weekend at Doynton. But this weekend, it's all about what we have in the British Superbike Championship, because this is going to be an exciting last 9 minutes. We've had a whole exit of people making their way out onto the track. Is Kyle Ryde still on track, or did he come back into the pit lane? He's up to 4th place now, Kyle. Only 6/10 of a second. Make that 3rd place. And that's exactly what he needs to be seeing. But Brad Ray has just done a 46.915 and moved the goalposts on. But still, Kyle has improved. Lap on lap, he's gone from 24th to, I think it was 8th, up to 4th, and now up to 3rd. That's exactly what we're wanting to see. And what that will do is, even without Shannon Etheridge having a chat with Kyle, that will tell Shannon that Kyle's pretty happy with the bike, otherwise he would have come straight back in. Must be happy with how it feels. He's gone faster, faster, faster. But then Bradley Ray entered the chat room, says, hold this, I'm about to go even faster. Reading back in the garage. 8 minutes 40 seconds of the session to go. 8 minutes 45 seconds. Just enough time to pull out the back wheel and put a new one in if they want to, and see what they've got. Max Cook has gone purple through sector number 1 on the Bimota. Interesting. Storm Stacey, personal best, sector number 1. Eli Michalczyk, personal best as well. The two Hondas riding line astern in towards turn number 1. Through they go out of our sight. There's so much about to happen on this TSL timing screen. I only have 2 pairs of eyes in the commentary box. I've got one, the other one standing over my shoulder. Here comes Max Cook, ladies and gentlemen. This is something that we expected. That nice stiff chassis on that Bimota, purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2 for Max. We look down towards Coram. We'll see Bradley Ray coming, and Kyle Ryde first. Then behind that we have Max Cook. Then it's Joe Talbot. Then it's Bradley Ray. Max Cook could be about to put himself on top of the times as through comes Kyle. He'll cross the line. Does he move? No, he stays in 3rd. Here comes Max Cook up towards the line. He's been pretty sensational. Where does he go? Fastest, 46.826 for the AGN Steelstock Bimota by 800ths of a second. That was a good lap for Max. 2 purple sectors in the 1st and the 2nd, and then a personal best through the last sector. Storm Stacey crosses the line. He improves up to 8th place. Remember, this is free practice 2. The end of this, though, almost becomes a pre-qualifying session, because this is where they need to find out what's underneath them, if it works, and it must be working for both Bimotas, because Joe Talbot has taken his Bimota to P6. 9/10 of a second away from his team leader, Max Cook. That's an impressive run. Cook, Ray, Vickers, Ryde, Redding now the top 5. Redding still sits in the pit box. Joe Talbot on track, 15 place improvement to put himself into P6. Ahead of Christian Idden, Storm Stacey, Leon Haslam and Rory Skinner now on the edge of that top 10. Here come the 2 Hondas. What will we get from the Hondas? Vickers crosses the line. Big improvement for O'Halloran, P4. 3rd and 4th for Honda UK. That's impressive, and that's what Ryan Vickers looked round and gave a little thumbs up towards Jason O'Halloran. Dig in if you can, mate, and follow me. And that's exactly what the Osho can do. He's no mug, Jason O'Halloran. He doesn't forget what he's got to do. It's just about unlocking what it takes to ride a BSB spec bike again. And look at that, Jason O'Halloran P4. It's Bimota, Yamaha, Honda, Ducati. Now that's got a different ring to it altogether from what we've said so far this season, but there is still 6 minutes of the session to go, and it is only free practice 2. So let's not get too excited just yet, Duncan. But it's hard not to. It really is. Yeah, Brooksy. Brooksy a little bit further down than he'd like to be, and still in the pit box. Only 2 laps completed in this session for one of the Dow Hondas. His teammate Lee Jackson, on the contrary, having 8 laps completed. But Brooksy sits in pit lane. Ilya Michalczyk heads back out, and here comes Scott Redding. What's in the back of that? Do we have anything shiny and new? Not really, no. Just slightly better, maybe. Graham Irwin makes his way out onto circuit. Finds himself in 22nd place. But I did tell you a lot of bikes were sitting in the pit boxes earlier on. That's all completely changed now. the only 3 bikes in the pit lane, Brad Ray, Storm Stacey and Josh Brooks. And Brooks has been there for quite some time. He's only completed 2 laps in the session. Here comes Bradley Ray back out. Oh, pit lane speed limiter and popping and banging. Makes his way underneath our Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying gantry to head out. Improvement for Fraser Rogers up into 15th place. Goes ahead of Glenn Irwin. Why is Glenn Irwin away down there, actually? He's only done 5 laps in this session, Glenn. He is on track. 149.048. Glenn earlier on did a 148.4. So maybe attacking this session slightly differently. Maybe looking for the earlier session to give the qualifying pace run, but you wouldn't normally expect that. But let's see. Let's see what happens. Eugene McManus, 7th place improvement, up to 14th from 21st position. That's a big lap for young Eugene. Puts himself 2 seconds away. Puts himself ahead of Danny Kent, Fraser Rogers, Glenn Irwin, Charlie Nesbitt, Richard Kerr and Josh Brooks. And more importantly for him, his teammate, as Danny Kent has a bit of a look there. Danny Kent with a good lap, puts himself P4, splits the 2 factory Honda UK bikes, and had a half look going in towards turn 1 on Joe Talbot, but decided discretion was definitely the better part. The entry speed into Richie's is so incredibly fast. He didn't want to do anything silly in free practice too. Also, Rory Skinner with a 3-place improvement. He goes up into back inside the top 10 into 9th place. So a really interesting last 3 minutes of this session to go. The Pocket Rocket Glenn Irwin arrives into the chat room as well. He goes P5. I can't believe I didn't lose faith. I just wondered what was going on. 47.6 for Glenn. He goes ahead of his teammate, and Leon Aslam with the 47.6 as well. So they both effectively do the same time as Ryan Vickers crosses the line. Has the Osho pitted? Or where has he gone to? Because Ryan Vickers still sits in 3rd place. It's quite interesting to see that 3 people have managed to separate the 2 Hondas, and they're all within about the same 10th of a second. 147.6. That's impressive. Kent, Irwin and Haslam all went between those 2 Honda UK stars of Ryan Vickers and Jason O'Halloran. Yep, the Osho steps off his bike, walks back into the garage. I think that's a job well done for Jason. That's another step that he needed to do. And it's a bit of a step change in the right direction. Let's hope that long may continue. Charlie Spud-Nesbitt up into 14th before I get her out for not mentioning. So Charlie Spud-Nesbitt was 14th. 148.543 for Spud. And here comes Storm. With 2 minutes 10 seconds to go, Storm Stacey heads onto the track. And there's just too many different coloured arrows on the screen. Rory Skinner, P4. 147.585 for Skinner on the Cheshire Moulding number 11 Yamaha. That's a 7-place improvement for Rory Skinner, and he slots annoyingly for Danny Kent, his teammate, just ahead of him. It's where he seems to have been for most of this year. There goes Scott Redding. This will be a push for Scott Redding now. That was a good lap. 147.6 for Scott, and Ely on the BMW up to 12th place as well, just knocking on the fringes of the top 10. But here comes Bradley Ray, Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector number 2. Where will Bradley Ray put this number 28 McCams Raceways Yamaha? He's in towards Murray's. He's got Christian Eden ahead of him, which is not going to bother him, and Ryan Vickers follows. Vickers follows through. There's nothing happening on Vickers' lap time. There goes Christian. Here comes Bradley Ray to cross the line, and he goes back to the top of the times with a 146.1. Good Lord, that's fast. 146.196 for Bradley Ray. Hang on a minute. 146.1. That is incredibly fast for Bradley Ray. And, well, I think he's just completely moved the goalposts around Snetterton, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Ray, with that lap time, 0.6 of a second he has put into the entire field. We're witnessing something pretty special here, because the fastest ever Superbike time round here is a 146.0. We're knocking on the door of that, and we're only in free practice 2. 146.196 for Brad Ray. That was a lap and a half. But what have we got incoming? Rory Skinner is on a bit of a decent middle sector to his lap as we get into the last little bit of it. But he's just had a lap time cancelled for a little bit of usage of an area that he shouldn't have been using. So that's not good. But wow, that's an impressive run for Bradley Ray. And as ever, he does it and looks ultra smooth as he's doing the lap. Checker flag now flies here at Snetterton for the end of free practice 2 with a little pre-qualifying session at the end of it. Scott Redding crosses the line, takes that, finishes in 7th place. 1.4 seconds away from Bradley Ray. Now something's changed in that, and then Kyle Ride finds himself in 8th place as well, but something's changed from the Hager PBM team for them to go from being 7th and then to be down towards, well, from being first down to 7th, yeah, and the gaps are so incredibly tight, aren't they? Thousandths of a second separating them from Reading, Ride, Haslam and O'Halloran. And you could even put Talbot in that as well. Incredible free practice session. Almost called that a qualifying session because that had that feel about it towards the end. I will need to head down towards the Dow Honda garage to make sure everything is A-OK with Josh Brooks. I wonder if that's wonder if we're going to see a bit of open engine surgery when we get down there, because 2 laps and from it not to show up again is not the Brooksy way, shall we say. But it's Bradley Ray with a 146.196. Yes, you heard that correct. 146.196. The lap record is a 146.5. But you can't set a lap record in free practice. It needs to be in a race. But if that's what we're doing in free practice too, let's see what the racing brings. Max Cook P2 with a 46.8. And there's a change right at the end there. It's Kyle Ride who does go up into 4th place. There goes Storm Stacey. Any change for Storm and the guys crossing the line? No, there's not. Ray, Cook, Vickers and Ride, your top 4, with Rory Skinner hanging on to 5th place, even though he had a lap time disallowed. Danny Kenton 6th from Glenarvan 7th. Scott Redding in 8th place. Leon Haslam in 9th. And Jason O'Halloran, top 10. Good job for the O-Show. Joe Talbot in 11th, Eli Michalczyk in 12th, Christian Eden, Storm Stacey, Charlie Spud and Nesbitt down to 15th with Lee Jackson. Fraser Rogers, then Eugene McManus, Graham Irwin in 19th, and Richard Kerr rounds out the top 20. We then have the troubled Brooksy. We're going to have to find out what's wrong with that bike. Then we've got Rhys Irwin, Ben Luxton and Braden Elliott down to 24th. That was the British Superbike Championship free practice 2. We have more Superbikes for you today. 4:10 till 4:30 pre-qualifying. That's where the top 12 will decide who goes directly into Q2. The sounds of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship echo in the background on the microphone. A very, very busy session on track, and I've made my way quite far down the pit lane because I've come to pit box 15 and 16, which is the Dow Honda garage for Josh Brooks' Dow Honda. Now I want to see if everything is A-OK in this garage. It looks like, did they have a cracked exhaust? That's what I'm maybe looking at here. I'm just looking at the headers that are off the bike, and they're having a bit of a look around the top of the exhaust area, and that's looking like what we've got there. We've got a bit that's broken off that, so I would wait for confirmation on that, but unfortunately that's maybe why we only saw Josh Brooks do a couple of laps in that session. There is a exhaust system sitting on the floor next to his bike, which is now going through the typical strip down after a session and look over. Lee pops through from the background. He's got a Jamie Morris style hat on. I wonder if they're sharing that hat actually. It does look pretty cool on both those guys. But just let me have a little look in and see if there was something on that. That could be quite telling if that's what was broken on Josh's bike. But I'm just guessing right now. I haven't heard anything from the man himself. I'm looking to see Josh. He's deep in conversation with Ben Stafford, his crew chief, at the back of the garage, and those two guys will be wanting to get to the bottom of what was going on as well. Amy Brooks just getting all the stuff ready for the filming that Lee does for the Dow Honda team as well. In the middle of the garage, we've got this kind of little area which is segregated off in the middle of the Dow garage, which I do like. It's quite cool, and it's for VIPs to come into and have a little bit of a watch. Should they want to actually, and should they need to see the television screen, there's an area for those guys to go into. I suppose the big question about this is, I mean, if something has gone wrong on Josh's bike, they will instantly check that on Lee Jackson's bike as well, one would imagine. But here comes the team boss, Johnny Bagnall. He comes straight to the front of the garage because he's not daft. He knows all about this. Okay, so I'm obviously concerned because our man in the corner there did 2 laps in a half-hour session, and I see an exhaust sitting off to the side. Oh dear, don't say anything that's going to incriminate you now that you're on film. You need to tell us though, if you can, without giving away too much. Josh did 2 laps in that session. There was an exhaust setting off to the side. Was there a technical issue with the bike which kept him off track?
Yeah, small technical issue there. We had something new to try for this weekend from what we thought was a reliable source, and it's failed with only a session and 2 laps in, so a quick change around by the boys to put it back to how it was, and we'll be ready again to go back out in the next session.
How did he feel on the bike apart from that pre-practice one? Was he happy enough?
I think it's quite evident that he's struggling at the minute, but the boys are working at it to try and progress him further up the field.
Are you feeling okay this weekend?
I'm good at you.
I'll let you go there, Johnny. I would like a chat with him if we can. If we can get Josh. But he is working away with his crew chief. So, I mean, the garage next door, we've got Christian in on the Sencat Yamaha, who, that session for Christian, again, trying to find that magic formula. They find themselves in 13th place. 13th place. On the other side of the garage, well, they have got a little bit of work getting done for those guys next door as well in the sport bike class. So we'll let Josh do what he's got to do back there. It'd be good to catch up with Ryan Vickers if we can, because the hometown hero certainly has found something in that Honda. Both Rogers in the garage, Dad Paul's there as well. He's obviously chatting away with Jeff Lapworth from Olands at this moment in time, and as he does that, Lennon Doherty leaves the pit lane behind me. He's been in the pit lane for quite some time. So Ryan having a word with Jeff Lapworth and his crew chief just about what's going on with this CBR 1000RR, the Honda UK racing bike. And I've got to say, standout performance. Yes, they're maybe a second away. The times maybe look bigger than they would want them to look. But you've got to look into the actual positioning on the lap charts as well, the scoreboards as well, because to find yourself up there in P3 is something pretty good. And this is Ryan's home circuit as well that we need to remember. So the home circuit for Vickers, it does come with extra pressure, but for some reason Ryan always seems to perform really well at this track. And an in-depth chat with his crew chief and Jeff Lapworth. Jeff, who works for Owens, and he is dedicated to Ryan's side of the garage for everything that Ryan requires, and Honda very much living by that. And Ryan steps up from his seat, bit of a last word, then comes out, and we'll find out how he feels about that, because okay, thanks Ryan, thanks for popping out. P3 in that session, yes, there's maybe a second in it, but P3 is pretty good reading, but you'd want the gap to be smaller.
Is that sheet upside down or something? Like, it's been a bit the opposite to start of this year, but it's nice to see my name back at the front. To be honest, I was really surprised because that first run I felt pretty bad, and I was P2. I was like, nah, I don't know what everyone else was. Obviously, was having some problems as well, but feeling better on the bike. We've managed to eliminate not all of the issues, but we're making them a bit better. So we're able to ride the bike in a better way, and that actually wasn't since Knockhill. We've had to redevelop stuff since then. We've done a test at Donington, and we went back to having all of the problems again after Knockhill. And I'm glad that happened actually, because it's really highlighted the area of where these problems are coming from, and we was able to make a big step for here. So let's keep trying to work in that same direction, and hopefully we can get close to the front guys.
And I see you also giving your teammate a little bit of a tour around there to definitely help Jason.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not too worried if he can be quicker or be closer, then it's great. The data is more relevant for the team. It's better for all of us, and you know, we are a team, and we want to see both the Hondas at the front.
Team players, thank you very much. Well done, Ryan Vickers. Thank you, Roger Marshall, as well for queuing that up for us and teeing up and making sure we could get that. Has Storm Stacey checked out? Storm Stacey has checked out. So has Rory Skinner, and so has Danny Kent on the other side of the garage. As we keep making our way up. Very impressive run for both the motors. Max Cook on one hand, we've got to say, and then equally impressive for Joe Talbot on the other side of the garage. A run for Joe, which we saw him slide inside the top 10, but then get shuffled back ever so slightly down to 11th place as his bike gets a little bit of TLC love and attention at this moment in time. It looks like Bradley Ray has gone and checked out, and just outside the front of the garage we've got Ben Curry having a bit of a watch of the sport bike session on track. The Pocket Rocket, Leon Haslam, well, they were looking like they were in some sort of trouble in free practice one, but look how much they've turned that around. What a fabulous bit of work they've done in this garage, in the Motor Rapido garage, to make sure everything can turn around. Getting a bit of work with K-Tech at the front of the bike. Quite a sizable change on the front of that bike actually that Leon Haslam's going for. Right outside that pit we've got Cam Dawson. Bit of work getting done for PBM as well, and then we come back up to the other end of the garage where we have the Nitrous Coin Nitrous competition team. And what have we got for Kyle Ride? Let's see if the defending reigning champ will give us another moment of his time as his bike goes through another fairly sizable change here. It could well be a fork spring change on the front of that bike, and all getting done in the wide open glare of the pit lane. Now let's see, Kyle, okay, P4. Now I know how hard you have to work on a free practice. It's never easy, okay, and we've said that quite a few times in commentary. I think today cements that, how hard you guys are having to work.
Yeah, we're obviously, I mean, if you take Brad out of the picture, we're doing okay. But at the minute, yeah, just glad we've done a lot of hard work and done really good 9 races, because today's going to be go down as one of those, probably the most difficult up to yet. I felt better on the bike in that one, but at the minute, as it stands, it looks like a race for second place. So yeah, we'll try and make the bike a bit better for this next one. If I can creep into the 46s, then everything will get better from there.
Where are you struggling mostly?
I think I'm only a couple of attempts in the first and second sector, but it's 8 attempts in the last sector. So
That's normally my go-to, but yeah, I'm just struggling in the last sector really. Bommel and Corrums on the Ducati's not feeling great yet, so just got to cut off that gap and we'll be within half a second of Brad. So yeah.
Does it feel better than it did in free practice 1 though? Because you didn't seem happy at all after that.
It feels better, but obviously, yeah, like I said, take Brad out of the picture and everything looks okay, but being 1.3 seconds off, it's a massive, massive gap. So yeah, a lot of work.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for your time. We'll let Kyle head back there. Yeah, he and Shannon Etheridge will work quite diligently away onto that. Actually, other side of the garage, we have got Chris, we've got Ryan Rainey, we've got Glenn Irwin as well, who's very much still working away feverish in that one. Good session for Glenn there actually. P7 in that one. They've shown good speed through the course of this weekend on both of the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducatis. So I think they need to feel pretty good about where they're going, especially when they've come on this side of the garage, the Glen Irwin side, because remember the other side of the garage started with a huge momentum run. Glenn's had to play catch up quite a bit, and boy, they've played catch up. I think kudos to that. The podium of Knockhill certainly helping out in that direction. But there we go. We got as much information as we possibly could from the pit lane there. Probably going to be time to have a quick look at a timing screen, and then we'll run back up the stairs. So if I just step across towards the pit wall and just have a quick look in here, we can see that Harrison McKay is fastest. Mum Tammy's very happy about that one. Ferry Fleerackers in second place with Taylor Rose, and then Carl Harris in 4. Peter Willis, first of the CF motorbikes. In fact, he goes down one spot because Alfie Davidson goes ahead into 4th place. Then it is Rhys Stevenson, 7th, Charlie Atkins, Rossi Banamasher, Durham down to 10th place. That's a very, very quick snapshot at what it looks like for you guys. We'll head back upstairs to the commentary box, and we'll be back after a quick slug of water with the remaining couple of minutes of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. Well, we made it back to the commentary point here at Snetterton, and unfortunately a red flag has popped out in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, and the reason was a faller at Murray's T12 last corner. Rider number 28, Alfie Davidson, down now. The red flag came out because the bike went through what looks like the recticel that we have down there. Alfie is badged as being perfectly okay, I would like to say, which is always good. But there's obviously a little bit of work that's got to be done. And as we look down towards that area of the track through the binoculars, we can see that the Port West Race Safe marshals are out there already. It's put back together, and it will just get checked over by Chris Glendenning. And I think that could even be Norman Williamson down there, just making sure everything is as it should be with the crash protection around the... Unfortunately, going down and bringing out the red flag. At the point of the red flag, it was Ferry Fleerackers who was fastest from Harrison McKay, and Taylor Rose again showing a fabulous, fabulous run of form in free practice 2. We saw that in free practice 1. Also, Peter Willis up there for the CF Moto team in 4th place. Alfie Davidson was 5th in his iron competition Aprilia. Then it's Asher Durham, the most recent winner that we can see from the championship, most recent new winner in the championship, in 6th place. Carl Harris. Then we've got Rhys Stevenson, Charlie Atkins and Rossi Barnum. And you can hear that the track pit lane opens in 2 minutes and 7 seconds. So some riders have got down here just that little bit too early, actually. Pit lane opens in now, 2 minutes. So Harrison McKay. There's Dave Sellers is here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Housewife's favourite. Has made it to the racetrack in time. Salty out there with the leaf blower just to try and keep that little Aprilia cool that Harrison McKay is on. But these guys have got to sit here off tyre warmers for 2 minutes. It's quite a long time, actually, but it shouldn't affect them in any way, shape or form. Session restarts at 3:25 local time. Thank you very much for all the messages that we have been getting. It's great to see so many of you putting a comment into the chat on the YouTube channel. It's not something that we actively monitor throughout the course of the weekend, but there we go. It's something that I do get a chance to have an eye on now and again throughout the course of today. Somebody saying it's their first time at BSB and loving it so far. It's your first time at BSB and you're loving it so far? Apology 8055. Where have you been? I mean, this is what it's like all the time. If this is your first, it definitely won't be your last. I can guarantee that one. A great place to spend your birthday. Have a great time. Spend a bit of time at the bomb hole for a great viewing spot. I agree 100% with that. Thank you very much. I've just got to be cautious when I actually say that word, just in case it can get lost in a little bit of the accent, and I certainly don't want that on my case, that's for sure. So bikes making their way back out onto track. We have 8 minutes of this session to go. After this session, it goes into the second free practice for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. And then from the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, we roll into, after that, pre-qualifying for the Superbike. So it's an all-action affair today. It will be pretty fast. It will be pretty frantic. And thankfully, Alfie Davidson okay after that tip-off. There goes Lennon Doherty. Another shout-out to Lennon's mum, Claire, who's not 100%, shall we say. Get well soon, Claire. Hope to see you back in the not-too-distant future. I do know that William's heading down later on, and we'll look forward to seeing him this weekend. But bikes making their way back out onto circuit. Making their way around the area where Alfie Davidson just slipped off a minute or so ago. And here we come up the main straight. The charge of the sport bike class. Harrison McKay leading the way, about to pass us. Bit of a gap in proceedings, and then everybody else coming through. Great sound you get here at Snetterton. Do like that, and it paints a pretty emotive picture when you're listening via radio. Into the pit lane comes Is that Cam Dawson, actually? It is. Cam Dawson in the pit lane. Dave Tyson straight over to that and having a good look at that number 2 Power Slide GSX 8R. And Cam saying something about what the bike is doing or what the bike isn't doing. And Dave Tyson, very much a hands-on man, a guy that can build and put together some seriously impressive motorcycles. We've seen that in the case for when Dave used to build Jack Kennedy's Kawasaki, and Jack went out and beat the world, basically, or beat the British Championship people. And right now, Cam Dawson with a little bit of an issue on that GSX 8R. Remember, Suzuki were probably one of the last manufacturers to come into this. They were very late to the party. That was one of the bikes that we saw unveiled at the, was it the Midsummer Brands Hatch, where Sportbike was announced that it was going to happen 2 years ago. Was it 3 years ago? God, it seems like that's so long ago now. Because we've had 2 champions. Richard Cooper was our initial champion. How many years have we had this for? I need to think now. Giving myself a moment in the commentary point here. A moment of doubt. Where did that come from? Anyway, Suzuki were one of the last manufacturers to come along. That GSX 8R, a stunning looking bike. Especially when Powerslide put that together. But let's hope Cam Dawson can get that little issue that he's got fixed, and we can get him back out onto the circuit. So here, this is what the commentary point looks like at Snetterton for us. But when you're looking on, we have we're elevated above the pit lane, right beside the control start-finish line, and the pit lane is underneath us. So we're bringing you all the action live from a very warm Snetterton. 24 degrees is the temperature outside, which is lovely for us to stand, and lovely to stand and sunbathe. They're lovely for you guys to watch bike sport at the side of the track. This incredibly fast track that we have down here in Norfolk. So just to prove I'm still on the commentary point, I thought I'd put that camera on for a minute, and then we'll go back down to the pit lane view that we have. Now Dawson is being released for another exit from the pit lane, and here he comes. Cam goes back out onto track. His teammate Asher Durham has improved while all that was going on. He's gone up 3 places as Thrasher, up into 3rd place, ahead of Taylor Rose, Carl Harris and Peter Willis. Peter Willis being the fastest CF Moto is quite impressive. It's good to see young Peter having a good run of form. His teammate Aidan Davey, the more experienced Aidan, finds himself in 14th place, 2.2 seconds away. Peter Willis is 1 second exactly away, so Aidan 1.2 behind his teammate. That won't go down well tonight. Not at all, with 3 minutes off this session to go. But here comes Harrison McKay. Purple sector number 1, personal best sector number 2. The young man on 61 makes his way in towards my view at Quorum, right on the side of the bike, hangs off the side of that bike. So stylish, this young man, before he comes back to Murray's. We've seen him pick up a victory here before. I mentioned that this morning. That was in the Talent Cup era, but unfortunately got that taken away for a part on the bike that was changed or altered, but non-performance gaining. He crosses the line, a 156.780, another fastest lap in the session for young Harrison McKay. Very good lap, actually. 10th of a second faster than Ferry Fleerackers. Also big improvements for Brodie Goth. He comes up 11 places to 8th. And Lewis Smart climbs up 4 places to 9th. Ed Best, 3-place improvement to 16th. And Luca Allen, a 3-place improvement to 17th. So improvements all the way through the field for a lot of people. Harley McCabe up 5 places to 10th. Zach Shelton up 8 places to 11th. So these guys circulating on track around each other, which makes them pretty close in terms of lap time and position. And good to see as well. Very impressed with how Harrison McKay's going to come of age on this bike. The dedication that it's taken from that young man to get himself into the right place. Looks really, really at home on the much bigger CC Aprilia than we have seen in the past. the Little Talent Cup bikes, much smaller capacity, a completely different ethos when it comes to bike sport engineering, you have to say. But Ferry Fleerackers is on a comeback. Bike 65 looking pretty hot. He's tailing Harrison McKay as they come through Coram in towards Murray's the last corner. Here comes Ferry on the Suzuki. He'll pick that up, accelerate hard out of this corner. And Fleerackers about to go back to the top of the time. 2 purple sectors. As long as he's aced that last sector, this should be Fleerackers going back to the top. Is it? Yes, it is, by 0.2 of a second. And Asher Durham follows him through and goes into second place. So Fleerackers, Durham, McKay. That's how quickly it can change in a free practice session. As Aidan Davey crosses the line side by side, racing people into turn number 1 is Aidan Davey. Ted Wilkinson, Super Ted, goes up 11 places and puts himself into 8th place on the number 22 TWR by Ted Wilkinson Racing Aprilia. On the back of his leathers, we call him Super Ted, and you'll know why, because it is on the back of his leathers. You can actually see it, Super Ted. And a really nice kid is Ted Wilkinson, bike number 22, the man from Runcorn. If I'm not mistaken, that's quite close to Alton Park area. Checker flag now flies, and through it goes. First person to take the checker flag, Samuel Munson. He finishes in 28th place on bike number 70. The ASF Creative Aprilia. Harry Cook's taking it, so is Zach Weston. Zach Weston's just gone. Harry Cook actually just went ahead of Lennon Docherty. Put Lennon down to 22nd place from 21st. So Lennon a little bit off the pace from what we're used to seeing here. Charlie Atkins on a good lap as well. 2 personal bests for Charlie Atkins on the number 56 Simsiris Kawasaki. He's just going through the bomb hole. He's chasing Harrison McKay. There goes Lennon Docherty across the line, and he finishes his session P22. We look across towards Coram with the binoculars. There's Harrison McKay. There's Charlie Atkins coming through. Behind Charlie Atkins, that's Carl Harris coming into view. And I think behind that is we'll wait on that one just now. Let's not have a guess, because it's a long guess. Charlie Atkins must be about to move himself up as he crosses the line on the Simsiris Kawasaki. Yes, he does. He goes up into 12th place from 16th. So a good lap from Charlie for the Simsiris squad to end his free practice too, on a very positive note. And yeah, we did have a red flag in that session. First time we've had a stoppage today. That red flag was caused by Alfie Davidson, our championship leader on the Iron Competition Aprilia. Alfie just unfortunately going down at the last phase of Coram, and the bike going through the recticel. Alfie was perfectly fine. That was noted on screen. Rider was okay, and he walked away from that one. But the recticel then needs to get put back into position. So about a 10-minute delay, which has that knocked us back as we look towards our timings. It has ever so slightly, because the quarter group by Supersport were meant to be on track at 15:35, and that's in 15 seconds from now. So that's not going to work. There'll be a couple of minutes extra added on for what we had happening in that session. A couple of minutes added on, I should say, to the break, not to an actual session. But there we go. Harrison McKay fastest from Ferry Fleerackers, and Asher Durham at the end of free practice 2. Taylor Rose in 4th place from Carl Harris in 5th. Peter Willis with Alfie Davidson, with Ted Wilkinson, Brodie Goth and Harley McCabe rounding out the top 10. Impressive run for Peter Willis, number 99, to be the top CF Moto, and equally impressive for young Harrison McKay to top the times at the end of free practice. We'll be back with the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship next. Don't go too far. Welcome back after a very quick, brief interlude with a bottle of water. We have the Quadro Group British Supersport Championship Free Practice 2 on track. Now, Free Practice 1 was pretty exciting and pretty fast. And it brought a lot of things up that we don't normally find out. But I popped down into the actual pit lane area and tried to grab a little bit of investigative journalism because we want to make sure that people do hear what happens. And we did find out that the throttle body had played up on Carter Brown's bike. So I got told that from the team, and I was also told that from Ian Barr, which was amazing. He really is a top man, Ian Barr, good friend of mine, and the man behind the 3B construction side of it with Oliver. And he just said it's some sort of throttle body. It was a little bit vague, which I do like. I like when people don't go too much into it, but looking, the throttle body had something wrong with it, basically. So they put a new one on it and took the bike to the dyno. So keep your eyes on Carter Brown. He will hopefully do the business in this session. And Lucas Brown, he just didn't know. That's what makes it even worse. They didn't know what was wrong with that bike, apart from it was slow, it wasn't pulling. And as he says, all us Suzukis seem to be struggling a little bit just at this present moment in time. So I walked away from that one pretty quickly. I didn't want to get caught up in the political side of things. And then we spoke with Luke Stapleford's team, and he was in a completely different state of mind. He was delighted because he's back in the 150s, and he hasn't been in the 150s since, I think this is 2016. So that is seriously impressive when you think about it. The pace that Luke Stapleford showed on, or has shown on the Scars Ducati is exactly what they're looking for. So cracking stuff for Luke. He says the last time we were there, we were racing with Kyle in this championship. So, I mean, you can see where they've gone. They've moved on quite considerably. Jack Kennedy is fastest on track with some 18 minutes of this session to go, and they hurried through the start of this session, race control. A really good move, actually. I love it when they just kind of, it's not that we're chasing our tail with time, but after that red flag in the sport bike, and things do just get a little bit of a shuffle, and it does kind of tend to hurt a little bit time-wise. So they quickly moved everything on at a pace, which my good friend from the People's Republic of Yorkshire does like to mention. Moving on at a pace. But Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison, they were the first two bikes out on track, as you would expect that, because they've come from the pit lane. They've left the Honda UK garage and away they go, and you would expect Ben Curry to be one of the next who would come out onto that as well. But Kennedy and Harrison, the top two on our TSL timing screen, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. Then we have got Ollie Bayliss, Oliver Barr, Luke Stapleford. Ollie Barr looked like he'd had a haircut to me, actually, I learned. He stopped by and said hello. Then he took his hat off and ruffled it a bit, so maybe he wasn't, but I'm just jealous of these youngsters that can wear hats, look cool, and have lots of hair. How it goes. I've never suited hats. Lee Johnson is in 6th place. There was a shout out earlier on for the General on our YouTube channel. And somebody also gave me, don't forget about Cass Beckmans. Well, I would never forget about Cass Beckmans. He's a superstar. And I wish he was back here this weekend because he's got a weekend off. But we'll probably see him next weekend supporting Chloe, I would imagine, at the British round of the World Superbikes. But yeah, not forgetting Cass Beckmans. That's 100%. Thank you very much for the comments. Thank you very much for all the comments that have come in today on the YouTube live feed. That won't get monitored all the way through the weekend because Alan Hyde's got about a gazillion other things to try and monitor and make sure everything is running as it should. And I'm not with him this weekend. He's in a different room from me, so I feel like he's actually kind of cheating on me a little bit. He's probably got somebody else in that room, and then Larry's somebody else. So we're three remote kind of commentator hosts this weekend. It's going to be quite strange. So hopefully we'll hear from Heidi in the not too distant future. He will chirp into our ears and say hi, or whatever he does. Maybe he'll have the buzzer with him this weekend. Wonder if Scoop will get given the buzzer at any point. Interesting thoughts. The thoughts that go through a commentator's head in the early parts of a free practice 2 session are quite weird and quite long. Oliver Barr has improved, though he has gone up into P3 for OB. which we like to see. A good bit of improving on the 3B construction Ducati. There comes Corey Tinker. He had a great run through the first session, didn't he? Corey Tinker was in fine form. Nice kid, does things so well. Lovely big long locks of hair again. Well, I should stop saying that. But and I think he's a welcome addition to that team as well, to the JDM, Josh Davis Motorsport. He's like a breath of fresh air. Bit of fun and games. Corey Tinker, Ipswich based, loves it, loves life. And to see him going so well earlier on was just what the team needed. A little shot in the arm to have Corey Tinker 6th overall in free practice 1. Can he carry that into free practice 2? Well, yes, he can. He's sitting 10th at this moment in time, just outside, or just in the fringes of the top 10, which is not too bad, actually. Pretty impressive. Who else is standing out here? Well, somebody standing out for the wrong reasons would be Ben Curry. He's in the pit lane. He's in 12th place. Nothing to worry about, really. But it is obviously on our timing screens we are noticing that. He's in 12th. Lucas Brown's in 13th. Lucas Brown at least is on track. It just depends if there's anything coming from him being on track, as Ollie Bayliss goes to the top of the times on bike 68 as he goes through Richie's. Good lap that from Ollie. Oh, now we've got 2 OBs, haven't we? We'll just call him Ollie, because OB, the original OB, is definitely Oliver Barr. But a good lap from Oliver Bayliss. Ollie Bayliss up there. Purple, and then personal best. So he's fastest in sector number 1, fastest in sector number 2. But he's not fastest in sector 3. That's Dean Harrison, who still holds the fastest sector time in sector 3. And that goes from the entrance to Brundle all the way through to the start-finish line. Now, like I said earlier on, these are long, chunky, big sectors. It's not like what you expect or get to know, or we saw last time at Knockhill. Or even at Donington, where you think about it, you've got a long middle sector, then a really short 3 sectors towards the end. They come back with 10, 11 and 12 seconds almost. These are sectors where you must hook up a long portion of the lap for it to work. And that's what we've just seen from Ollie Bayliss. He goes 0.3 of a second faster than Kennedy and Harrison, who are once again formation flying and leaving the pit lane. This time it's Jack at the sharp end and Dino pulls the killer power wheelie. Looked good, that. The 2 Hondas leaving the pit lane together. Bayliss, Kennedy, Harrison, Barr, Lee Johnston, your top 5. The General gets himself into that top 5 with a 152.399 on the Sencat Triumph. Behind Lee Johnston, we have got Luke Stapleford, 52.4 for Luke Stapleford, trying to chase something right now. Then Jack Mahaffey up into 7th place. That's a big improvement for Mahaffey, because he was in 16th place this morning with a 154.1. Mahaffey has done a 152.6 this afternoon. And that's kind of been the state of play that we see from Mahaffey week in, week out, as Ollie Bayliss comes underneath us. Gonna have to stop calling him Oliver. Ollie Bayliss heads towards his tented village area. But Mahaffey has always found a couple of seconds from free practice 1 to free practice 2, which shows you that the team know what they're doing. And also Mahaffey knows what he's doing. Carter Brown's just rumbled back down into pit lane and he heads towards his pit box. Carter Brown, clearly that issue that they had earlier on the number 74 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati has now been fixed. Carter finds himself in 9th place, but still 2.4 seconds away. So that's the thing about a long lap. It stretches the field. It really does in time. Very quick pit stop for Ollie Bayliss. He's heading back out onto track immediately, as he goes straight back out onto the circuit. Away he goes. James Alderson also going to Adam Hartgrove, Cameron Fraser. A lot of Cup guys passing together. Adam Hartgrove sort of leaving the pit lane. And it just goes that little bit quiet because this is we've got 10 minutes to go, so people will want to come in and do a little bit of work and maybe see what they need to do and where they need to go. Josh Bannister's going to head out on track. Oliver Barr comes in, OB. And then notification on my wrist there of a sanction coming through for Charlie Atkins in the SimCities motorsport bike. There you go, for the Pirelli British Sport bike. During free practice you were observed crossing the solid white blend line when exiting the pit lane. Did I mention that? I seem to think I did. Yep, so that's very important. That blend line at the end of pit lane, you cannot go through that. And I said that earlier on, you can't cross that. It's like when you join a motorway, you go down the slip road. You can't just get to the end of the slip road, grass verge on your right-hand side and turn hard right into the motorway. You have to blend in. And Charlie Atkins has had a bit of a... He's been picked up for that. And that's not what he'll be wanting to have. He has been given an official warning, so there's nothing else to follow that. But there you go. That sets a tone for everybody else. As you leave that pit lane, you have to stay on the right side of the white line. You can't meander across, then come back. So there we go. Charlie Atkins gets an official warning, but I don't think that's going to actually affect him. It doesn't put him back in any good position or give him an issue. But he will be seriously warned by the SimCities team not to be doing that again. And the thing is, the blend line goes all the way down towards turn number 1, and then there's it goes from a solid line in towards a broken dotted line, and that's what you can pass. You can cross over that. You can't do anything else on the solid line. During that Charlie Atkins chat, I wonder if that's Alan. During that Charlie Atkins chat, Jack Kennedy has gone back to the top of the times with a 150.783, a tenth of a second faster than Ollie Bayliss. Dean Harrison sits in 3rd place with Ollie Barr 4th, and now Ben Curry has salvaged up to 5th place. I was worried about Ben Curry. Don't worry about Curry. You know he's going to come good towards the end of it. You ask where his teammate is, and we tell you that Has a True Love is in 9th place, so both of the McCallum's Raceways R9 Yamahas inside that top 10. And we've already seen them winning as well this year, which is another thing that we need to talk about, because we'd seen them winning in the World Championship round in the UK last year. Hands of Stefano Manzi, who was simply stunning. There's no getting away from it. Former Grand Prix man who found his way into World Supersport. And Manzi, was Manzi not the guy who was in that incident with Romano Fenati all those years ago at Misano, where Fenati grabbed his brake lever? I think he was. Memory. It's amazing what the memory kicks up. Lucas Brown's going back out onto track while I meander back in the memory archives as I look up towards the roof to try and grab inspiration for that comment. I think it was Manzi. But we know how good that Yamaha R9 is. We've seen it in the World Championship, but for it to be that quick in the early development stages in the UK, I think is testament towards the team. And also Yamaha UK for managing to get some of that help, get some of that data and get it worked in line.
You were right, you know.
Oh,
it was me.
You?
Yes.
You're there.
I am. I'm working out if I'm too loud or too quiet.
A little bit quiet in my ears.
A little bit quiet, I can make myself a bit louder.
Only in my ears, so don't overflow the system.
No.
No. Don't know what that means.
I know. No.
Don't overflow the system.
Anyway, afternoon, Dunk.
Afternoon, Sir Al, in the studio.
Yes, indeed.
That's where you are. It's a bit strange, isn't it?
It's very odd.
But I like my space in life.
But
I miss you.
I fully understand that, and you're quite right. But I still feel lonely.
I don't think you would have fitted in here, Alan, to be honest.
No, I know. I did have a cheeky look, you know, today, just to see if there was enough space.
Where could you have gone? I mean, I've got everything, haven't I?
There isn't really. Well, I had a little look in the crawl space where the cables go, but...
What, be a little dormouse?
I could be like a little Harry Potter.
Yeah. Thumbelina.
Exactly that, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Hyde, he's here all weekend. He is the beating heart behind BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and he is in the studio keeping us up to date with everything goes on. Basically, when myself and Larry get in trouble, the adult takes back control.
Oh, I've never been called that before.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's
Thank you.
exactly what you are, Alan.
Thank you very much.
Well, always, yeah, I'm happy to keep your ears, and just if you need to test, you can just jump in whenever you need to.
Okay, I will. I've been listening to your every word, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I could quiz you on the Stefano Manzi Romano Fenati one.
I'd rather you didn't,
probably,
if that's
probably
all right.
Not, probably not. Yeah, okay. Jack Kennedy is still fastest with some 5.5 minutes of free practice 2 here at Snetterton to go. Kennedy, Bayliss, Harrison, no real change at the sharp end, still Oliver Barr, but Harry Trulov, I keep saying Matt Trulov, and that's because they swapped numbers this year. And it's so off-putting. Hazard Trulov up into 5th place ahead of his teammate Ben Curry, but they both get shuffled back down as a rather rapid Scars Ducati of Luke Stapleford throws himself into 4th place with a 151.2. I was wondering exactly where Luke Stapleford had got to and if he was going to make an appearance. He was the fastest person this morning. He got himself down to a 150.9, and you'd expect him to keep going from there, but no. That's not happened. He's gone a little bit slower, 151.2, but Jack Kennedy and Ollie Bayliss, they have gone sub 1 minute 51. They've done a 50.6 and a 50.8. So Kennedy, I said earlier on, he is the benchmark. When you think you are at your limit, the next thing, Jack Kennedy works tirelessly in that Honda UK garage, and look what they come and do. 50.6, incredible lap time for Jack Kennedy through this portion of the event. And he's exactly 100th of a second. In fact, the lap records are 150.689. He's done a 150.698. So, yeah, 11 hundredths of a second away. Incredible stuff for Jack Kennedy. And that lap record's actually held by Luke Stapleford, and it goes back to 2015. So there you go. That's how long ago that lap record has stuck for. That's pretty impressive. New timetable, Alan. It's like a warning shot for Heidi downstairs. So on Sunday, what we're doing is we're putting 2 warm-ups out together. That's quite impressive. Talent Cup and 1P Mobile Junior Super. What a brilliant idea. What a fabulous idea from Race Direction. I'll let Heidi cover that on through the course of the weekend, but I think that's great. Yeah, smaller classes, smaller bikes out together. Last race still scheduled, I think, to start round about the same time, give or take a few minutes. The 1P Mobile, 9 laps, 8 laps if it is wet, 20 past 5 start. So yeah, it will be a about 6 o'clock finish for us racing on track on Sunday, which is good timings for getting all the racing through. But a version 2 of the timetable. Now, version 2 of the timetable for Knockhill was produced around about a week and a half before. So to be where we are right now and only get version 2 is good. I think, did we end up with version 6 or 7 at Knockhill? It really was. It was a trying situation for the series director, Stuart Higgs, who puts those timetables together with Claire Neat, deputy race director in race control. But fair play to them, they did manage to do it. They kept themselves ahead of all possible permutations that were thrown at them and coming their way.
It was version 7 at Knockhill, wasn't
it? Yeah. And, here we're version 2. It's just such a difference a couple of weeks make.
Yeah, yes, indeed. What is the amendment for version 2, by the way?
Right, okay. It popped up on my phone for sport today, but it's basically nothing till Sunday morning, actually, Alan.
Aha.
And I've now managed to lose it from my phone. I don't know what I've done there.
Oh dear.
But basically Sunday morning warm-ups, which my good friend Larry Carter and my good friend Alan Hyde look after for me to give me a little bit of respite while I film. 9:15 till 9:23, RNG Moto4 British Cup warm-up, plus 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike warm-up.
Right.
So 2 classes on track at the same time. They're slightly smaller numbers and grid sizes.
Yeah.
Big enough track here. So I think that's a good idea, actually. For just a morning warm-up, yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Version 2. Long may version 2 continue and run to the end. That's what we want to hear.
Yes, quite.
So 1 minute 15 seconds of this session to go. Jack Mahaffey improves on the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. He comes up into 8th place from 9th. Mahaffey with a 1:52.341, bettering his earlier lap time by a bit of a chunk, actually. He'd already taken 2 seconds off it, and he trims a little bit more fat off the bone to go 8th place. Just lines up behind his countryman, Ben Curry. Australians inside the top 10, you ask? Well, let me tell you. Ben Curry, Jack Mahaffey, and Ollie Bayliss. Bayliss sits in 2nd place, Curry sits in 7th place, Mahaffey sits in 8th place. And also just outside that, Cameron Swain in 24th place, Billy McConnell 25th place. And I'm looking to see if there's any others out there. But yeah, very strongly supported from the other side of the world. I know that Jack Mahaffey had a very big following as well. He had a big supporters club. And we found that out through the first YouTube channel when we started broadcasting from Oulton Park. So what we've got, 8 seconds, 007. Bayliss crosses the line. Ben Curry crosses the line. Ben Curry eyeing up Ollie Bayliss in free practice too. Well, surprising actually. When the race was happening at Knockhill, I did say that it would be quite sore for Ben Curry because Ollie Bayliss was ahead of him, and Ben did say that to Larry. Stings a bit, Larry. Stings a bit. But you know, they get on well, but it does sting a bit, your countryman finishing ahead of you. Ben Curry will want to right a wrong that he sees as Luke Stapleford on his last lap as he takes the checker flag, puts the Scars Ducati, well, faster than he's ever been round here in 11 years. 150.3. 150.390. Incredible stuff. Probably need to nip down and see my friend after this one because he claims I'm a fair weather friend. I'm only going to see him when he's actually doing well. But there we go. Dave Neal and Neil Spaldings. Spalders, I should say, down there in the pit lane. Dave Neal, Neil Spalding. That's quite funny, that, actually. Said that in my head, said it out loud, but Spalders here at Snetterton. Good to see him. Still that lap from Luke Stapleford, impressive stuff. 150.390 on lap 12 of 12. The Scars Ducati team will be a happy Scars Ducati team with that lap time. And he saved it right to the end. Jack Kennedy in 2nd place for Honda UK. Ollie Bayliss 3rd. 4th place, Dean Harrison. The top 4 covered by 0.8 of a second. Oliver Barr home in 5th place, 1.3 seconds away, with Harry Truelove in 6th and Ben Curry in 7th. Jack Mahaffey a good solid 8th place. Lee Johnson in 9th and TJ Thomas home in 10th place. Cameron Hall, I mentioned him earlier on when Jamie Hanks Elliott was out racing. Cam Hall was actually down spotting at Coram. He sent me a message. I'm down at the outside down here, keeping my eye in. So that's good. So Cam Hall 11th, Corey Tinker in 12th, Cameron Fraser in 13th place with James McManus in 14th, ahead of Carter Brown in 15th. Carter Brown shy of laps this weekend purely because of his free practice 1 session where the throttle body decided not to play ball on his bike. Mikey Hardy, Lucas Brown, Josh Bannister, Billy McConnell and Max Wadsworth round out the top 20. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go too far. Meant to start in 5 minutes time. It's time. It is time. It's pre-qualifying for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Don't go too far. onto track for pre-qualifying for the British Superbike Championship. And, well, if the other 2 sessions that we've had on track today are anything to go by, this is going to be red hot. It's a 20-minute session. We don't have any time to muck around here. This is kind of game on from the word go. So much so that Charlie Nesbitt decides to overtake Eugene McManus in the pit lane, as does Fraser Rogers. It's like a gaggle of Hondas. What would you call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Hondas going out together? A lot. A lot. A lot, yeah. We'll leave it at that. We'll not go to anywhere else. But all 6 of the Hondas that were coming down pit lane there all go out together. There goes Scott Redding. Both Yamahas are out there. Brad Ray, Rory Skinner, the Cheshire Moulding team as well. Is Danny Kent going out? Is Danny Kent out there? Yes, he did go out there. So, this is a big part of their weekend. The top 12 from this will go directly into Q2. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with grid positions, but you need to be in that top 12. And if the session before was anything to go by, it was incredibly tight, right down to round about Ilya Mikhalchik in 12th place. They were covered by, all right, as Kyle said to me, take Brad out of it, we're all really close. Have Brad in it, doesn't look that good on paper. But behind Kyle Ryde, they're covered by hundredths of a second. Danny Kent all the way down to Ilya Mikhalchik, and that's from, say, 6th to 12th. This is going to be an important session. Can Mikhalchik get himself into the second phase of qualifying on genuine pace? I would like to see that happening for the Rocket Motorrad Superbike team. BMW Rocket Motorrad Superbike team run by IWR Ian Wallacott. That would be a huge feather in their cap if they can do so. Jordan Bird stands in the pit lane, looks for Scott Redding coming through Coram and up the main centre straight here. Oh, Woz is there as well. I better mention Woz, or I will get a rap knuckle over tea tonight. And they look for their guy coming in and out. And Redding has been on form today. He has been on form from the word go, and that makes it so much easier to progress through the weekend. Here comes Ryan Vickers. Vickers crossing the line with Eugene McManus, and Eugene gets his nose cut off by Jason O'Halloran going into turn 1 there. That was a little bit, shall we say, that was a weird noise to make. I've never made a noise like that in microphone before. Yeah, it's not a Jason-esque move, that, so maybe he just didn't want Eugene to be following him into that corner once he'd passed him. But still, we have to look at Bradley Ray. He's unbeaten here since, how many years? Well, he was last year with his OMG Yamaha, and he was unbeaten last year with the McCams bike. So he's going for another treble. Could he pick up another treble here? Well, he really is a form man. He likes Snetterton. The Yamaha goes well around Snetterton. And there could be one of the issues for him leaving the pit lane. Well, that's Joe Talbot. Maybe not Joe. Front row Joe. Could be a push, but it could be his teammate, Max Cook. But remember, this is just about the top 12 that go through. I do have to remind myself quite a lot of times about that, because I do get awfully excited, like it's a qualifying session. And you'll get used to that, Dave. Don't worry. You'll get used to that. I have to slap myself in the commentary box and bring myself back down. But if I'm excited, you guys must be excited as well, because this is raw pace that we're going to see. Straight away, we're dropping into the 47s with Kyle Ryde and Leon Haslam. What can Christian Idden give us as he crosses the line? Slightly slower, 47.0 from Christian Idden. Not much slower, but that's impressive. Remember the lap time that we have to look at trying to beat if we want to go super fast. 146.196, which was Bradley Ray. Max Cook was a 146.8, which is more than respectable, I have to say. But Redding did that 46.3 this morning. Here comes Ryan Vickers across the line. Honda Racing UK star Vickers 47.3, Jason O'Halloran 47.4. I did interview Ryan in the pit lane and he was quite open, more than happy to give Jason a tow round anytime he wants. We're a team, the data for the team is more important than my ego, which he didn't say, but that's kind of what he was saying, and I think that's a fabulous thing. He's probably the darling of Honda right now. He could be a definite plug and play in this championship, or if they need to take him elsewhere. Bradley Ray, 146.316. He matches Scott Redding's time from this morning on his first flying lap in British Superbike Championship pre-qualifying. Purple across the board. It's the first time we've seen that today. Looks really, really good. Let himself down a little bit with his speed up the main straight, but we'll let him off with that just a little bit. A mere 169 miles per hour across the line in front of me. which is still not hanging about. Leon Haslam does the fastest speed there with 174.8 or 174.3 miles per hour out of a 20 mile an hour bottom gear hairpin. Or chicane. That's impressive. That's a lot of speed. So what else have these guys got? Haslam 46.7, Ride 46.7, then Eden Stacey, Redding, Glenirwin, Danny Kent, Ryan Vickers, Jason O'Halloran, Eugene McManus and Fraser Rogers. So that's basically a little bit early to start getting too excited because that's their first attempt at a flying lap. The Pocket Rocket chased down by Storm Stacey crossing the line. And both those guys with slower laps, maybe a little bit of a cool down lap, then they'll go back onto a more push lap. That's one thing these tyres can do. These tyres can go through a little bit of a cooling phase, then push on again. Last year's tyre didn't like to go through a heat cycle and then go back on. Bradley Ray has gone purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2. Remember the lap time I told you to keep an eye on? That one. Here he comes now across the line. What does Bradley do? What does he do? 46.102. That is a new all-time fastest lap, I'm pretty sure, around the Snetterton race circuit. Let me check back and find my little piece of artwork that I need to. But that's an incredible lap time placed down by Brad Ray. He has been the man completely in form. He looks so happy on that Yamaha. Can't quite remember now. I'm having a look at that. Let's have a dive back deep. Yes, it was. Shaky Burn 46.024. So, wow. We're so close, it's unbelievable. And we're a tyre that was meant to slow them down. Brad Ray showing the talent that he has got in that bike around here. 46 flat, the fastest ever lap around here by Shane Byrne. Bradley Ray, he's now 0.6 of a second up the road from everybody else. 46.102. That's the fastest lap of the weekend that we've seen. Has he got anything else? Does he need to do anything else is the question. I don't think so. I think he comes back into the garage and sits and monitors the situation, because that was devastating, really was. He's now going through the next start of the lap. Has he tailed off a little bit? Well, yes, he has. He's still going faster than I would imagine be able to go, but he has just tailed it back ever so slightly. He will be coming into the pit lane, or he may go for a cool lap and then a push lap. Here comes Danny Kent and Storm Stacey across the line. Meanwhile, when that was happening, Kyle Reid goes into P2, but he is still 0.6 of a second away. That's a big chunk of time. Probably not. I think Bradley will probably come back in the garage and manage that situation. The top 12, the people that need to think about this: 12th place, Rory Skinner; 11th place, Eli Michalczyk; 10th place, Jason O'Halloran; 9th place, Ryan Vickers. Are they safe? Could they get the shuffle put on them? Well, very much so, because on the outside looking in, the likes of Joe Talbot, Lee Jackson, James McManus, and there we go. Rory Skinner goes at 1 place and goes ahead of Ilya. He puts himself into 11th to make himself a little bit more safe. Only a little bit, though. I don't think being that close to the bump zone's ever safe. Redding across the line. Does Redding improve? No. 53.2. Happy to build up calmly. Here comes Brooksy coming out. I did get a word from Johnny Bagnall, who had one of the huskiest voices I've ever heard in my life down there. As Ryan Vickers also goes out. So there was a new component from a new supplier put on the bike, but the new component didn't live up to what the old component could do. Okay. I see where you're going with that, Johnny. A nice one. So very corporate, but they had a technical issue with that bike, and unfortunately they have had to resort back to an older specification of something or other, where the noise comes out of. I think that's what I can lay it down to. Here comes Kyle Reid with Joe Talbot and Richard Kerr and Graham Irwin across the line. I tell you, Kyle is working hard for this, because he had a proper sweat on in that pit box earlier on. And I don't see that very often from the defending reigning champ. He is normally one of the guys who doesn't look like he's done a day's work, but he had a proper sweat on, so he's clearly been hanging on to that bike. Here goes Max Cook. Max Cook, who finds himself last of all. It's his first exit from the pit box. So 146.8 is what we saw Max Cook do in free practice 2. We should have somebody else. Who else are we missing? There should be 24 bikes. So has Braden Elliott made it out onto track? No, Braden Elliott hasn't made it out onto track on the MP Racing Honda. That's a great shame. So out of the 24 bikes, we've got 23 bikes on track. Outlap for Brooksy, outlap for Max Cook, but no Braden Elliott as yet. I think Graham Urban's doing a standout job being 18th out of 24. There goes Scott Redding across the line. Good lap for Redding, sees him move up one place ahead of Storm Stacey. Redding goes 5th, Stacey goes down to 6th place. Brad Ray parked up in the pit box. I would imagine he'll be pretty happy with that lap he's done. Be hard not to be happy with that. Sensational run of a 146.012. Ryan Vickers crosses the line. This is where everybody's playing catch up, and this is where it becomes a little bit dangerous for everybody else, because they're maybe having to push into an area where they're not 100% happy with the bike, and they know that Bradley's got such a lead, but everybody else is then so compact behind him. They need to try and look after their own destiny, and that's getting through into Q2. Kyle takes a little bit of time out of Brad. 1500ths of a second. Not a great deal, but as a personal best, a 146.702. If I remember rightly going back, it was like this last year, and Kyle had to have a go at Brad, and he had a bit of a I'm going to say lunge, in towards the Wilson hairpin from a week back, just to try and upset the rhythm that Brad had got himself into. And it was one of these weekends where Brad could do no wrong. Joe Talbot has just moved himself into the transfer window and put Rory Skinner on the bubble. So Rory Skinner right in a place where he doesn't want to be, and Storm Stacey repays the favour to Scott Redding. Scott Redding, who just went faster than Stacey. Stacey now goes faster than Redding. Those guys a second away from the top time. Remember, 12 from this will make their way through into Q2. And it's always a bit of a good, interesting session to keep your eye on. That was Rory Skinner crossing the line. No improvement for him. There goes Elia. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. 148.072 for Elia. And he keeps himself just on the wrong side of that top 12. So it's between him and Rory Skinner. Whether these two can come and do something and make themselves go up the screen a little bit better. There goes Brooksy. Brooksy, big improvement. 7th place, but only up to 15th. I think it was quite telling that Johnny Bagnall said, there's no hiding that Josh is kind of struggling at the moment. Well, they both kind of are. Brooksy and Jackson, 14th and 15th together, separated by 0.2 of a second. I have to remember that Josh Brooks missed the whole of that free practice 2 session with that component part failure that they said. Will that come back to haunt him through the course of the weekend? There goes Ben Luxton across the line, and Graham Irwin. Look a little bit further back. We'll keep an eye on the tracker map. Into the pit box goes Kyle and also Joe. Kyle Ryde and Joe Talbot. Good friends, those two. They golf together. Or Kyle golfs and Joe finds balls in the long grass when he hits his ball in there. That's one of the benefits of golf. You can go out with not very many golf balls and come back with a lot more if you're not good at it. If you play on the fairway all the time, you're never going to find anybody else's golf balls. But front row Joe, good guy, great fun, good kid to be around. Max Cook does go P2. There we go. So Max Cook shows the form that we saw in free practice 2 was no fluke, and he goes even faster. He gets it down to 46.5. It was 46.8 his fastest lap, but now a 146.576 for Max Cook. And he did that on one lap. That's very impressive. Scott Redding crosses the line. No improvement for Redding Power. Out there lapping now. 5 minutes to go. Will they pull the Hager PBM Ducati in? Do they need to? There has been a bit of a shuffle further down because Joe Talbot's now on the outside and Rory Skinner's got himself back onto that bubble. Who's come in there actually? It was Max Cook, obviously shuffled everybody back down the spot. It's interesting that Max Cook and Ryan Vickers goes up 3 place. Makes himself a little bit safer, does Ryan Vickers, as Lee Jackson goes back out. 15th place for Lee Jackson. But Vickers with that 3 place improvement, 7th place for bike number 7. He goes ahead of Storm Stacey. And Christian Iddens also in the mix here with the likes of Scott Redding and Ryan Vickers. 5th, 6th and 7th, those guys sit respectively in this timing screen. It's all going a kind of funny colour of yellow, apart from if your name's Josh Brooks. Brooksy, personal best sector number 1. Can he do something in sector number 2 for the bad boy? He's just making his way through onto the Bentley straight. He'll head down that Bentley straight, get everything tucked in on that Dow Honda, and see exactly what he's got underneath him as Elia heads back out on the Rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team run by IWR, Ian Wallacott Racing. As I've said earlier on, big fan of Ian, lovely guy. Very, very good about how he goes about his business. Now, Kyle's standing out the garage, so clearly Kyle Ride is expecting a Superbike in the not too distant future. As Rory Skinner improves another one place, just dragging everything he can out of that bike. Rory Skinner gets himself up to 11th place now, so slightly safer. Jason O'Halloran in the bump zone in 12th. And here comes Kyle. Does he need to really do this? Does he need to go back out? Well, yes, if they're chasing something, he does need to do this. What has he got on that as he makes his way past us? It's nothing shiny, that's for sure. But that's the big question. Obviously, they're changing the bike every time he goes out, and they're trying to find something, and they want to make it better. So yes, you may as well be on track learning rather than sitting in the garage watching. Christian Eden goes on track as well from 6th place on that Sencat Yamaha. So a big last 3 minutes for the session. There goes Lee Jackson. Did Brooksy improve? Where's he gone? Brooksy? No, he didn't improve actually. He still stays behind his teammate Lee Jackson. 15th and 16th place for those two. Glenn Irwin crossing the line. 9th place for Glenn. He's in the transfer spot already. There goes Joe Talbot and Storm Stacey with 2.5 minutes or so with some loose change still to go. I think that's Storm just wanting to make sure he's covered off. And Joe Talbot, well, that's Joe looking to get in. And we know he's got the pace to get in, so that's Joe looking to try and see if he can make that transfer spot his. Jason Halloran needs to come at the garage right now. He needs to be out the garage within the next 10 seconds, or he is on a shaky nail down there in that 12th position, especially with the likes of Joe Talbot on track, and Elia is also on track. And Elia Michalczyk has been extremely fast. Out of the pit box comes Bradley Ray. I would imagine that will be for a practice start. Here comes Brad. I mean, that 1:46.102. Wow, what a lap that was. To watch that coming on the screens, to see him coming through Coram the way he does, he looked pretty majestic, I've got to say. And Brad, well, he is Mr. Snetterton, that's for sure. The race of aces could be going his way. There goes Kyle and Ryan across the line. Now they're going to get one shot at this with 1:33. Yes, they won't get another lap after this. This is their last flying lap. They should get the checker flag next time round. Be interesting to see if Kyle has improved that bike a little bit more. See what he's got underneath him. Lee Jackson crossing the line. Nothing happening for Lee Jackson. The man in 12th place is Jason O'Halloran. He's not going to be coming out. Here comes Max Cook. He comes out for a practice start as well. He'll join the track. Whereas we keep our eye firmly on the timing screen to watch everybody as this last minute unfolds. Tense times here in the commentary box, especially if you're in that Honda UK garage. I wouldn't like to be Jason sitting in there, especially when you know that Joe Talbot is on an outlap and Elia is also out there, Elia Michalczyk. These are both guys who could deliver quite easily a bit of an upset. Joe Talbot goes through Rich's. He has got Storm Stacey on his tail. Here comes Elia, all on his own. The way he kind of likes it. He doesn't like to have too many bikes around him when he's trying to set his fast laps. We saw that in Superstock. What can he do towards the end of this? As we get Rory Skinner across the line as well. Rory Skinner in 11th place. He won't be happy with that 11th, but his teammate's only 10th, just ahead of him. So there's work to do down there in the Cheshire Moulding camp, that's for sure. Those Yamahas needing just a little bit of maybe TLC and some data dragged at them tonight to see if there's something they can improve for tomorrow. The checker flag now flies. Fraser Rogers takes that checker flag. There goes Bradley Ray through. He takes a checker flag, but he's out there for a practice start. Kyle Ride crosses the line, takes a checker flag, 1:46.8. So he backs up his 47 or 46.7 with a 46.8. Good lap for him. Good lap for Christian Eden also. But where is Joe Talbot? Danger moment for Honda. Talbot, personal best, sector number 1. Talbot goes through the second sector and he's a 37.8. He's some 6/10 away. This could certainly see Joe Talbot move up in the standings, and it could remove Jason O'Halloran from his provisional Q2 spot tomorrow for the Rocket Oxygen performance qualifying session. Tense moments as we watch Joe Talbot come round. We wait for number 19 to come up the straight. Here he comes up towards the line. What can front row Joe do? He's got everything tucked in. The FSD garage will be hoping that this can move him ahead. Does it move him up? No, it doesn't. He stays where he is in 13th place. And the Honda garage must have a huge sigh of relief, but they've still got to hope, because here comes Ilya across the line. He crosses, and what can he do? He stays in 14th place. Never been a fan of that, sitting in the garage watching to see what happens, because you've got no way to come back and counter. The Pocket Rocket takes a checker flag, and also through goes Scott Redding to take the checker flag. A little bit of movement happened down here. Was that Charlie Spud Nesbitt putting a lap in? It was up to 15th place for Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Doesn't get him through into Q2, but it does put him ahead of Brooks and Jackson. So bit of work going on there. Brooksy now goes ahead of Jackson towards the end, so repays the favour. So those two guys, a little bit of needle in that Dow garage, you would imagine, but they want to be going necessarily faster. Anyway, good session for them, good session for everybody out there, especially if your name's Brad Ray and you're on the number 28 bike, a 146.102. Brad Ray goes directly into Q2 tomorrow, as does Max Cook. Kyle Red also goes through into Q2 with Leon Haslam, Scott Redding, Chris Sheridan, Ryan Vickers and Storm Stacey. Glenn Irwin goes directly into Q2, which will do him and his team a world of good. Danny Kent and Rory Skinner, 10th and 11th for the Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. And Jason O'Halloran holds on to that 12th position. There was a comeback from Joe Talbot and Ely Michalczyk, but no, Jason O'Halloran makes the last transfer spot his own while sitting in the garage. Brave move. Talbot, Michalczyk, Nesbitt, Brooks, Jackson, McManus, Rogers, Rhys Irwin, Graham Irwin, Kerr and Luxton all go through from Q1. And also, we should hopefully see Braden Elliott out there tomorrow. Only 23 of the 24 bikes out in that session. Maybe a little bit less tense than what we saw earlier on, but the speed was devastating from Brad Ray, a 146.102. On track, the RG Moto4 British Cup for their second free practice session. Now, you may have heard myself and Alan Hyde having a bit of a chat earlier on. There's a slight change to the timetable on Sunday morning for the Moto4. He's just texted me, that's worrying. Alan Hyde's just texted me, it's like, is he here? he's left. There's a slight change to the timetable on Sunday morning for the RNG Moto4 British Cup. They will share morning warm-up with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship to have two of the smaller capacity bike sessions on track at the one time is what we are looking for, and that's what will happen. So, yeah. Oh, yes, I am. Alan Hyde asking if you're going to do interviews. Well, I was going to give the guys in the pit lane just a second, then head down, Alan. Thank you very much for that. Can you talk while I go down, Alan?
No, certainly not.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm still wiring things
you're
up.
wiring, right. Okay, I'll go down into that pit lane and do exactly what myself and Dave were talking about. Back in a second, guys. A big thanks to Alan Hyde for that little bit of reminder to get out of the pit box and head to the pit lane and see if we can catch up with some of the Superbike riders after that pre-qualifying session. One man I'd love to speak to if I can, Leon Haslam, just walks out the garage at the wrong time. Now, I was worried this morning because you didn't do too many laps in one of the sessions, but I'll let the bikes come past us now. Very busy Moto4 session. But Leon, are you happy with how the bike's going so far?
Yeah, the team's worked really hard since Knockhill. We've been having a few little issues, especially in the tighter corners, and we've come up with some really positive things. And unfortunately, this morning we did miss 40 minutes of the session due to an electrical thing that was unforeseen. So I think we only got 8 laps. But then was I think I did 11 laps. It's the most laps I've done all day, and felt pretty confident.
What we did see was you had that little issue, but then you came out and bang, the pace was there instantly, which obviously must be good for you and the team.
Yeah, it's always nice. Like I say, this morning I think I did 9 laps, and this afternoon probably similar. So to be on lap record pace only after several laps, I'm pretty happy.
Thank you very much for your time, Leon. Cheers, perfect. That's good then. We did want to catch up with that man just to see exactly how things were. Brad Ray looks like he's already gone. Is he away? Brad's been and gone. There we go. That's how. I mean, he's fast on the track. He's fast off the track. He's not hanging about. There's I've got to say, the BMW racer of Darren Fry standing at the front of the guy. Just want to touch him in case he gets in the podium this weekend. Touch him again. Thank you very much. And let's see if we can just steal Max for a minute, and we'll do this because, well, you waited in the pit lane. You're kind of fashionably late to the session, keeping it cool. And you went faster than you went previously, which is a big step forward.
Yeah, it's huge. I think I've beat my PB by like 1.2 seconds here at SNET. So, yeah, feeling really, really good on my motor. I just waited for a little bit because everyone's got new tyres to start with. So I just thought I'd wait a little bit. Obviously, 20 minutes. You just got to do one lap, to make sure you're top 12. So, it felt really, really good. Just did hit all my markers on that lap, and I feel really good. But I've just got to try and bridge that gap to Brad because he's on another level at the moment. So yeah, no doubt the bike's getting better and better each session, and we'll be good for tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Max. Let you get back inside to speak to the guys here. On the other side of the garage, Joe Talbot sits there. He's doing a bit of a heavy debrief. Nigel Snook comes in. Not a heavy debrief, he's doing a big debrief, but he wants to do the best he can, but he needs to enjoy this moment as well, because Joe is he's on the verge of getting straight into the second phase of qualifying into Q2. but it's his first year as a superbike racer. So let's see if Danny Kent would have a bit of a chat. We're going to go by and see Rory, but we've got Danny first of all. Well, you made it through into Q2 into the second phase, but you and Rory close to the kind of squeaky bottom area of the charts, not where you want to be.
Yeah, obviously it's not where we want to be, but the pace is so fast this year. I think then I was 0.7 faster than my qualifying lap from last year, and we're in 10th. So yeah, we'll look at the data, see what we can do for tomorrow to make us. We need a big improvement, really. But
where do you think you can find anything, or where do you think the bike needs to improve, or is it just all over?
I guess over the lap, because it's such a long lap, it's probably a little bit in most corners, to be fair. I found myself sort of rushing into the hairpins and then messing up my exits, but it's easily done round here. So and also what I did notice, I was 0.9 under my best lap exit in the last corner, and then I watched it drop down to 0.4. So I used too much rear brake on the exit at last corner. So I think there's a bit there.
Danny, thanks for your time. Well done, thank you. There you go. I wonder if his teammate is he still kind of much in a debrief phase? He is in a debrief phase. Rory's dad, Mike Skinner, already hands-on tools on the bike, taking the clutch out of that bike as they do after everyone. Rory's still speaking with data engineer and Stuart Shenton, so we'll come away from that. Let's see if we can just pop round the side of this little tape here and see if we could maybe see Storm Stacey, see how he feels after that session, because that was a pretty strong run for the Batham's AGN steel stock Ducati, and another good example of this team doing exactly things their own way and what they expect to do. Looking at the back of Storm's bike, he just looked at me there, and he's now looked away, but here he comes. He walked past Lola Spielberg, and we'll say, I would love an interview with you if that's okay. I'd love an interview. I'm going to stand up here so I'm not downhill from you, and I feel kind of slightly taller. Decent session, good day?
Yeah, I think it was a good salvage, good recovery. We were in like 13th or 14th in the session before. Put the Corsa engine in and we're a bit disappointed, to be honest. We haven't. It's not doing what we thought it would do. It's not making the power we were promised. We put it on the dyno, and the dynos always say they're amazing. I mean, you can make a Vespa look good on the dyno. I'm sick of listening to them now. But the only different thing we've got now is the exhausts are different to theirs. The top Ducatis, and maybe that's what's different, or maybe there's something still different. I don't know, but we're not a million miles off. But we're just looking at other little bits we can do this weekend just to try and make it a bit quicker as well. Because I'm doing 169 down the start and finish on my own. I got a toe behind Glenn. I did 175, and he can do that on his own, and I can't do that on my own. I'm doing 169 on my own, and when I'm behind them and I'm slipstreaming them, they're actually pulling away from me a bit. I'm not even keeping up with them. They're pulling away from me a bit. So it's a bit frustrating. It's not what you expect when the engine's 25 grand. It's not pocket change. And you put it in and it hasn't fixed a load of problems. So it's like a lot of head scratching going on tonight. My head's sore.
Yeah, but you've got good do you feel like you're overriding it just a little bit, or are you there on pace?
Yeah, I think I am scratching a bit. I think I can do one off lap, very good. I did three low 47s then. Can I keep it up? I don't know. The bike gets quite out of shape. The more laps I do, the more the tyres drop off.
Do you want a word with the TV?
Oh, leave them to it. We've
got Lola Spielberg here. She's more important.
We got Lola Spielberg. We're all right. But yeah, so we're getting there. It's just a bit frustrating. We're not. I'm passionate about it, like everyone is in motorbike racing, and I don't come here to make numbers. I want to win. I just want to win. That's all I want to do. And when it's not going your way, and you can see what's not happening, it's just so frustrating. It's more frustrating when you can see it. When you can't see it, you've got to try and work out what it is. But it's little bits of everything, and it's all the 1% that win your races in BSB World Championship. Everything, it's all the 1%. Everything's got to click. So we will get there eventually, but at the minute it's just taking a bit of time.
Keep smiling, keep digging deep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope you all enjoy it.
Have you had YouTube on today by any chance?
I had your YouTube on, yeah.
Yeah, I've had your YouTube on the way down here, actually.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, I've got the live stream on in my motorhome now, so when I go back, I watch it and listen to what you're saying. So I know if any oil's gone down or anything like that, I'm ahead of the game.
I love it. Never changed, Tom. Thank you very much, Lola, as well. Fabulous stuff. I like the little laugh that you hear just in my ear as well. Honda UK CBR 600 stripped into a lot of bits. We've got Ryan Vickers, who's feverishly working away. We'll leave Ryan alone. Jason O'Halloran not in the garage. That was a very brave move for Jason to get himself out and away very quickly, who sat there for quite some time. Is Josh Brooks still in his corner? No, he's gone. So an empty end of the pit lane. I think I left this a little bit too late, Alan. Sometimes I leave it, sometimes I'm too quick. Other times I leave it just that little bit. So just peer over the top and make eye contact with the lovely Christian Idden, and see if we could get a quick word with Christian, because the Sencat Yamaha is making steps in the right direction. I think that's what we can say. You're making steps in that right direction. There's been a step change from, I think it was midway through Donington, and then things started to click.
Yeah, Donington, if in truth the bike just worked. I think what happened at Donington was the grip level is high, and it masked a lot of I don't know, just seemed to work. So yeah, Donington was very good for us. Knockhill was an interesting one because actually we knee-jerk reactioned a little bit. Obviously the first day was wet, so it was a non-event really, and then the second day I was decent. I had a good race. I was very close to beating Rory. He beat me, but to be near Rory around Knockhill was good. And by that I mean we're both new to a Yamaha, so he's a great yardstick for our development on the bike. So that was good. And then the Sunday's race, I crashed early on, and I came in and moaned about the bike because I was so slow and fell off. But what I hadn't really realised was how much slower the pace was for everyone. So I think we knee-jerk reactioned and changed the bike for something that was not a track issue, but the track had lost grip. So actually we made the bike really bad for the last race, and it meant we went home from Knockhill disappointed. And then coming here, it's interesting because the lap times from FP1 have been unbelievable. But last year again here was really hot, so that's when the grip reduced a lot. So the times have been fast here today. But I've just not really got a handle on the bike today. I've just not felt comfortable on it. We're trying an awful lot of things, which is great, but then it's also hard as a rider to understand, not get confused, to find a rhythm. We get an hours-long session to start with, which is fantastic. I love what BSB have done for us, but honestly, it felt like a 10-minute session, that first one, because we had so much to try and didn't get through it all, and still wasn't quite sure at the end. But whatever they gave me then, I'm a little bit confused, because whatever they gave me then felt a lot better. Went out, did one lap, and it was a decent lap. Don't know how many times I can replicate it. That's what we need to understand. But I didn't carry on again because of the tyre sticker rule and stuff. We parked it after the one lap sort of thing, and then did an exit. So yeah, we'll have a look at the data and see why I had so much of a nicer bike in that last session than I did before.
But is that somewhere you can make a plan to start and make progress from if it was nice there?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, listen, the team's working really hard. Sometimes we can be our own, and you work too hard and try too many, and yeah, it's difficult. It's an incredibly tough championship. For sure, I've been getting frustrated because I'm not where I had extremely high expectations, and it's been tough. So yeah, there's an absolute want and need from the whole team, and they're all putting in 100%. And yeah, it's tough, the times are fast and nobody's giving you an inch. And of course, I'm sure half the paddock are having also not struggling, but pushing as hard as they can. That's how it is. So I don't feel like we've yet got our base or a full handle or understanding yet on the R1. Myself, the team, both include, in equal proportions. I've got no doubt that once we find that, then, I believe, I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that I could beat everyone here, which I think that's everyone would say that as well, because otherwise there's no point being here. But yeah, you have to get that feeling. I'm missing something at the moment. But yeah, fingers crossed, whatever they did then, whatever magic touch happened then, we can do another magic touch tomorrow and we get a bit better. It's a track here that I've never typically enjoyed because it's a bit featureless, but it's served me well in the last few years. So yeah, it's always been reasonably good. So the first 2 sessions I was down in P13 in Botham, and it was a bit of a head scratcher because it really was. But just honestly, the bike felt so harsh. I felt like it was a track full of ripples, and now it's a lot smoother and feels a bit better.
Christian, thank you very much. Best of luck. That's good to hear a positive step forward on that Senkat Yamaha as we come down the tag garage, riderless inside there. Lots and lots of bikes, but riderless, I would say. And as we have a little look in towards the Master Mac Hot Garage as well. Steve Hicken on Eugene McManus' side, feverishly working away behind the laptop. Rhys Urban on the other side of the garage, working away as well into the Rocket BMW Motorrad Motorsport Garage.
The interviews are great on a Friday, aren't they? Because they're so sort of insightful. They're not so rushed as they would be on Saturday or Sunday. Well,
yeah, exactly. They've got a little bit more time, and their day's now done. And you know, their day's done, and their weekend is just starting as well. So give Ilya a little bit of a wave in his garage here as the Rocket BMW Motorrad guys go to work on his BMW. A man who almost made it through into Q2. You were so close to getting through into that Q2. So close, but you've got to go through Q1. But it looks like you'll be one of the guys, hopefully, at the sharp end.
Yeah, this was the target, and actually it was really possible, but unfortunately I tried some other things on the first gear what we were using on the practice, and it was much worse, and I lose a lot of speed of outing of slow corners, and yeah, maybe from the, like, my feeling was like 0.3, 0.4 tenths slower, so for sure this was play a lot on the positions. But then I back to the box at the end, and we're back to the practice settings, and in the end I make with 11 laps same fast lap time. So the pace looks not so bad, and I think more or less around top 10 area. So this is make me happy for sure for the races. But yeah, for sure need to find a way how to put all up together with the new tire, especially first few laps, and then especially if I will able tomorrow follow some fast guys from front, I think I can put all together and do a good job for the racing.
This is a little bit of confidence this team needs. Picking up points at Knockhill obviously helps, but this speed that we've seen this weekend is what you guys need in this garage.
Yeah, we changed some parts on the bike, and it was immediately big steps. And for sure coming to the track, which we don't have data and overall like this, you need more time on the track, and even new parts are need to settings, you know. So, but we're working hard, BMW working hard, the team working hard behind the skins, and I'm also working hard from my side, and we're for sure getting closer and closer. But yeah, let's be realistic. If you look how Red Guys riding is, I would be honest and no secrets that is different level. But our target to close gap to them and fight with apart from them with the also others manufacturer, and I think this is realistic for us. And for my target, it's clear, is to make steps each session, each days, each races, and try to find a way how to improve altogether.
Ilya, good luck. Thank you very much. Brilliant, that. I like that a lot. We're almost at per exit, and we're almost at the faraway end. Let's see if Ben Luxton would come on board with us. Dean Hipwell says 1 minute, and he'll be coming out. We've been getting new recruits into the Superbikes every weekend. You are now the newest recruit into the Superbikes. It was Graham Irwin last weekend, but obviously our hearts go out to Luke Hedger. We want him to be back fit and healthy, but for you, are you going to be doing everything this weekend? Stock and Superbike, Ben Luxton?
That was the plan.
Is that plan now shifting?
Now Dean's knocked on the head and we're just going to focus on the Superbike.
I think that's wise.
I do too, to be honest. But it is what it is. Hope Luke's okay and we can keep learning here and see what we can do.
It's a big step up, but are you enjoying it first of all?
Yeah, it's good fun. We hadn't ridden it before this weekend. It would have been nice to go and get a test, but unfortunately we didn't have time. So yeah, it's just learning. Just take it as it comes.
Learning as you go.
Yeah, that's literally it. Yeah.
Listen, buddy, good luck. We shall be watching your progress on that Whitecliff CDH Honda. I think I'm possibly at the limits of the absolute limit here, but I want to get down to the MET Phonacab garage. It might go a bit crazy as I go inside here, but let me peer over this. And I need to get Graham Irwin, because what this team have done to get the new 26 bike out, I mean, this, when you talk about effort, okay, it's a team effort, but what an effort it is for you guys to get the brand new bike here this weekend. I think credit to everybody here and to you, because you're riding it really well, Graham.
Yeah, it's. I felt a lot more pressure not to crash this weekend, that's for sure. But no, the guys, I mean, they were up to. I looked at my phone when I woke up this morning at like 3:30. I've got a picture the bike's built, and I think they probably cheesed a lot of people off in the paddock because I believe they started it as well. But no, the guys have worked incredibly hard. You know, we've had one of the guys has actually flew to the factory in Italy to pick up some parts this week, and it's just been chaos. But no, we're here, we're racing as a team, and yeah, we're trying our best.
And you're basically not only a racer, you're also now a test and development rider for Andrew, because you're riding this bike, giving him the data back that he will effectively use.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we got a really good starting point, and it's for us as a team is to try to work with the bike, you know, learn the bike, learn what works, what doesn't, and if I can in any way help whenever Andrew comes back, and yeah, it helps him get going, then that's fantastic, and that's the end goal, really.
How were the arms after Knockhill, by the way? I never saw you after the races.
Oh, honestly, on the Friday, I was done already. But it was an awesome one. You were to go score a point. I was absolutely, I was over the moon with. But no, I mean, Knockhill, I was really in the deep end. I really was. It was jumping onto a superbike.
And it was wet.
Wet. The wet, I was happy enough. Yeah, I was like 1.3 off. I thought, oh, the wet. Yeah, I quite like this. Yeah, this is good. But the the dry, obviously, everything came faster. We needed a little bit more time. And I know, you know, this weekend here, I feel I'm not doing so bad. But again, it's just different circuits, learning, and it is such a fast class. You know, I take my hat off to everyone in the BSB. You know, I can see why there's the jump from the younger kids isn't so forthcoming, because it is so daunting. You know, it is a very fast class. There's no rubbish in it, but it's great that the series is so healthy. Thanks to Stuart as well for letting me come here and ride too. So great.
You're doing a great job. Great team as well.
Thank you very much.
Problem, I think that's credit where it's due. Let's have a little peek inside the Richard Kerr garage. Andy James, a bit of a wave there. Microphone's at its limit, but Richard Kerr, SM Racing Honda, first pit box that comes in there is Richard's dad. So that was great to catch up with. I mean, sometimes we don't get a chance to come down this end of the pit lane, so that's great to catch up with all those guys in those pit boxes. I mean, they're all fast. They're all trying really, really hard. There's nobody going slow out there, as Graham Irwin so rightfully said. Let's say hello to Steve Hicken at the back of the garage there. Doesn't give much away to Steve Hicken. Oh yeah, Harry has still got the moustache on. Still very much got the moustache on Harry Truelove as I look inside the Tag Honda garage. So I'm going to make my way back up, and I'm going to keep the microphone open. You can hear the Moto4 bikes in the background doing their thing, and we shall go back into the commentary box, but we can also see first if any of the other riders have made their way back. Kyle was still in his garage, and he was still having a bit of a chat with his engineers. Good to hear from Danny Kent. Rory Skinner has now left his garage. Max Cook's got his door down. Joe Talbot has left his seat as well. The work continues in McCann's garage from the Super Sport bike and on the Superbike. Steve Rogers having a chat with Jason Griffiths from Pirelli. Scott Redding still in his garage. I've got to say, are they looking for something in this garage? John Hebson with a little bit of cleaning agent to go and do some work on the front of that bike. He goes to the back of the garage and disappears. And I think we'll probably leave it at that, and we'll head back up to the commentary box. Brad Ray checked out early in that one, 1:46.106, and then he checked out early from the garage as well. Done his job. One of the fastest laps we've seen here in a lot of years for Bradley Ray. Not the fastest ever, but it's very much knocking on the door. Well, sorry for the lack of coverage for the RNG Moto4 British Cup there, but I did start giving you at the start, actually. And then thankfully Alan Hyde chipped in my ear saying, or my text message, are you not meant to be in the pit lane? Yes, I was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks very much, Sir Al. It's been a long day, and I was enjoying a little chat off here to Dave Neal about various things and how good that session was. And if you hadn't have done something, I would still be up here chatting away, and the Superbike Raiders wouldn't have had their airtime, which is always good on a Friday because, like you said in my ears, it's
lovely, isn't it? Yeah.
They give you a nice, open, long, relaxed. You know, they don't need to dash away anybody else. I mean, I always love speaking with Christian Idden and Josh Brooks especially. You know, they give you nice, big, long. I mean, Christian went back to Donington Park, for goodness sakes, then Knockhill, then we did the Snetterton. So
it's really cool. I was first alerted to the value of your interviews on a Friday when you had a really lengthy interview with Josh Brooks.
Yeah.
And he really went into detail. And now I've noticed that many other riders do exactly the same. And it's because it's the close of play for them on a Friday. And they quite like downloading the information, don't they?
Yeah, so they say it and then they kind of remember what they've said as well, which
Yes,
is always
yeah.
it's in. Plus, it's in the air, travelling about the place because we're streaming live on YouTube and TSL and BSB radio and BSB websites all over the place. And I like that. Storm sits and listens to us on YouTube, and I watched him on YouTube, and he's checking YouTube to see if there's anything on YouTube that's telling him the track's maybe got oil. He's very clever that way. Always, it's using the tools around you to your advantage.
I know. In British touring cars, Ash Sutton always listens to my touring car podcast. And he told me that he does so because he can kind of find out where other drivers' minds are and work out where the problems might be or where the advantages he might have are. So it's part of it, isn't it?
No, 100%, and I totally get that, and I like that. I like people who are very much involved in it, who pay attention and listen and enjoy it. And then if you say something about them that's not right, I like when they pick you up on it because that's good. That's like, they've obviously been paying attention to what's been going on. But
always a worry,
isn't it just? Jack Dunnaby ended that session fastest for the RMG Motor4 British Cup. But what I should say is we did see a couple of riders down and being assessed during that session. Tyler Humphreys and Ryan Frost, 19 and 24. Tyler Humphreys and Ryan Frost and their teammates, they both went down at Augies. They were being assessed, but then they were updated to about 40 seconds after that as riders were okay. But Jack Dunnaby fastest from Jack Burrows, 2 Jacks at the top. With Marco Holt the Bold in 3rd place. With Clayton Edmonds, a good showing for Clayton in 4th. George Bowes in 5th. Mason Foster, Axel Revisal Lomas in 7th. With Harrison Day, a good 8th place for Harrison, ahead of Luke Fitchett and Hudson Kai Cooper, the man who joined us in the commentary point at Donington Park. And he was ever so good on track today and in the commentary box. Thurley Trevorrow was 11th with Jensen Bishop in 12th place. As you had Devine in 13th with Daniel Stevenson in 14th. Lily Rhodes with Archie Hopper, Max Rhodes. Ollie O'Gorman, who is the younger brother of Casey O'Gorman, with Lucy Curtis. And then Frost and Humphreys both as they both went down on the outlap of that session. So that's not what you want to do. But it was only free practice too. We're nearing the end of our day, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 sessions left to go. I was going to add in an extra session for myself there, not that I need to. We have got the Pirelli National Superstock Free Practice 2 heading your way after this quick commercial, in fact, just after this quick break. Commercials will be back with us tomorrow. Okay, second last session. Well, this is the last free practice session. The session after this will be qualifying for the sidecars. So on track we go. I have been joined by a couple of eager watchers of this session. I've got Sam Cox and Harrison McKay up here. Harrison, the new leading rider in the Armada SC31 lineup, as his performance today has been somewhat sensational. And unfortunately, Clubfoot Oliver has got a bit of work to do out there and hopefully not break the bike again. But a 25-minute session for the stock, Pirelli National Superstock Championship. The sun has dipped away behind the clouds. It's nice and cool in the commentary point, but it's still quite warm outside. We're still being told it's around about 24 degrees. It was warm enough for me to be in the pit lane out there when it was interviewing the riders. It was lovely for shorts and T-shirts. Speaking of shorts and T-shirts, Big Joe Richardson, shorts and T-shirt. Wouldn't expect anything else from Joe. I saw him in shorts at Knockhill in the rain, so that's just how that man operates. A few bikes a little bit late to play, make their way out onto the circuit. Lewis Rollo, Richard White, Ash Beach maybe as well. But what we do have to keep our eye on is what happens at the sharp end, because for free practice number 1, it was David Allingham once again the fastest in the Pirelli National Superstock, and he did that 1:49.470, put himself 0.3 of a second up the road from anybody else. D-Bomb really is looking in sensational form in 2026. Ash Beach, a good second place for Ash Beach. Pushed hard by Matt Truelove, Luke Mossey and Declan Connell in 5th place on the first of the Rapid Hondas. Deco keeping the form going. Just unfortunate that he didn't really have the home round that he was wanting, when unfortunately he did fold the front through the hairpin after having a bit of a slight technical issue, which was just holding him back in race number 1. That was Sammy Laffins across the line there. And I did see that Sammy Laffins has joined back in with GR Performance for a couple of weekends, probably just to take a little bit of the Finn Arscott garage space that has been left after Finn unfortunately picked up a bit of a leg injury at Knockhill. Josh Owens on the South Holland Honda was in 6th place ahead of Simon Reed, Ash Barnes, and then it was Tom Oliver in 9th place. Tom Oliver 150.874, just ahead of Lewis Rollo in 10th place. Now, if Alan Hyde is listening, that's a big question. If Alan Hyde is listening, I don't know if he will even be every word. So, here's the question, Heidi. Go on. I've got me up here, and I'm wondering if we could get another commentator up here. What do we do about for getting some kind of thing in place for?
Well, today you could use the radio mic.
Oh, yes.
See?
What an inspired decision.
Thinking outside the box.
Yeah, so I could just hand this to Sam Cox. Okay?
If you switch it on.
Give him that. And he won't. Will he hear me straight away when he puts it on? Will you hear me straight away when you put it on? Could you hear me in that? And that's good then. And then we put this on. I don't know what the background noise will be like, but we could give him the radio mic. And I can speak into that as well. Oh, I can hear that. That's quite cool. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
You look a little bit like Elton John holding that. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm glad. Great for radio, by the way. Thank you very much. Let's move on from that pretty quickly, I think. Harrison McKay's gone red from that, and he never had anything to do with it. So, Sam Cox, welcome to Staterton. Now, there was a nasty rumour that you were going to be racing here, or did I make that up?
No, I was looking at this round potentially being my return.
Can I just say thank you very much, Alan Hyde? I can't believe it. It's been a long day. I never thought of that. So, carry on.
To get me on the mic.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking about it. I've not really had a chance to race with all the wedding prep and both going to Wardies and sorting my own out.
Yeah, you have a good wedding, did you?
So it was really good fun actually.
Great,
I'll show you some pictures.
Oh, right, brilliant, yeah.
But yeah, no, we actually needed a commentator for the wedding.
Oh, well, thanks for the ask. Yeah, you got somebody else, did you?
No, I did it myself after I practiced up and do it. So do a load of testing. I did a bit at the start of the year with Harrison, but then I haven't really touched the bike since. So we were looking at Snetterton, but then I went and did the No Limits Brands GP round last weekend, and I was saying to the sponsors and that, look, I'm not really sure how quick I'm going to be, what my pace is going to be like. I don't want to come here and make up the numbers, but can I make a call after Brands to see how I'm getting on? They were like, well, that leaves us a little bit short if on Sunday night I say, actually, I'm not going to ride. It leaves us with a few days to get people here. So the call was made when I was out on my honeymoon, enjoying the sunshine in St. Lucia.
The call was made for you?
Yeah. I was put on the subs bench.
Yeah, well, you know.
But the big news is I'll be back at Brands.
You will be doing the Brands.
I'm lined up to do that with Wardy. So 2 bikes out at Brands. Tom Oliver's here this weekend.
So what happens to Tom Oliver? Does he go back into the rotation battle, or does he help in the pit lane, or what does
so Tom Oliver of Tom Oliver Motorcycles, he is a fully trained mechanic, and he's got his shop that's not too far from here in Colchester. So he is a mechanic by trade. So at Brands, he's going to be spannering Wardy's bike.
So he should really know better than to break the gear rod.
Yeah, you think he'd have a bit more mechanical sympathy. But,
finesse.
Yeah, he's those big feet of his obviously smashed through the rod this morning. That cost us
That poor little rod never harmed anybody in its life.
I know, we had to get a reinforced one actually for this session. Just to get him through it. But so he'll be in the team. And then we're kind of working. Obviously, we've got our young gun, Harrison, that's kind of the consistent Armada rider throughout the whole year, and he's doing every round.
Well, he come to Knockhill at least, you know?
He did, yeah. We sent him up there on his way.
I like to point that out.
And he had a lot of fun up there. He got his best results so far. So
he's carrying a good bit of momentum with him, because he came down here and he looked fabulous in the Sport Bike Championship. But we'll talk about him later on and the mishaps that he caused at your wedding.
His head getting too big.
Yeah, and we'll talk about him drinking beer at your wedding as well. So we can come back to that. But on track, Pirelli National Superstock Championship, free practice 2. Scott Swan, back to where we'd kind of expect Swanee to be, because this morning Swanee was in 12th place. He
had a great round at Knockhill as well.
He
didn't
did.
He got his
fabulous Knockhill round.
And
just didn't seem to figure it all this morning. There was talk. I mean, I don't know if it was paddock rumour or whatever it was, but I did hear his name get linked with the MET Fonacab Ducati Superbike ride.
Right.
But I think Graham Urban is doing such a great job in that, and they're keeping it all in house, which I think is a clever thing to do. Plus, Swanee's got a championship to kind of go for, so you don't want to start taking people out of things to put, it's almost like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that's not what we want. But Swanee back fastest from Ash Barnes. Ash Beach is having a season that is really worth remembering. The switch by Jones Dorling over to BMW really has worked for those guys.
Yeah, no, Ash is one of the most experienced riders on the grid. I'm pretty sure he's probably ridden every single manufacturer over the years, but that new BMW is, as Allingham has been proving all year, is I guess the bike to be on. And obviously we had Mickelchik last year that absolutely dominated this series, so it's a fantastic bike, that BMW, and Ash Beach has got a really good team behind him that's obviously got that working for him, but he's really been going well on it this weekend. Yeah,
and we've got Mary Truelove, who's just slipped himself into 3rd place ahead of Ash Beach with Lewis Rollo. I said to Lewis Rollo earlier, that was a decent first session for you. He was like, what are you talking about? I was like, we were top 10, and he was not happy. So we'll let that one slide. But 5th place, ahead of his teammate Simon Reed. Josh Owens, David Allingham, the championship leader, the man of the moment, down in 8th place. Luke Mossey, 9th. And then Tom Oliver in 10th place. Declan Connell finds himself in 11th place. I would expect a little bit more from Deco, but it's early days in the session, some 15 minutes to go. With Richard White. And Richard White's one of these guys that pops up every now and again. There's certain circuits that Richard clearly loves and clearly knows. I can't remember, were we at Cadwell or was it Brands last year? It was Brands. And wow, bang, Richard right at the sharp end. And, it was one of these moments where it kind of sticks in your memory.
Yeah, no, definitely. And actually, I was doing a few laps of the track this morning on the old pedal bike, and Richard White and his crew chief was out doing an extensive track walk. So he's the kind of guy that really does put a lot of effort in behind the scenes, and he was out there doing his track walk and doing his homework, if you will. So he puts a lot of effort in. So it's always nice to see when those sort of lads kind of get some of their fruits of their labour. Ricardo Brink is in 13th place, just ahead of Sammy Laffins, who I met in the paddock yesterday, and we spoke earlier on about Sam. We should probably start by saying get well soon to Harrison Crosby. Harrison Crosby, Finlay Arscott. I was about to say, did Crosby go down? I'm looking at him in 19th thinking, what's wrong with him? I just looked at his name and thought, yeah, performance. Get well soon to Finlay Arscott. It's been a long day in this commentary point, I must say. Clearly, young Harrison McKay's almost had enough and he wants to go. Well, he's looking down. Tom Oliver's in the pit, so we're worried he might have snapped another rod with his. There doesn't seem to be any panic. We're all right. There's no panic station, so we're okay. But get well soon, Finn Arscott, because there's nothing worse when you go down, but then the bike comes back into you. It's a female, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, yeah. And, I mean, we know all about them with Wardy, and we know all about leg injuries with you. He's still milking that at the moment. Is he really? Yeah. I could quite believe that. Anybody mentions femur and Wardy has a bit of a pain. Where is he? Is he due back? Is he doing any endurance racing? Yeah, so he's obviously been in the World Endurance with Tom and Larty. They make an incredible team there. So, they've been focusing on that this year. But obviously, Wardy's coming back with me at Brands, so we're going to have a nice two-bike team we have a legend join us in the.
Pulled the door off its hinges as you come in there.
There's something wrong with that door because I thought it was locked. I had to really give it a good old pull
it's a little bit stiff. I'll say that it's a little bit stiff. It might need a bit of work down here. Don't pull anything to the back of my box, Alan, for goodness sakes. That's the box that's giving us the live stream right now. But no, I think you're correct. It's good. That's a great little team that those guys have got there with Tom Satnav, and Emily, who is like, you've got one of these kind of rider rosters that you can just plug and play whenever you feel fit. You know.
Yeah.
We'll use him this weekend.
Exactly.
Oh, he's free.
It's a shame we couldn't get one of them to kind of commit to the whole year, but they obviously have other arrangements. Wardy was obviously getting married, and like I say, they're all dedicated to their World Endurance because they're doing a fantastic job out there as well. They actually wanted to be at Suzuka this weekend, but couldn't quite get the funds to get together. But
big commitment to go to the 8 hour, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's really big.
But it's great for us because we, like you say, we get to pick and choose out of those 3 riders, and each one of them was as good as the last. So
how did Tom Oliver get the call up? Is he more local and his hotel's cheaper?
Yeah, that's part of it. His appearance fee was slightly less than Wardy's and Larty's, but no, it's just like giving the guys a chance to get out. I mean, they're all chomping at the bit to get out, so trying to rotate it and keep it fair. But yeah, he is local to this circuit and knows it really well and has done a bit of testing here already this year. So although he also broke a gearing rod then as well. So. Hence the name Clubfoot now.
You're giving him a hard time about this, you really are.
It's because he said not to, so I thought I'll double down and go for it.
Aye. Could hear that, I think. Do it again. Yeah, you're there, definitely there.
Am I changing
mics? You need to go closer with that one.
A lot closer.
Oh, a lot closer, yeah. In fact, no. I think I was hearing your Malum. Let's give him that one back. So this is work in progress, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Harrison McKay. Lovely to see you.
He's off.
He wants to go back in.
If he can open the door.
He wants to go back into pit lane, he does. Luke Mossey's gone to the top of the times. Another place, Luke Mossey, local rider to Cambridge, not too far away in the greater scheme of things. You know, you could be closer if you're Thetford, but Cambridge, an hour and a bit along the road, I would say.
Yeah, it's not too far.
Yeah, Mossey feels at home here, and we've seen him do some great things here in the past. Matt Trulove is showing again that he has got a really good turn of pace on that tag Honda. There's an interesting thought. I never read the full press release on the tag Honda. They have announced they're going Ducati for Superbike. Does that mean they're going Ducati for Superstock as well? Is that something they would be into? I mean, something to look at.
Yeah, I didn't read the full report either, but I definitely saw.
You looked at the picture like myself,
saw
the headline and scrolled past it.
Yeah, exactly that.
Liked it in a way.
Yeah, like move on. But those Ducatis are very expensive bikes, and to run them in the BSB, I'm sure is a lot of money. So running, because they've got 3 bikes now?
Superbikes, two superbikes.
2 superbikes and then one stocker. 2
superstock. JB Van Sicklerus, GVS.
Oh yeah, Van Sicklerus. Sorry, I was thinking of Sean
Van
Winfield.
Sicklerus.
Winfield's obviously retired, although I think he's potentially coming back at some point this year.
But Sean I think was going to pick and choose a few rounds to do, a bit like yourself, you know.
Yeah.
Superstar status can come in
exactly.
as and when he likes. I think that was Thruxton maybe one of them for Sean, or was it Brands Hatch GP? I think a couple of times. I mean, the thing is though, when you're coming back into this championship, you know, if you're not doing it week in, week out, you come in with a disadvantage straight away.
You're trying to psych me out.
I'm not trying to talk you out of this to put you in the managerial role. But these guys are on it. They're on it all the time. They're on bikes all the time. And it's a hot championship to get in. The lap times are very, very impressive. A 149.627. You know, the lap record stands around here for this class. And it stood for, how long stood for 2023, Alex Olsen? 149.1. You know, that's pretty impressive. Same, it's a place that lap records do seem to stand, because the Super Sport lap record, Luke Stapleford's held since 2015 here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But which absolutely blew into the weeds today. But that's only free practice.
Isn't Shaky's that record still
a
standing
146.0. Yeah, the all-time fastest ever lap, but he made it a 146.1 today.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
in Superbike with Brad Ray, so very impressive as Richard White heads out onto the track. Bit of a look over his shoulder. Jeff Van Calster's just started an out lap as well. Bit of an improvement for Simon Reed on his last lap. He's up to 5th place, ahead of Ash Beach and Lewis Roll. A little bit of an internal battle, I've got to say, between Simon Reed, but Josh Owens, man who was involved in a fairly gnarly start line crash here last year, just down about there when Elia's, I think, pit lane speed limiter was still on and Josh rear-ended him. What can Josh Owens do as he comes up to crossing the line now for Owens? Where does he go? Wow, 49.4 for Josh Owens.
That is a big lap.
That's a big lap for Danger Scouse, and that's good to see him looking more back to his normal self He was riding a knockhill with quite a heavy heart after he and Ellie unfortunately lost their dog on the week running up towards that. So yeah, that is a big lap for the South Holland Honda. That's what Joe Richardson expects to see his riders doing as well.
Yeah, no, really, really impressive.
And being a team manager, you can now put your take on that.
My team manager hat on. No, but I mean, Josh, obviously last year he was kind of consistently on the podium. He was a consistent front runner. So going into this year, you'd assume that he's. Oh, don't put me on camera. I've not got my kit on.
Too late now.
But yeah. For me to criticise Josh Owens, but you'd have expected him to be higher up this year with some of the results that he's had. He'd probably admit that himself, but it's great to see him back at the sharp end. And like you say, last year he had a really unlucky incident on the start line, which kind of ruined his weekend to a certain degree. So it's nice to see him putting in a really strong lap there.
Sometimes it goes for you at the start of the year, and other times the year comes towards you. You know, sometimes you can hit the ground running and have all that momentum and do what you need to do. But in other years, it's maybe just not working at the start, but you start getting into your momentum, your swing of things, and before you know it, you're Sam Cox with 3 riders in your stable and two bikes to choose from, and everything's rosy and everything's great. 7 minutes or 7.5 minutes off the Pirelli National Superstock Championship Free Practice 2. It has been a busy day, that's for sure. It's been a very busy day of track action here at Snetterton on the 300. Declan Connell goes up to 8th place now. He has a 3-place improvement, goes ahead of Allingham, Oliver and Rollo. David Allingham, who was so much faster than anybody this morning, we now see him languishing in 11th place. That may come good towards the end for David. But Debom he's been the benchmark this year in the championship, leading the championship coming in here. He has been the man.
Yeah, it's always hard to judge from a free practice session because you don't know what the goal was going into this session. So he may just have been trying a new gearing or a new setup that may not have worked. I know he's probably going to make me look silly now if I say it's not worked and then he goes and bangs in a 48 or something. But yeah, you don't know what each team is planning on doing. Again, this is free practice. We're now using tyre stickers. They've now got to make sure that you only use one tyre, as Mossy just goes and just pips Owens to the pole time.
And Scott Swan with a good lap as well. So the top 3
it's all bunching
it's
up.
now gone Mossy, Owens and Swan. But no, I know what you're saying about David Allingham. We don't know what people are doing in their own free practice session. Is this a point of the weekend where you would think I'm going to try something different with my gearing, or are you past that?
Yeah, well, no, ideally you want to come here having done all your testing so that you don't need to be trying things in free practice. But every weekend's different, the conditions are different depending on the temperature. I mean, it's quite a hot day here, it's been a hot day all day, so if you tested and you came here and it's 10 degrees, your setup won't quite work if it's now 25, 30 degrees. So you've always got to tweak it for the race. Whatever he's done doesn't seem to have worked out for him.
3. Circuit. Really got race events at Oulton Park. At Oulton Park, so and it kind of from areas, especially at his local weather conditions, a little bit of it will keep the kind of overall track temperature down that little bit, but there is still and get yourself on screen and say what he does. on the iron competition of Aprilia. That's a good lap. Racing more. I do like that. Actually, because
corner, looking at the old barrier that got the better of me last year. But yeah, no, it's one of those things as a rider, especially now. I guess I'd be considered an experienced rider in my 30s now. So it's one of those things that you learn to deal with and learn to rationalise and kind of put to the back of your mind. Because the last thing, you shouldn't be out there if you're out there thinking, oh, I'm gonna, what happened last time, or letting that be in your.
Get a moment's thought, really.
No, I put it straight to the back of my mind. I mean, it's weird how your brain can like focus on one negative. I've hit Hawthorns hundreds of times and nothing's gone wrong.
Yeah.
One time it goes wrong, you want to focus on that. So it's just about let's focus on all the times it's gone well, rather than one time it went badly.
You've got that much going on as you go in there. You don't really have much time to think of anything else.
You have a chance to think, do you? So
you're a little bit preoccupied and busy. Thomas O'Grady's just put two personal sectors together, and he finds himself in 20th.
True Love as well. He's just put a purple sector one.
Married True Love there with a purple sector. Sorry, Alan, I don't want to choke you with this cable.
To see him up there because for him yet, so it's nice to see him putting in a good time there. He's just off the sort of top 10 now.
Here comes True Love's time, 38.752. Swanee is fastest through that sector with a 38.3, so he's there or thereabouts. But the thing is, these guys at the sharp end are covered. There's four guys covered by 800ths of a second around a 3-mile racetrack.
Well, I think when you were talking about this class before, it's not just the pace, the outright pace at the front of a Mossy and an Owens. As you look down that list, I mean, pretty much until the top 20 would win any club race.
Oh yeah.
You got 51s all the way down into 20th, and this is only FP2, so this is the second session. So you'd expect everyone on the grid to be going quicker tomorrow in qualifying and then again in the race. So we're already doing crazy times. It's not just the guys at the front. The depth of field is just so impressive in this class.
Blaze Baker with a good lap as well, puts himself up into 13th place for Blaze Baker. On bike number 51, the Whitney Motorsport Racing CBR 1000 RR. I like Blaze Baker. He's a good lad. Now Callum Bay walking up the pit lane. Callum Bay's bike being pushed away. Callum still, thumbs down for the bike. That's not good. It's not a Callum Bay issue. That's good. As long as he's okay. Callum gave himself a real beating at turn 3 at Knockhill where he had the old up and over. Nothing too bad with the bike, but you land on your coccyx with your legs out and you get that compression, and Callum in a bit of pain with that, but it looks like the hand signals that the bike's let him down, and that's not normal. That's not normal for one of these stock bikes to be that troublesome, unless you're Tom Oliver's foot.
Unless you got a club foot. Yeah, I mean, Snetterton, you got two of the longest straights in the country here, so you are really wringing its neck multiple times in every single lap. So if it's going to go, it's normally here or Thruxton when you're really screaming those engines. But normally the Hondas are pretty bulletproof. So it'd be interesting to know what's gone on there.
Yeah, checker flag flies here for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Free practice 2 at Snetterton. Luke Mossy fastest by 13 thousandths of a second over Josh Owens. Josh Owens is 500ths of a second ahead of Lewis Rollo. Lewis Rollo is 11 thousandths of a second ahead of Scott Swan, and they're all covered by 800ths of a second. Brilliant, isn't it?
Just looking at that time by Beach there, I know it's not really moved his position, but to do that on a 13-lap old tyre,
yeah, at the end of a session, that is good. That shows that he's got good race pace.
And Connell's just gone and stuck his fastest in as well at the end of the session, so really good to see that.
Yeah, you're looking at the race pace side of things, thinking, looking at Tom Oliver's last lap, 150.1, and the guys ahead of you, imagine 4:36, 4:38, but 50.1 is not too far away. So it's Mossy, Owens, Rollo, Swan, and Beach, your top 5. Ash Beach with Matt Trulove in 6th, Declan Connell 7th, Ash Barnes in 8th, Simon Reed in 9th, and Tom Oliver comes home in 10th place. Well, we managed to get some sort of Alan Hyde, but it's good to see you again, Sam Cox, as well.
Great to be back.
Seeing as you didn't come to Knockhill.
I didn't. Otherwise,
You sent up the Armada enforcements, which
We did.
was Big Salty Sellers, Mark Hanna, Tammy, and
they all had fun.
and the racer, who did a fabulous job for you and your crew up there. But we'll look forward to seeing and catching up with you this weekend. I've got one small matter of a sidecar qualifying session to go next.
I'll leave you to it.
And that will round out our day. Sam, thank you very much. Great to see you once again back in the commentary box as ever. Fabulous fun. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the sidecar qualifying. And that brings the Pirelli National Superstock Championship Free Practice 2 to an end. Thank you. Welcome back to the Marin British Sidecar Championship qualifying here at Snetterton. The last track action that we have for this Saturday. There's a whole list of updates that I was given by my good friend Rick Lawrence about the sidecars that we can now bring you the details of what caused the issues earlier on, and it was big reading actually. Rob Biggs had a mechanical, and fingers crossed that that's going to be okay. They are back out for qualifying. I've seen Biggsy going out, but thankfully everything okay with that one. Gordon Pottinger had fuel issues, so they should be back out for qualifying as well. Holden, a small mechanical defect, shall we say, but John definitely has made it out for qualifying. I can tell you that John Holden and Phil Napton are on track just now as we have a look at the screen. Yes, same for Peachy, just one of these random little small things that can stop a sidecar in a bit of a heartbeat. There is obviously Peachy as well, and they've got a fair amount of injured passengers actually after Knockhill and the World Championship round the same weekend that Knockhill was on, so there's been an awful lot of sidecar stuff happening. So, yeah, that's just basically the update from Rick Lawrence. But all these silly little mechanical issues, hopefully, we have got to the bottom of them, and we should be A-OK for this qualifying session. But time will tell for the sidecars, and let's see how they get on. Free practice reading, well, out of the 14 bikes, 9 of them managed to submit some sort of worthy time. Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell were outside of the 110, 115% mark. And a great shame for them, but that was just really... looks great at this moment in time, as does Stephen Kershaw and Rob Biggs as well. Biggs is managing to hold Kershaw back, giving Kershaw a little bit of a toe, but I think Stephen was very complimentary towards Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence after the Knockhill round, saying, "No, these guys are world class." Good to be up there at the sharp end with them. Stephen and focused primarily on smaller Formula 2 racing, so they could get themselves fully kind of indebted back in towards that and up to speed for that when they went back to the TT, and that was a commitment it took. So they kind of pulled themselves away from the long bike racing. They're back into that now on a long LCR, but it does take its toll when you're not racing them every other weekend. It can be quite difficult, and there's the long and a short bike. If you want to do any road racing, it's a short bike, and normally the long bike reigns supreme in likes of the British Championship and all of your local club championships as well. But it'll be interesting to see who does claim pole position this one, but you really have to have a look for Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. But also, had Ben Burchell have been here and not been missing the event after his Knockhill misdemeanour, it could have been very much Ben Burchell who would be up the sharp end for this as well. So, yeah. Championship points, as we have mentioned, coming in, it does very much look very favourable for, that's John Holden making his way back out, for Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. A 45-point championship lead coming in here over Ben Burchell and Mark Wilkes on their ride Honda-powered, Hagar-backed sidecar. So there is a little bit of that will go on in Lewis Blackstock's mind. Maybe if the going does get that a little bit too tough and it becomes into a fairing bashing racing session with Stephen Kershaw, well, you might just want to think about the championship, and I'm probably sure that will go through his head at some point. Still better to gain some points on the likes of Ben Burchell, who's not here. And then Rob Biggs is a further 54 points away, or a further 9 points away, sorry, from Ben Burchell, giving him a 54-point deficit to Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. But, you know, that's when you sit and look at a championship table in the heat of the moment when Lewis is out there and he'll be racing side to side with Stephen. It's very much a different situation, 100% a different situation. It's what happens in the here and now. and if a driver has got enough time to think about that, and that's kind of like what Sam Cox said to us a couple of minutes ago. You know, you don't have time to think about your previous misdemeanour you had at that corner as you're entering it at 130 miles an hour, back shifting and looking to your apex. You're already thinking of the here and now and what's actually going on. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence fastest by 4 seconds over Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons, with Rob Biggs and Ferris Sagars in third place. Sean Hegarty and Jack Napton up into fourth. A good showing from that pair, with Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy in fifth place. Phil Bell and Phil Hyde find themselves in sixth place on the distinctive Ian Bell Motorcycles livery, with Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook in seventh. They were one of the outfits again that stopped at the back of the Bentley straight in towards Brundle. Now quite a few sidecars have popped into the pit lane, excuse me, with 17 minutes to go. Let's have a bit of a look down and see. We've got Andy Peach back in again. Bodywork off that sidecar, a little bit of work getting done to it. Look further back down. Motorsport, Triumph LCR make their way back out. Further down pit lane, Brian Gray stands there with the bodywork off his bike, and back on. Andy Peachy's bodywork is going to go back on. Peachy gets the number 4 bodywork put back on the life safety. Yeah. While Luke's inside, I think the airbox, if I'm not mistaken, on that bike at the far end of the pit lane. Of his team around him, but the body inside. Let's hope that that's not maybe swallowed. Would be okay, but yeah. Not the greatest thing to see from where we are in the pit lane. Brian Gray giving that one the once over. Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens up one place from 8th to 7th. They go ahead of Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook. A 2:04.976, but some 6.3 seconds away from the blistering pace that we're seeing from Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. If it keeps up like this, I have to say, it will be a bit of a demonstration, but this qualifying session really all about Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, as Peachy has got back in the LCR and he rumbles down pit lane, ready. .765 in the background. Brian Gray's putting the bodywork back on. Oh, sorry, Brian Gray and his mechanic are putting the bodywork back on, and Rick Lawrence stands in the pit lane and waves Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence into their pit area. As we now take a long look through the binoculars. The only thing is they're kind of round the corner from me, so it can be difficult to see. As Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkshaw go past in the background. We look down to see Sean Hegarty coming out of the last corner. Hegarty makes his way up towards the main. 4th place for Sean Hegarty. Through he goes. Best lap of the session. Improvement in time, but not in position, as Phil Bell parks up, and right behind them, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. Lee Crawford picks himself out of the long bike. Two fairly big drivers there, Phil Bell. Big as in stance, big tall drivers. Phil Bell and then Lee Crawford. Lee Crawford using the, I'm going to say the old AM leathers that I first saw him using a long time ago with Scott Hardy on that bike. In fact, it was a short bike they were on. The black and orange leathers, they go back a fair distance. Scott Hardy's been across to have a little bit of a look at the times to see where they are on track. Lee Crawford currently looking at the live timing on our phone. That's one of the benefits of the TSL live timing. You can watch it on your phone. You can pick it up exactly the same as what I do in the commentary point. It's the same screen effect. And you have to turn it sideways, but it's a really useful tool if you're standing in the spectator areas around one of these glorious circuits that we do take in every other weekend. 12 minutes of the session to go. Crossing the line, John Holden. And John Holden putting a 205.7, some 7 seconds away from where he would want to be. Phil Napton on the chair of that one. As Alan Hyde's in and out again. There goes Stephen Kershaw across the line. A 202.671. Gap at the front, 2.2 seconds from Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence back to Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. So the gap definitely extending. Those Triumphs do sound good in sidecars, don't they? I mean, tell me I'm wrong. I dare you. Tell me I'm wrong and say a Triumph doesn't sound good in a sidecar. I even liked the little KTM that I saw at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago in a Formula 2 sidecar. I thought that was a lovely addition. The sound was something else. But those Triumphs, they seem to be very good and nice and user-friendly as well for the riders, which is another thing. There goes the traditional inline 4 across the line of Patrick Farnes with Connor Parkin. They've got a Yamaha 600, an R6 engine in that. Here comes Phil Bell and Phil Hyde. They make their way into track. Another Yamaha LCR R6 engine in that. And the number 1 bike makes its way into circuit now. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. They don't really need to do too much, to be honest, but they're wanting to go out and do a little bit because they can. Lee Crawford puts his helmet back on in the pit lane as we look down from the commentary point, as does Scott Hardy. Making sure everything is done up and strapped up. Rob far into the pit lane. Nobody wanting to come up to this end of the pit lane. Sidecar guys quite happy to be away in the distance. Brian Gray, now an interested spectator on the pit wall by the looks of things for Brian Gray. Doesn't look like he's going to be doing too much more on track at this moment.
I wonder if you can hear me. Yeah, I haven't put levels on or anything, but
sorry.
I've set you up a system for a guest tomorrow.
Ah, lovely, lovely. You could almost stay here now. No, you couldn't, because then you have to run through there and push the play button. I can talk on that for you, yes. So here we come back into the remaining at Brundle. That's Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell. That reminds me of earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. So the sidecar, it reads, for some reason, sidecars don't like the Brundle area. The number 17, Gordon Pottinger and David Dodd stopped at Brundle. Number 60, which is the Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens, stopped at Brundle. And number 38 also stopped at Brundle. So that's gone up a little bit in one's ears there. If we can just move that across there so it's got a slightly better signal, I think that would work. So yeah, the sidecar's not really a fan or a lover of the Brundle area of the track. It seems to be an area where they like to stop. Either that or it's quick, easy access back to the paddock for them. That could be another option for that. Speaking of paddock, as I look at the back, Stuart Mills, circuit manager of Snetterton. We'll be happy with how the circuit looks. The circuit resplendent as it's fully decked out, looking great for the Superbikes this weekend. And that was Scott Fanner as well from the commercial side of MSV. One of the guys who furnishes myself and Alan with all the information that's going to be happening around the place, such as the Zin Zone. I have to make sure I've got a fresh mouth when I say that. The Zin Zone down at the trade area, and lots of good trade here this weekend as well. So make sure you're going down there. Go and see the Port West area as well at some point. And if you're listening from afar and you're heading this way this weekend, we can't wait to join you. We can't wait for you to join us actually around the 3 mile Snetterton 300 circuit that we have here in beautiful sunny Norfolk. It's decked out. It's very, very full of camper vans and spectators. The paddock typically looks fabulous. And this is the last 8 minutes of our qualifying session that we have on track just now as Scott Hardy makes his way past, looking up looking up towards the commentary point there. So Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy head back out on the circuit. They'll go back out and do what they've got to do. Number 33 has now stopped with a technical problem at Wilson. That's Sean Hegarty and Jack Napton. They've decided not to stop at Brundle. They've chosen a separate corner to stop at. Now, if I'm not mistaken, did they stop earlier on? They were down at the Brundle area. But Wilson is the very... is that the corner that leads on towards the back straight, actually? Or is that Williams? Now, to be stopped at Wilson, I think that's the hairpin that's quite close after the Richies, if I'm not mistaken. I could just... Yes, it is. But the tracker map shows them away down at Brundle. It's just slightly worrying. Maybe they've wanted to coast down there and catch up with everybody else. Have a bit of a chat. It's still Oscar Lawrence, Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, who lead the way at the front. Stephen Kershaw's taken another 10th of a second off the chunky lead that they have, but 2.1 seconds is what it now sits at as Rob Biggs heads down pit lane. Looks like he's going to head out for one final exit onto the circuit for Rob Biggs. As two sidecars, Blackstock and Bell, flash across the line in towards turn 1. Now, I'm no expert, but it looks like Ferry Sagars has a flappy slider on the back of the leathers. Now, some pastures put a knee slider on their bottom, so they can hang out the side and they can scuff that along the track. Now, it just looked like Ferry Sagars was flapping in the breeze as they were leaving the pit lane down towards Ritchie, so we'll try and get a good look at that, and hopefully that doesn't detach itself from the back of the pasture. It's in an area where I don't want to say the word something cheek, but I'm going to have to. But that's where they put a slider, just so they can drag that along the track surface. John Holden heads out, as does Patrick Farns. Here comes Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. They've decided that they are going to go back out and have a bit of a final dig towards the got Express Tyre Services sponsorship. And down they go till that big solid line ends, and then they cross the dotted line. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, well, they've done their out lap. They're now in a bit of a push lap. And as we watch Lewis Blackstock try and increase his margin at the sharp end, with some 5 minutes of this session to go, he's just in a purple middle sector, so a decent first sector, purple middle sector. The little tiny details that Stephen Kershaw has been chipping away could be about to be extended ever so slightly as Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook make their way out onto the circuit. But here they come, Blackstock and Lawrence across the line. What do they do? At 1:58.4, good grief, 2.3 seconds, so they put another 2/10 of a second into Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. 1:58.482 for Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence as they cross the line. They really are in a bit of a league of their own. Looking incredibly happy out there. You have to remember the lap record in the race is a 56.8 by Ben Birchall, so it's another 2 seconds faster than what these guys are doing, but that could have been in a... Well, no 2 days are the same, as we hear a lot of riders and crews will tell us. But there's going to be a couple of crews having to go upstairs to race control to plead their case to get into the race tomorrow, and they'll have to use their free practice 1 times. Now, Gordon Pottinger didn't even really have many of them, did he? When you look at it, he did 1 lap in free practice 1, and he has done no laps in free practice 2, so you never know. Gordon might just think the better off and want to pack up after having 2 sessions on track and getting 0 laps. But he and Brian Gray will need to go upstairs and say, well, okay, I did manage to do X amount of laps in this practice. I've raced here in X amount of months. Can I please race? Because they haven't qualified. No laps for Pottinger and 1 lap for Gray, which is an out and basically straight back into the pit lane. But I don't think that's going to bother them too much. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy have come straight back in, so they've decided that they don't want to try and push on. Maybe trying to look after the bike for the last couple of minutes in this session. There's probably no real point in stressing the machine. Sidecars, although they are machines which the driver and the passenger effectively are the mechanical team for it and the love for the bike, you don't want to stress them beyond their working limits. There's no real need to stress it in qualifying. The gaps in the qualifying session are quite spaced out. Doesn't look like it's not covered by tenths of a second. These sessions they're covered by seconds, big chunky times between everybody. So the fact of putting extra miles on the bike doesn't seem the cleverest thing to do. So it looks like Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy have decided to park that. They'll take their good position as it comes and see what can happen in the actual race. Still pretty interested to look down the pit lane and see the work that's going on here for Andy Peach. Peach is still with the bodywork off that bike, and Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy sitting patiently there, just enjoying the sun. Scott Hardy sitting on his knees, Lee Crawford leaning back, having a bit of a chat with one of the team who's leaning in. But quite calm times for a sidecar qualifying session. Very different from what we saw in Knockhill a couple of weeks ago, where we saw a very high tempo, high paced affair that was pushed very hard by three crews, Blackstock, Kershaw and Burchill, with also Lee Crawford, who eventually took the pole position in the rain. It was a highly charged affair because of the rain. The rain kept everybody very much on their toes and looking to try and see if they could just sneak that little bit of extra grip. But what a difference a couple of weeks makes. We come here, and big chunks of time spread out between quite a lot of people. That was Andy Peach making his way from the pit lane back onto the track. And clearly only knows one way once he gets past that pit lane exit line, and that's full power, full gas as Peachy makes his way out there. But he has been in the pit lane quite a few times, and he'll be wanted to make sure that everything is A-OK, because the next time they really do something, it will mean business. The sidecars tomorrow, well, they'll have a warm-up first thing in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning warm-up. So that's when some laps could get put in from Gordon Pottinger and from Brian Gray. So we'll keep our eyes on that. And then the man sidecars do have a race tomorrow. It's at 10 to 6, 10-lap race. They bookend the day. They start it and end the day. So it's going to be a fairly long wait for the sidecar crews as we are into the last 30 seconds of this session. It will definitely be Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence who take that pole position. 2.3 seconds up the road from Stephen Kershaw. Whether the sidecar teams come down to get interviewed will be another thing. I hope they do. We've got the mic ready, that's for sure. Checker flag flies, and John Holden is the first person to take that checker flag. There goes Patrick Farnes and Connor Parkin, chased by Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons across the line. No improvement for either of those crews towards the end. Patrick Farnes, well, he set a personal best lap right in the last lap, 2:06.746. Stephen Kershaw didn't better his 2 minutes, 0.8, which he put on some time ago. But that brings the sidecar qualifying session very much to an end. And I've got to say, it's been a pretty interesting day throughout the course of all the sessions that we've had. But the sidecar one, well, just a little bit quieter towards the end there. And quieter towards the end there purely because a lot of them decided to come in the pit lane, or once again, for some reason, they all stopped down at Brundle and various other places. So it's been a lot of attrition for the sidecars. Let's hope the races are not like that tomorrow. Let's hope the races are much more a calm, thought-out affair of hard racing sidecar to sidecar, and we don't have the mechanical issues that we've seen in this one. Biggsy crosses the line. Rob Biggs will be starting P3 head of the second row off the grid. Lewis Blackstock takes pole position with Oscar Lawrence on their number 1 Dow-backed LCR from Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons, who will come away with second place. It's Rob Biggs and Ferry Sagars who take that third. Phil Bell, Phil Hyde 5th, with Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy in 6th place. 7th place for Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook, with John Holden and Phil Napton in 8th place. John Holden, I think he'll be happy enough with that after not doing very many laps earlier on. Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens in 9th. Patrick Farrance and Connor Parkin come home in 10th place. Then it was Peachy and Hope with Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell, 11th and 12th. Brian Gray and Gordon Pottinger, they didn't do any laps at all in that session. So that's one of these things. Bit of work to be done for those sidecar crews. Give it time though. They'll go home. They'll go back to their tents tonight. They'll do a little bit of work. And we'll see them all again tomorrow. Doesn't look like any of the sidecars are going to come down here for... Until then, we'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, where myself, Duncan Vincent, Alan Hyde and Larry Scoop Carter will be on the radio with BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, bringing you all the track action from start to finish. Until then, be good tonight. Take care.